The impact of the Mercury tragedy was too great for the entire Federation. It had shocked everyone, and Mars was feeling the same. Countless residents watched the Federation President Duan Muk's announcement, after which the Martian colony governor also made an announcement on Mars. Her announcement showed the determination to punish the culprit, as well as a strong and shocking murderous intent. The Martian array formation was activated to the fullest extent to prevent those who had inflicted the tragedy on Mercury from attacking Mars. At present, Mars was on full and high alert with the Martian military out in full force. The main Martian city was also under fierce and stringent protection. All of their most powerful cultivators, including the giant tree, were all eyeing the stars and space beyond, on their guard constantly. This was the same for the new Martian city. The Mercury tragedy had thrown a spanner into the 5-generation Sky Clan's plans to promote the new city's status, delaying them. Currently, Wang Baol remained the city lord of the new city, and his word was still the law. He might be in seclusion, but that didn't mean that he was completely divorced from the outside world. The Mercury tragedy was an extremely serious matter. Be it Li Wan'er, Lin Tianhao, Jin Duoming, or the others, they all informed him immediately of this incident. There were also many heated discussions going on within the Spirit intranet. That was why before the Martian colony governor's orders for the entire planet to go on full alert, Wang Baol had already activated the new city's array formation to its fullest while still in seclusion. He also informed Kong Dao to heighten the security measures for the new city to the fullest. This was to prevent the tragedy on Mercury from taking place on Mars. During this period, the Federation had come up with the vaccine for the mysterious virus that could be transmitted through light. There was no need for everyone to receive the vaccination individually. They needed only to infuse the vaccine into the array formation in order to activate the immunization process. The vaccine had already been delivered to Mars. Both the main city and the new city had infused it into their array formations. In addition, the Martian anti-spirit bomb research facility was in full operation. They had 10 anti-spirit bombs ready for takeoff at any moment. At present, the fully prepared Mars could definitely withstand an invasion like the one that had taken Mercury. It might even be able to exterminate the intruders. The possibility was there. But all its preparation had been carried out based on the knowledge that the Federation had deduced from the mysterious extraterrestrial civilization's invasion of Mercury. It was a reactive move. The Federation could only ward against attacks the extraterrestrial civilization had employed before. It would be a challenge to defend themselves against attacks they hadn't seen before. At the moment, the black jellyfish remained shielded and hidden by the jade pendant that belonged to the elder that the 3 cultivators sat within it had spoken of. The black jellyfish was able to approach Mars silently and without discovery. The Martian array formation didn't detect it at all. This was a result of the difference in the developmental stage of the civilizations. The Federation appeared to be in the fetal stages of early civilization. Despite possessing strength and power that would terrify some, it still lacked much in various aspects. However, it had only been a mere 4 decades since the Federation entered the Spirit Inception era. To have developed to such an extent within such a brief period of time would be considered a miracle to any civilization. If the Federation were to be given another 60 years, its civilization would grow to be even more prosperous and developed than it was currently. There were no ifs in this world, however. At the moment, the black jellyfish continued to approach silently. It didn't repeat its methods on Mercury. It stopped just beyond the Martian array formation, seemingly carrying out a series of calculations. A long while later, a sparkling light started shining from the body of the black jellyfish. Its aura appeared to have transformed, and it seemed to have changed itself to accommodate the Martian array formation. The black jellyfish charged forward in a sudden burst of speed. It shot through the great Martian array formation and appeared in the Martian atmosphere. Nobody saw the black jellyfish appear, nor did the array formation detect any disturbances. Undiscovered and undetected, the black jellyfish entered Mars. The 3 cultivators inside the black jellyfish hadn't repeated the methods that they had used on Mercury due to prudence. They had also come to the consensus to take extreme caution when they entered Mars. Their priority was to scout the area. They would take whatever they could. If they were unable to do so, they would leave immediately and return to their mother planet, where they would call for their elder. After the black jellyfish entered Mars, it didn't proceed to commence a massacre, nor did it stop in its tracks. Its speed increased until its movements resembled instant teleportation. It raced towards the location of the new city, to where the divine armament catacombs were. It was so quick it exceeded the limits of speed itself. In a time that spanned no more than 200 breaths, it appeared outside the new city. The three cultivators inside the jellyfish stared at the new city. Their red pupils contracted, and condescension appeared in their eyes. However, when their eyes shifted downwards towards what rested beneath the new city, the tinge of condescension vanished. It was replaced with excitement and desire. "I found the entrance," one of the cultivators soon said. He formed a series of hand seals excitedly. A new image of the new city appeared on the compass before them. There was a tunnel inside that connected directly to the catacombs. The tunnel was where the main section of the divine armament catacombs was. "Let's go." The centipede-faced cultivator had a gruesome grin on his face. He licked his lips. Just as he was about to speak, the jellyfish rushed forward and dashed into the new city's array formation, heading straight for the divine armament catacombs. The place that they were headed now was the exact location where Wang Baol was away in seclusion. In order to reach a breakthrough in cultivation and enter the core formation realm, Wang Baol had chosen to dig a secret chamber within the tunnel of the catacombs. He sat inside, in meditation. The air was heavily infused with dark qi, which quickened his cultivation progress. Even though the Mercury tragedy had delayed the promotion of the new Martian city, he knew very well that the 5-generation Sky Clan wouldn't rest so easily. He predicted that they would raise the matter of promoting the city's status again after the Mercury incident had passed. That was why he had to reach the core formation realm as soon as possible. In addition, while Wang Baol hadn't witnessed the Mercury tragedy with his own eyes, he had been able to access certain confidential files due to his rank. He knew that Mercury had lost more than half of its stellar source. The Federation had also obtained a few clues and was quite sure that a sea glutton from an extraterrestrial civilization had entered the solar system. The number of its occupants and their cultivation levels were unknown. However, they guessed that there shouldn't be too many of them and that their cultivation shouldn't have reached the level of invincibility. Else, they wouldn't have chosen the weakest Mercury as their target. Regardless, the incident made Wang Baol realize the importance of one's cultivation. It made him realize that what he had taken for granted as peace had never existed in the first place. Since the arrival of the ancient green bronze sword, peace had departed this part of the universe. While in seclusion, Wang Baol had taken the time out to watch the Federation President Duan Muk's speech. He was silent throughout the entire event. He had mixed feelings. At the same time, he also agreed with something Duan Muk had said. "Our weakness is our sin." Those words repeatedly echoed in Wang Baol's mind. His determination to train harder grew. His entire mind and soul were immersed in training currently as he tried his best to achieve a breakthrough from his current perfected foundation establishment realm. His cultivation spread like tsunami waves inside him. Wang Baol, who was attempting to strive for the core formation realm, suddenly shuddered. He could feel some form of presence entering and passing through his great Baol array formation momentarily. It was akin to the sudden chilly breeze blowing past one's body in the middle of an extremely heated summer's day. Wang Baol shuddered and opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, suddenly, inside the divine armament catacombs, the large silhouette of a black jellyfish seemed to appear out of nowhere. The size of the jellyfish was immense. It blanketed more than half of the entire area when it appeared. Wang Baol's mind immediately went blank. An alarm flashed across his face. He was about to retreat, but before he could do anything, an overpowering consciousness swept over and enveloped Wang Baol. He froze. He was unable to move a single inch. The consciousness went through Wang Baol and conducted a thorough scan of his body. Is this a green lotus? My God, how could there be a green lotus inside this barbarian? It's a pity we can't tell the grade of the green lotus. Besides, it's already fully fused with this barbarian. But it's definitely a rarity. We could capture him alive and sell him to the never-ending clan, who loves collecting rare items. He'll definitely fetch a good price. The excited voice rang out beside Wang Baol's ear as 3 nascent soul realm cultivators stepped out from the black jellyfish. They seemed overjoyed. As they stepped out, the cultivator with the centipede on his face formed a series of hand seals with his right hand. The black jellyfish shrank immediately and was stored away. The 3 cultivators stared at Wang Baol, their eyes shining with surprise and pleasure. Wang Baol couldn't budge. It was as if his breathing had paused as well, but his mind remained alert. A sudden sense of impending doom and danger, which surpassed all such feelings he had ever felt before, erupted within his heart. The intensity of this feeling came from the overpowering aura of the 3 cultivators covered in armor of fine scales. The power of their presence surpassed that of all cultivators Wang Baol had ever met. Even Duan Myuk couldn't compare. There was a loud buzzing inside Wang Baol. His mind was swept away by strong, towering waves. Nascent souls. Wang Baol came to an immediate decision as soon as the 3 cultivators appeared. Both their strange armor and their red eyes indicated that they weren't cultivators from the Federation. That made it clear who they were. The culprits behind the Mercury tragedy. Cultivators from an extraterrestrial civilization. Wang Baol, who had been reeling back from shock, unexpectedly calmed down after realizing their identities and the danger he was in. This was, without a doubt, the most dangerous situation he had ever found himself in. Any slightest misstep could result in the destruction of his body and spirit. Fortunately, the 3 seemed to want him caught alive. They might have bespelled and held his body frozen, but they didn't ensnare his consciousness. Perhaps they were too confident of themselves, or perhaps there was some other reason. Regardless, even though Wang Baol couldn't move at all presently, his mind was still conscious and alert. With a clear mind, he would be able to unleash his killer move at this critical moment. But the timing of unleashing this move was pivotal. As such, despite the looming danger pressing onto him, Wang Baol continued to wait. He didn't have to wait too long. As soon as all those thoughts surfaced in his mind, one of the 3 cultivators stepped towards him. His right hand raised and was about to pull Wang Baol over. As for the remaining 2 cultivators, they didn't pay any attention to Wang Baol. It was clear that even though he had a green lotus of an unknown grade inside his body, he was still merely a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator to them. Their attention was drawn towards the deep end of the catacombs. They seemed to be searching for something. It would have taken a long time to narrate the entire sequence of events, which, in actual fact, took place in the blink of an eye. As the 2 cultivators stared into the deep end of the catacombs, Wang Baol roared inside his heart. Enlightened. The words rang out in his mind, and the Martian skies shuddered. The heavens seemed to have warped themselves as clouds boiled and rolled. A presence from the far end of the universe suddenly descended upon the planet and landed on Wang Baol. As this incredulous presence descended, the nascent soul realm cultivator that had been about to grab hold of Wang Baol grew alarmed suddenly. An unimaginable dread made his pupils contract, and his body retreated hastily and instinctively. He started gasping. Who is it? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The centipede-faced cultivator and the 3rd nascent soul realm cultivator had both been deep in thought. Suddenly, they also felt the terrifying presence and grew alarmed, and they gasped and retreated as well. What's going on? This presence? As they reeled back from shock, crackling sounds rang out from within Wang Baol. The spell that had frozen him in place splintered and shattered into pieces, allowing Wang Baol to regain mobility immediately. He didn't hesitate. As soon as he regained control of his own body, he immediately reached out to the array formation and tried to sound the alarm. As soon as he succeeded in raising the alarm, those outside like Li Wanner would ready themselves. The sudden change in the new city's Great Martian Array formation would also alert the governor, and she would realize something had gone wrong. Even though Wang Baol knew that he was still in extreme danger, this was the best course of action he had at the moment. Just as Wang Baol regained control of his body and was about to reach out through the array formation and raise the alarm, The centipede-faced cultivator's eyes flashed. Despite his wariness and shock, he still formed a series of hand seals. An illusory compass appeared before him instantly. It shone. Rays of light shot out more quickly than Wang Baol could reach out to the array formation. In the blink of an eye, it formed a barrier that prevented Wang Baol from reaching out to the array formation. It was a divine power that Wang Baol had never heard of, and its power alarmed Wang Baol. He could feel his connection with the array formation being cut off suddenly. Damn it! Wang Baol's face turned pale. He had no time to think. He prepared to make a run for it while uttering the scripture inwardly. The consciousness from the deep end of the universe erupted again. Wang Baol's speed reached its pinnacle at that moment. However, he was still merely at the Foundation establishment realm. Just as he was about to charge out of the catacombs, the three nascent soul realm cultivators came to their senses. Despite being shocked and terrified by the overpowering consciousness, they realized that it was merely an illusion. One of them snorted. He raised his large hand and swept it across the air. A sudden, immense force erupted and rose to the skies, surging towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol shuddered as fresh blood spurted from his mouth. His clothes were torn into shreds, revealing the 8th-grade dermic armament armor beneath. It was shattered. Thanks to the armor, Wang Baol didn't perish under that blow, but his organs all showed signs of rupture. Fortunately, his vitality was strong and abundant, and he was already recovering speedily. Regardless, he still spat out fresh pools of blood. His consciousness blurred. He has armor on. There's something funny about this guy. Let's join forces and hold him down first. He has the Green Lotus and is able to produce such an terrifying, unimaginable willpower, not to mention the fact that he was training here. He could be the child of fortune of this civilization, the centipede-faced cultivator said. He was already approaching Wang Baol, and the other two did the same. They might be nascent soul realm cultivators while Wang Baol was only a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, but at this moment, the three could hardly care about their respective levels of cultivation. The value that Wang Baol had displayed during this brief encounter had climbed exponentially and repeatedly. With the three cultivators joining forces, even a nascent soul realm cultivator would find it difficult to hold them off, and Wang Baol wasn't even a nascent soul realm cultivator. Death hung over his neck, causing despair to shine in his eyes. The wide chasm separating their levels of cultivation made him powerless to fight back. This was the best he could do. He knew that he would be killed without question if he were hit. As the moment of crisis erupted, as the three seemingly teleported to his side, suddenly, a burst of light exploded from Wang Baol's person. The black mask flew out of its own free will and appeared suddenly. A black light exploded from it. It dazzled and blinded, forming an illusory form. It was Little Missy. Little Missy had a solemn expression on her face when she appeared. She raised her right hand and pointed a finger at the approaching trio. Layers of illusory web appeared out of thin air, falling over and blanketing the trio, forming a sudden obstacle. It was clear that this was only a temporary measure. This was the limits of what Little Missy was capable of. Her form grew fainter. She whispered fiercely and urgently, her voice ringing in Wang Baol's mind. "Run quick!" Wang Baol was already falling back hastily when Little Missy spoke. He knew how difficult it was going to be for him to leave the catacombs and escape outside. Even if he managed to escape, what was he going to do next? He had no way to delay or hold his attacks back until rescue from the governor came. In fact, if he escaped outside, he might lead disaster to the doorsteps of the new city. From how the three extraterrestrial cultivators had tried to stop Wang Baol from raising the alarm, Wang Baol realized that they were worried about exposing themselves. This meant that as long as their presence remained undetected, they wouldn't bring death and destruction to the new city. Wang Baol had no choice. He had only one path before him. It was the divine armament catacombs. Little Missy had said that the dark artifact belonged to her. He'd just have to bet on it. The series of thoughts flashed across Wang Baol's mind. His breathing quickened as he clenched his teeth. giving up any hope of escaping from the catacombs and instead turning and racing deeper into the catacombs. He unleashed his full speed and dashed ahead, approaching the wall at the end of the catacombs. "Wang Baol, where are you going?" As Wang Baol burst forth with a sudden surge of speed, little Missy's voice echoed in his head. It was filled with anxiety. "Little Missy, could you just exert a little control over the dark artifact and get it to open a way in for me?" Little Missy was instantly stunned. While Wang Baol raced towards the deep end of the catacombs, and while he conversed with little Missy hastily, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators also unleashed their skills and blew up the web that the little Missy had conjured. "There's some huge secret hiding inside that young rascal. What kind of artifact spirit is this? It's clearly severely weakened, but with a single finger it managed to trap us for a few moments." The breathing of the 3 cultivators quickened. Unprecedented greed and desire appeared in their eyes. The attacks that Wang Baol had unleashed during this brief period were sufficient to make their eyes red with greed. They didn't stop and immediately raced after Wang Baol. They were extremely fast, unleashing their teleportation skills. They were about to catch up to Wang Baol. It was then that Wang Baol found himself with no time left. He had no time to say more to little Missy. He howled, the devouring seed inside his body erupting. It unleashed its full suction force at the wall before them, and the suction force pulled him even more quickly towards the wall. He left afterimages of himself behind him. His physical body almost couldn't withstand the sudden, immense speed. It showed signs of being torn apart as he raced towards the deep end. He held back the pain of loss and flung out his 7th-grade dermic armament flying sword, yelling, "Explode!" The explosion of a 7th-grade dermic armament would send an incredible shockwave throughout the entire catacombs. Unless one tried to stop the explosion or control its aftermath, it would definitely trigger the array formation and alert the outside world. It would indirectly raise the alarm. Wang Baol was betting. He was betting on the fact that the trio were unwilling to reveal their presence. They wouldn't allow the dermic armament to self-destruct. They would try to control it. Once they chose to do that, it would give Wang Baol more time. Even if it were only a few additional moments, it would still be precious to Wang Baol. Wang Baol made the right bet. The 3 extraterrestrial cultivators indeed didn't wish to expose their presence. Even though they were powerful and had the black jellyfish, even though they had an edge over Mars when it came to speed and concealment, this solar system had too many entities that they were threatened by and cautious of. Unless it was their last resort, they would always lean on the side of prudence. The trio saw the 7th-grade dermic armament showing signs of self-destruction, and ugly expressions appeared on their faces. "He has some tricks up his sleeves. The 2 of you go after him and kill him. I'll hold this thing down." The centipede-faced cultivator snorted. He stepped forward. In the next moment, he was standing next to the 7th-grade dermic armament. He raised his right hand and swung it forward in a grab. Instantly, a giant illusory palm appeared before him. It grabbed hold of the 7th-grade dermic armament and was about to shatter it in its grip. It was then that the hastily retreating Wang Baol waved his hand. More than 100 dermic artifacts appeared, all of which he flung out mindlessly. They filled the entire cave. Most of the dermic artifacts were 5th-grade dermic artifacts, with some 4th-grade and 6th-grade artifacts. They were artifacts Wang Baol had accumulated during his time as a city lord. He ignored his heartache and threw them all out. He growled, "Explode!" In a single instant, the 100-odd dermic artifacts shuddered and exuded signs of self-destruction. Even though any one of the self-destructions wouldn't be able to rival that of a 7th-grade dermic armament, the combined explosion of all of them would still be a force to be reckoned with. It would send a shockwave that would trigger an investigation. The trio was once again alarmed. They hadn't expected Wang Baol to have so many dermic artifacts on him. Guesses about his true identity grew in number, not that they had the time to examine each one. The centipede-faced cultivator was holding the dermic armament back. Out of the remaining 2 cultivators, one had to step forward. He pressed both hands together in a series of hand seals and unleashed his full power to control the 100 or so dermic artifacts and stop them from exploding. With two of the trio tied down, there remained only one who continued his pursuit of Wang Baol. He had a square face and a square jaw, but no trace of the justice or sternness that usually associated with those facial features. In fact, he had a fierce, gruesome look. There was a red tattoo on his forehead, and his eyes glinted with a cold light. With a single step, he neared Wang Baol. He raised his right hand and made a sudden grab for Wang Baol. They were still intent on capturing him alive. Wang Baol's series of actions showed how extraordinary he was. The more extraordinary he was, the more valuable he was to the trio. It was because they wanted him alive that Wang Baol was able to seize his opportunity. Just as the square-faced cultivator reached for him, a vicious look flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He was never one who feared death. It had been so when he had been on the moon and when he had taken the exam for mayorship. Etched deep in his bones was a viciousness and brutality that he unleashed onto his enemies and, to a greater extent, onto himself. He chose to self-destruct his 7th-grade dermic armament without hesitation and flung out more than 100 dermic artifacts without even blinking. He had managed to do all that. It was merely a small step from self-destructing a ruined 8th-grade dermic armament. It was no tough decision to be made. A sudden violence emerged in Wang Baol's eyes. The 8th-grade dermic armament armor he had on instantly gave off signs of self-destructing. It was a wild and ferocious aura. Alarm immediately flashed across the face of the square-faced cultivator who had been chasing after him. Wang Baol hollered. The dermic armament armor on him split apart, forming a dozen shattered pieces which shot towards the square-faced cultivator like multiple laser beams. As they shot forward, they continued to give off signs of self-destructing at any moment. Are you going to deal with that? Or dodge the explosion? Or continue chasing me? Wang Baol yelled in a low voice as he retreated hastily. He was swiftly approaching the end of the catacombs. Curse him! Murder flashed across the square-faced cultivator's eyes. He had never met such a troublesome Foundation establishment realm cultivator. This was no time for fuming, though. Their top priority was in remaining undetected. He could only stop his pursuit and do his best in controlling the dermic armament's self-destruction. Fortunately, the shattered pieces of the dermic armament hadn't scattered but had instead raced towards one direction. This meant that he would have to expend a lot more cultivation in keeping the explosion under control, but he wouldn't have to risk any stray pieces exploding. Though, the sight of a dozen or so pieces headed in a single direction did make the square-faced cultivator wary. Doubt flickered in his eyes. Wang Baol could have allowed these shattered pieces to scatter and self-destruct before he could deal with them, alerting the outside world, but he hadn't done so. He was betting on the trio's unwillingness to be discovered, and at the same time, he didn't wish for the outside world to know what was going on. This was because as soon as the outside world found out what was happening in the catacombs, he believed that there was a possibility of them wiping out the entire new city before the governor could arrive with help. He couldn't bear the consequences if that happened. He was unwilling to bet on that. That was why his plan was to lure the trio to the place where the dark artifact rested. When that time came, he would try to contact the outside world again and seek the governor's aid. This might expose the fact that the dark artifact belonged to little Missy, but at such a moment of life and death, Wang Baol simply couldn't be bothered any longer with such details. Him controlling the shattered armor pieces to go in one direction still exposed his inner thoughts, though. If he had been faced with someone with slower reflexes, his thoughts might not have been revealed, but these 3 extraterrestrial cultivators were space travelers. To be able to travel through space showed that they weren't fools. They had seen much and had experienced much. As a result, as soon as Wang Baol approached the end of the catacombs, the square-faced cultivator who had been trying to control the shattered armor pieces eyed Wang Baol's startling speed. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly shouted, "Leader, I can't hold them back any longer. They'll find out we're here. It's unavoidable. There's no point going after this guy. We have to leave immediately. But before we leave, we should wipe out the city above and refine their flesh and blood into our energy source." The centipede-faced cultivator was trying to control the 7th-grade dermic armament, but an imperceptible flicker flashed in his eyes. He didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. Damn it! We've wasted too much time. Fine, let's go. As the trio spoke, they withdrew their cultivation, which they had been expending to keep the self-destructing artifacts under control. They appeared to have given up on pursuing Wang Baol and were about to leave and charge out of the catacombs. Wang Baol shuddered. Fear and panic flooded his heart, but he narrowed his eyes and didn't stop. Instead, he took a deep breath and appeared to unleash the full extent of his potential as his speed increased. He smirked and laughed aloud. Be my guest. You're all fools and sons of me, Xianxia, if you don't do that. I've stopped resorting to such tricks since Xianxia was 3 years old. What a joke. Why do I care if they live or die? He stuck his right hand behind him and showed them the finger and the full extent of his scorn. He seemed to feel that it wasn't enough. Wang Baol gritted his teeth and pulled out the last dozen or so dermic artifacts from his storage bracelet, throwing them all out as well. He activated their self-destruction mechanism. Come on, you can call yourselves my grandsons, the grandsons of Xianxia, if you try and stop them from self-destructing. The trio heard what he said and saw what he did. There was an ugly look on their faces. They might not understand exactly what that gesture meant, but they could guess that it didn't mean anything good. They also felt there seemed to be some gaps in logic in their earlier thought process. If they were in Wang Baol's position, given the choice of dying or sacrificing an entire city in order to save themselves, they would choose the latter without batting an eye. They gritted their teeth and once again stepped forward to hold back the self-destructing artifacts. The square-faced cultivator, especially, was fuming with embarrassment. He hurriedly tried to hold back the dozen or so dermic artifacts that Wang Baol had thrown out. However, the space they were in wasn't that big. Wang Baol had thrown out too many dermic artifacts, and a few simply exploded in a loud boom. The explosion sent the trio reeling, and Wang Baol himself was scared out of his wits as well. Shit, I've overdone it. Seeing how the explosion was going to trigger a chain reaction, the square-faced cultivator roared. He smacked his forehead, causing the red line on his forehead to split apart. A red glow erupted instantly, blanketing the self-destructing dermic artifacts and controlling their explosions. It was like a scorching fire that melted the artifacts instantly. This accident cleared all doubts and suspicions from the trio's minds. They were certain that Wang Baol didn't care about the fate of the city above them. It seemed a reasonable conclusion. As they focused on holding back the self-destructing artifacts, Wang Baol let loose a breath of relief secretly. He continued to widen the distance between them as he quickly approached the deep end of the catacombs, where the wall stood. He stared at what seemed like towering ice, what had blocked the entire Federation from advancing and what had made them resort to building an entire city and an array formation in order to wear it down. Panic and anxiety appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He howled in his mind. Little Missy, quick, open the door. It's life or death here. Little Missy was silent. She seemed to have gritted her teeth, and her voice was tinged with embarrassment as she spoke softly. Baol, listen to me. Actually, the situation was filled with intense danger. Inside the catacombs, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators had the explosions under control. They dashed towards Wang Baol, and they were so swift that it seemed like they would be upon him in the next instant. The low, sheepish whispers of little Missy rang out at this moment. Before she could finish speaking, though, something beyond the wall at the end of the catacombs suddenly thundered. The loud sound resounded in the catacombs, causing Wang Baol to shudder suddenly. His breathing quickened. In his ear, or perhaps it was in his mind, he heard once again a beckoning coming from deep beyond the wall. This was the second time he had heard this summoning. The first was when his cultivation advanced beyond the late-stage Foundation Establishment realm and reached the perfected Foundation Establishment realm. The beckoning call was stronger and more intense now than before, as well as clearer. He felt an indistinct and intense feeling. There was something beyond this wall that was of great and immeasurable importance to him. This something was calling out to him. It was voicing its longing. It seemed to want him back at its side. Everything happened in an instant. It was when this summoning was echoing inside Wang Baol's mind that the dark fire inside his body erupted of its own will, just like it had done when it had first met the black-robed man. Wang Bao's surrounding plunged into ice as the dark fire was released, transforming into an icy flame that spread outward. The release of the dark fire seemed to trigger the presence beckoning deep in the catacombs, and the calls intensified. The wall that had stopped the Federation for so many years suddenly melted away that instant. It melted away swiftly. Within a few moments, there was a pathway open and leading into the catacombs. Vast quantities of dark qi surged out from the opening, spreading throughout the entire area. Wang Bao's eyes widened. His first instinct was to proclaim how amazing little Missy was, but he had no time for further thoughts. He headed straight for the opening and dashed right through. As soon as he passed through the opening in the wall, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators appeared. They saw the opening ceiling shut right before their eyes. Their breath stilled. An intense greed and desire shone in their eyes. They didn't hesitate as they dashed straight through as well. The centipede-faced cultivator was the last to pass through. Before he entered, his eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and formed a series of hand seals. His fingers started sparkling immediately. They formed a wave of light that seemed to cleanse everything it touched. It swept across the entire area. Wherever it passed, be it where the trio had attacked Wang Bao or where they had tried to control the self-destructing artifacts, all traces of their presence were erased and wiped clean. All remnants or pieces of things that shouldn't exist vanished. This included the dozen mosquitoes hidden in various spots. There was one mosquito that was about to escape and fly out of the catacombs, but it too was destroyed by the light. I don't care if you left any traps or tricks behind. Now, there shouldn't be any left. After releasing this cleansing light wave, the centipede-faced cultivator sneered before he snaked through the wall that was about to seal itself shut. As soon as he entered, the opening in the wall vanished completely and sealed shut. The entire tunnel was deathly quiet. The new city went on with life as usual. Li Wanner was examining and approving documents. Kong Dao and Lin Tianhao were talking to each other. And Jin Duoming had his voice transmission ring out and was having a private and intimate heart-to-heart conversation with one of his ex-girlfriends from Earth. As for Lu Daobin, he was presently ordering a large group of people around and constructing another Wang Bao statue. Everything carried on as usual. Nothing strange happened. No one knew what was going on inside the catacombs or the danger that Wang Bao was in. Presently, Wang Bao appeared in a world he had never come across. The skies of this world were fashioned from mud, but it wasn't dark at all. There were sparkling lights in the sky that were like diamonds and stars at the same time. They lit up the entire underground world. It might not be as bright as daylight, but to the eyes of a cultivator, there was no discernible difference between this light and daylight. As for the land, there was no land, only a vast and endless ocean. Upon closer look, this ocean wasn't formed from seawater but countless souls gathered together, creating a spirit sea. The spirit sea wasn't calm. Waves rose and crashed. It was an awesome sight. The waves, too, were formed from countless souls. They howled and roared. They tore into one another. They raged. They bared their teeth. They wept. All sorts of different lives and all manners of emotions could be found, seen, and experienced here. In that spirit sea was a white island. It wasn't made of earth but formed from a pile of countless white bones. It was an island of bones. The entire world looked immensely creepy and horrifying. It was as if he had slipped into hell. It made one shudder. It would make one forget that his life still burned, forget all his memories of the outside world. What remained was an instinctive desire to count the sins one had committed in his life. This was the most instinctive and truest feeling that he experienced in his heart when he saw this sight. Such a world actually exists here. After a long moment, Wang Bao finally gasped. He was slightly pale. He stood on the island of white bones with his head lowered as he stared at the countless bones beneath his feet. He gazed at the roaring waves of the spirit sea, then at the sky made of earth. The shock in his heart didn't fade for a very long time. There was no way he could have imagined that beyond the wall hid such a sight. This went against everything that he had known, and he could no longer tell if he was still on Mars. There were no signs of the extraterrestrial cultivators appearing anytime soon. Wang Baol fell into a momentary daze. He tried hastily to sense the mosquitoes he had released secretly earlier. He had planned for the trio to follow him when he had entered. Then, he would be able to instruct his mosquitoes to sound the alarm. The governor and his friends would arrive, trap the extraterrestrial cultivators inside, and beat them up. Wang Baol had some confidence in the trio choosing to enter as a group, but if he were honest with himself, he couldn't be completely sure. He soon grew alarmed. Gone? It's not that I can't sense them, but they're really gone. An ugly look fell on Wang Baol's face. He considered whether someone had destroyed his mosquitoes or whether he had merely lost the connection with them because he had entered this underground world. There was an easy way to find out. Wang Baol turned his gaze inward, at his own scabbard. When he saw his mosquitoes intact within the scabbard, his face darkened further. The mosquitoes were inside. This meant that the ones that he had released had all perished. Their unique nature meant that they would regenerate after they died. Wang Baol grew anxious and uncertain. He simply couldn't tell if the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators had followed him in. He hurriedly summoned Little Missy. Many thanks for Little Missy's help. Right just now you were saying something. What was it? Little Missy was silent. She was already beyond lost and bewildered. Her shock surpassed Wang Baol multifold. She had even begun to feel lost and doubt herself. She hadn't done anything, so how had the opening appeared in the wall? Could it be that her cultivation had reached a stage where she could change fate? Without her discovery. Now, as she listened to Wang Baol thanking her and following up with questions, she began to feel a sudden tiredness. Exhaustion surfaced inside her. She sensed that she might have to continue this particular bluff. This is a small matter. I don't even need to raise my little finger. I don't even need to spare it a single thought. I just have to approach the dark artifact, and it would activate itself. Couldn't you tell? It was trying to gain my favor. Speaking of that, that's why I threw it away. It kept trying to please me and gain my favor for every single thing. It began to annoy me, Little Missy said coolly. She didn't even need to think about it. The words flowed out of her mouth naturally. Wang Baol froze. He instinctively felt something was wrong, but he wasn't concerned about that at the moment. He asked, hastily, "All hail Little Missy. How about those 3 jerks? Did they follow me inside?" "You're asking me? Who do I ask then? It's not like this is my home." Little Missy snorted secretly. She kept a deep, unfathomable look on her face as she said coolly, "You'll find out soon enough." Anxiety wrecked Wang Baol. He was about to pursue further when suddenly, the skies thundered. Wang Baol lifted his head and saw a huge fracture appear suddenly in the heavens. Then, 3 silhouettes appeared, agitated and seemingly in quite a terrible state. They charged out, eyeing the world around them. An intense light of excitement shone in their eyes. It was then that they saw Wang Baol as well. "So that's where you are." Wang Baol had no time to consider why the 3 people had entered this place in a different way. He was overcome by shock and awe. He had nothing but the utmost respect and admiration for Little Missy. Prophetic. She was simply prescient. Little Missy had said he would find out soon enough, and it hadn't taken them the time of a dozen breaths before he did indeed find out. This was clear and unquestionable proof that the dark artifact did belong to Little Missy. Little Missy must have known that the 3 jerks were on their way, but she must have sent them somewhere else. Because I asked, she sent them over again. That's why the 3 of them are in such a terrible state. That must be it. The more Wang Baol thought about it, the more excited he became. He decided there and then that he was going to work harder at buttering Little Missy up. A strong sense of confidence rose in Wang Baol's heart, and he decided not to run anymore. He stood on the island of White Bones and stared arrogantly at the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. He raised his right hand and pointed his finger at them. "The game ends now," Wang Baol said coolly. An indescribable aura exuded from his person when he said that. It seemed as if this entire world was resonating with his words. The earth, the heavens, and the stars dazzled and shone as the sea of souls roared and rose in huge waves. The atmosphere was electrifying and terrifying. The three extraterrestrial cultivators had been planning to attack, but caution rose in their eyes. They sensed that Wang Baol seemed different. They couldn't help but grow wary and proceed with greater care. Just as Wang Baol was becoming excited, little Missy was once again bewildered. She didn't expect this to happen right after she had spoken. The sight before her inspired a sense of guilt in her. She felt something wasn't right and immediately pretended to feel weak. My spirit body has just awakened, Wang Baol. You'll have to handle the rest. I. Little Missy's voice grew weaker. In the end, it seemed as if she was about to fall into a deep slumber. Ah! Wang Baol was stunned. He hurriedly called after little Missy. However, no matter how many times he called for her, little Missy didn't respond. Wang Baol froze. He began to feel sheepish as well and was almost howling deep in his heart. The eyes of the three nascent souls in the sky flashed then. The square-faced cultivator struck suddenly, the red line on his forehead shining, and a red light shot out and headed straight for the island of bones that Wang Baol was on. Before the red light could descend, the spirit sea started to stir violent all of a sudden. The countless souls within it started to howl as they dashed out and charged at the trio in the sky. From afar, it looked as if the spirit sea had erupted. The seawater rose to the skies, and the ocean towered, sending both heaven and earth quaking. Large numbers of shrieking souls flung into the air. Many sped towards Wang Baol as well. They lunged at him and seemed like they wanted to tear him apart and swallow him alive. The sight alarmed all three cultivators in the sky. They formed a hasty series of hand seals to prevent the sea of souls from approaching. On the island of bones, Wang Baol was equally shocked. He had no means of escape. He was trapped from all four corners. He couldn't dodge or evade at all. He watched as countless souls leaped towards him. Unfortunately, his calls for little Missy remained unanswered. Finally, Wang Baol gritted his teeth and yelled. He activated the dark art, and dark fire instantly appeared in his eyes. A chilly aura surged outwards from his person. It seemed to be able to seal and freeze the souls wherever it passed, seeming to truly resonate with the heavens and earth. The fearsome souls around him seemed to be terrified and shocked, and they immediately shrank away from him and dared not approach. A strange light appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. The three extraterrestrial cultivators in the air were incredulous. They raged. Everything seemed bizarre and out of the ordinary. The fact that Wang Baol, a mere Foundation establishment realm cultivator, had managed to ward them off for so long with mere tricks and deviousness injured their pride. We don't need him alive. Just kill him and put his corpse up for sale. The trio immediately came to a decision, and murderous intent erupted from their persons. Just as they were about to drive the surrounding souls away from them and kill Wang Baol, suddenly, Wang Baol shuddered. He felt the calling once again. This time it came from beneath the spirit sea. It rang much more clearly than the previous two times and seemed like it was speaking right next to his ear. The voice was so much clearer. Dark child, dark child. Wang Baol's breathing quickened when the voice appeared. The spirit sea before him erupted once again as the seas parted before him, forming a path in the middle. The path began from the island of bones, where Wang Baol stood. Most importantly, it went deep into the unknown depths of the spirit sea. The series of transformation shocked the three extraterrestrial cultivators in the air to the core. They stared at Wang Baol immediately, a strange light shining in their eyes. There was no doubt that Wang Baol had surprised and shocked them repeatedly. This was beyond anything they had encountered before. We can't let him enter. They panicked immediately, and their cultivation erupted in a mad frenzy. The centipede-faced cultivator released his centipede from his person. It expanded and grew in a blink of an eye, growing to the length of 100 yards. It was a terrifying sight. The centipede roared and charged at the spirit sea. It appeared to be overpowering the souls, which allowed the trio to dash out. The square-faced cultivator unleashed his killer attack as well. His hands pressed together in a series of hand seals, and a fire bull appeared behind him. It roared at the skies and appeared to step out of the illusion that had conjured it, assuming a real form. With fire under its hooves, it dashed out in a mad stampede. As for the final cultivator, an eye appeared behind his back. It seemed to contain an endless abyss, and a single look would strike terror into one's heart. Wang Baol watched as the three cultivators' cultivation erupted and their aura strengthened and intensified. Even the spirit sea seemed like it was going to be overpowered. They seemed like they might fight their way out of the ocean at any time. Wang Baol's breathing quickened. He gritted his teeth, and with a single step, he stepped onto the path that the spirit sea had created for him, heading swiftly into the ocean. Damn it! The leader of the trio, the one who had released the centipede, knew that there must be some incredible secret that Wang Baol was hiding. He wasn't going to let Wang Baol escape. He gritted his teeth. His right hand formed a series of hand seals, and his ring finger immediately exploded. With its explosion, a dozen fearsome lizard-like figures appeared. They started howling. The leader of the trio shoved down the ache he was feeling in his heart and said suddenly, "I'm going to kill this Xianxia." As soon as he spoke, the dozen lizard-like fearsome figures howled and dashed towards the ocean of seals. Any souls that tried to stop them were knocked away. They went after Wang Baol relentlessly. Each one of those lizard-like forms would rival a cultivator at the perfected foundation establishment realm. In fact, many of them were only a mere step away from the core formation realm. Xianxia, I'm going to earn back the full compensation from you. The centipede-faced cultivator clenched his teeth. He had spent a great deal of effort collecting the lizards that he had been rearing in his ring. The beasts were a counter to aggressive souls, and they were rare. He had used his own secret mystic art and reared them for more than 30 years. They had grown to their current cultivation after so much hard work. He had wanted to rear them for another 10 years or so, which was when they would reach the core formation realm. His efforts would then pay off as they would become a valuable asset for his deployment then. Any single one of these lizards could become his clone. As a result, he appeared to possess many scapegoats that could die in his stead. But now, in order to capture Wang Baol, he had to cease this rearing. This meant that whatever efforts he had put in would all be for nothing, and he would need to start all over again. The results of his efforts were without doubt spectacular. As the trio tried to overpower the spirit sea, these dozen lizards dashed forward in a sudden burst of speed. They slammed and shattered a large number of souls surging forward to meet them. They followed the small path and chased after Wang Baol. Their bodies were immensely strange and peculiar. They seemed weightless and hovered between the realm of reality and illusion. Their speed also surpassed the limits of a foundation establishment realm cultivator, and they left afterimages of themselves as they raced forward. An observer wouldn't have been able to distinguish the dozen lizards. They would have been deceived by their afterimages and instead seen hundreds and thousands of lizards. They would leap into the air and seemingly teleport. Such a relentless pursuit made Wang Baol's face grow dark. He didn't know how far this path would take him, but he knew that if he did nothing to stop them, they would eventually catch up to him. Curse you! You're all out to bully me, aren't you? I may not be able to fight a nascent soul, but you think you slimy crawly creatures can simply push me around? Violence shone in Wang Baol's eyes. He had had enough. He shouted and raised his right hand, and with a sudden sweep, a giant red megaphone appeared. It exuded the strong aura of a dermic armament. It appeared in his hand. Scram! The dermic armament megaphone was bright red and looked extremely bizarre. Its exterior surface also contained numerous diagrams made of symbols of different color intensity. Taking a closer look at it, the diagrams were depicting a tiger on fire. The moment Wang Baol took out the megaphone, he didn't hesitate to activate it. After adjusting it to its loudest settings, and as he roared into it, the megaphone instantly vibrated vigorously. It amplified Wang Baol's voice countless times such that it formed a sound wave hurricane that exploded in bursts towards the approaching lizard beasts. An indescribable sense of shock was felt clearly right now. Layers of ripples could be seen transmogrifying with the naked eye, shooting and spreading in all directions like tides and crashing waves, resulting in a force that couldn't be resisted. Amid that force, a sea of fire erupted. It was difficult to distinguish if it resulted from the tiger's body or if it was produced due to the loud sound that altered the state of physical objects. Regardless, as the roar emerged, the sea of fire spread in all directions. One could see a fire tiger charging out of the megaphone, growing larger and larger as it occupied the entire space around. Looking at those lizards that were crawling out like worms, the tiger roared ferociously. The roar of the tiger combined with that from Wang Baol boosted it to such an unbelievable scale that it was similar to using titanium to strike a rock. The sound exploded, and the spirit sea in front of the megaphone was devastated. The surrounding environment was also thrown into chaos by numerous large hands. As the sound spread to a large area, numerous spirits were retreating and trembling. They didn't dare to move an inch closer, and looking from a distance, one could see that a space was formed in the spirit sea. That wasn't what was most impressive. After all, the spirit sea merely withstood the remnant sound waves from the megaphone. The ones that were under the targeted attack by Wang Baol were those frightening-looking lizard beasts. These lizard beasts suffered the most impact. They were extremely pitiful, as the three lizard beasts who had perfected Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation hadn't even landed on the ground after leaping up before they were impacted by the sound waves from the megaphone and swept away. They didn't even have time to tremble before they were immediately devastated, turning into a blood fog that spread in all directions. There were 4 more lizard beasts behind them. Even though they weren't at the front, the impact of the waves still blew their bodies apart, crushed their skull, and tore out their limbs. With the devastation, the remaining lizard beasts all screamed painfully, spewing blood out of their mouths. Despite having tested out the force of the megaphone himself previously, Wang Baol didn't unleash the full power of the megaphone then. Therefore, right now, having activated the megaphone's full power, Wang Baol was shocked himself. Following the unleashing of its full force, even the megaphone was about to be blown out of his hands. Vaguely, there were signs of resistance that were about to turn into a backlash. Wang Baol knew that every newly refined dermic armament would retain a desire to counter-devour. Time was needed to assimilate it, to completely suppress it and make it consciously obedient. However, right now, he didn't have the time to nourish and assimilate it. He stared ahead, spreading the dark fire in his body and going a full circle around the megaphone. The consciousness of the megaphone was shaken, and it instantly calmed down. Instead of backlash, it was now sounding off with even more effort. However, right at this moment, a purple-colored stream of blood flew out from the blood fog formed from the devastated lizard beasts. It was moving so fast and didn't seem to be severely affected by the sound waves. It accumulated not far away, forming an outline of a palm-sized doll. A wave of ferocity instantly emanated from this purple blood doll. A cold glow shot from the position where its eyes were, and with the turn of its body, it didn't charge towards Wang Baol but towards the injured but still alive lizard beasts. Despite being injured, these lizard beasts were still of Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation. Their physical bodies were extremely strong, but in the face of the purple blood doll, they turned extremely fragile as the purple blood doll went right through them. As the purple blood doll emerged from the other side of their bodies, it brought along with it purple blood threads, which made it even clearer to one's eyes while, on the other hand, the lizard beasts died. This extremely bizarre scene made Wang Baol tremble with shock. He narrowed his eyes and didn't continue his attacks. Instead, he put away the megaphone and retreated hurriedly, charging at high speed towards the end of the passageway that seemed to have been specially created for him by the spirit sea. The moment he sped away, a loud boom emerged from the distant spirit sea. The 3 extraterrestrial cultivators had finally shaken off the countless wrong spirits that were blocking them. In reality, the 3 of them, who were very closely related to each other, were already extremely strong. They were also used to working with each other. If that wasn't the case, had a single nascent soul cultivator appeared here and became surrounded by the wrong spirits, it would be impossible for him to break free, and he would possibly die if he weren't careful. After all, there were just too many spirits here. There is great value in Xianxia. We must capture him. The moment they charged out, the rage in the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators could be sensed. However, through the various encounters, especially after noticing that the world seemed to be ridiculously kind to this Xianxia, the trio was already extremely shaken. Therefore, the trio charged out at the fastest speed possible, instantly appearing in the passageway, and went in the direction Wang Baol had gone. However, this area was extremely bizarre and, at the same time, they also realized that they were unable to teleport. As such, they were forced to slow down. Despite that, they were still faster than Wang Baol. Even though a distance was created between them initially, in the time of a few breaths, the trio had already appeared at the location where the doll formed by the purple-colored blood threads was. The moment they saw the purple blood doll, the cultivator with the centipede on his face felt even more pain. In reality, the reason the lizard beasts became his avatar after being nurtured was that their bloodline contained a thread of ancient blood, and that had already become his mark. Therefore, rather than nurturing the lizard beasts, it was more like nurturing the ancient blood. Right now, the ancient blood had already been released. The accumulation of the ancient blood couldn't be reversed as there were insufficient realms, making it difficult to form the avatar he wanted. He could only use it like a puppet. However, he couldn't care too much about that now. He sealed his hands and pointed, causing the purple blood doll to scream shrilly. It grew even more ruthless as it charged forward in the passageway, in pursuit together with the trio. However, just as the trio went about their pursuit and neared the end of the passageway, where they caught a glimpse of Wang Baol took out the megaphone and screamed into it with all his might. Large sound waves emerged directly from his megaphone. Numerous sound waves erupted continuously, sounding heavily behind him. If the sound waves were directed towards the three extraterrestrial cultivators, they would be able to resist it and not slow down. After all, they weren't lizard beasts and were physically strong. However, this time Wang Baol's target was the surrounding spirit sea. This made the spirit sea's waves crash continuously, resulting in chaos. Perhaps Wang Baol's sound waves had an impact, or perhaps it was due to some other peculiar reason, but the spirit sea erupted. Large numbers of wronged spirits emerged, screaming as they formed a barrier against the trio once again. Damn it! The trio was going crazy with rage and indignation. They were nascent soul cultivators and had never thought that killing a mere Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would require so much effort. It was also at this moment that they looked past the immense number of wronged spirits before them and saw the end of the passageway. At the end of the passageway, in the depths of the spirit sea, was a vortex that was rapidly being formed. One that seemed to be welcoming Wang Baol and waiting for him to step in. This is his territory as well? This scene once again made the trio go crazy. Even Wang Baol's breathing quickened as he went into a momentary blur. However, with a crisis before his eyes, he knew that he had no choice. The lure by the vortex was also growing stronger by the moment. Therefore, without pausing for a single second, Wang Baol gritted his teeth and charged speedily into the vortex. He entered it immediately. The moment he entered the vortex shrank rapidly and was about to close. However, the purple blood doll broke free of the barrier formed by the wrong spirits due to its ability to suppress spirits, and appeared by the vortex. It didn't step in immediately. Instead, standing by its periphery with large amounts of purple threads being released from its body, attempting to slow down the rate at which the vortex was closing. Even though it only managed to slow the vortex by the time of 3 breaths, it was already sufficient. The extraterrestrial cultivator with the centipede on his face immediately took out a dermic treasure in the form of a black leaf. The black leaf wasn't formed naturally, and its veins weren't formed by nature either. If one took a closer look, he would realize that the leaf's veins looked more like skin. It was indeed a leaf formed by the skin of a live man. The appearance of the leaf brought with it mumbling sounds. The sounds carried a hint of madness and pain, and they were like a hurricane sweeping in all directions, one that wanted to suppress everything. It made the surrounding wronged spirits tremble as if they had lost consciousness. Leveraging on the suppressive force from the black leaf, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators picked up speed and emerged out of the barrier formed by the spirit sea, stepping into the vortex. However, when they stepped in, the cultivator with the centipede on his face turned ghastly white. The The black leaf he was holding was now stuck to his forehead, wriggling as if it was sucking blood from his glabella. Apparently, this dermic treasure was something he wouldn't use haphazardly. Once used, he would have to pay a huge price. Therefore, when he was pursuing Wang Bail previously, he used the treasure that he had nurtured for 30 years and not this dermic treasure. However, at that moment, even though a crisis hadn't struck, he had a strong premonition that if he didn't enter the vortex and grab hold of Wang Bail, that it was very likely that he would be trapped there. He felt that if that happened, eventually he would be teetering on the brink of death. This world was extremely hostile to them but extremely kind to Wang Bail, which made them shudder. As the trio charged into the vortex shut and vanished. The Spirit Sea passageway also disappeared, and normalcy returned to the Spirit Sea. It was as if nothing had happened. The waves were still crashing, and the cries from the spirits could still be heard. Wang Bail had long sensed the kindness granted to him by this world. To put it more accurately, it was a calling for him that influenced this world, making all kinds of barriers disappear before him. It even helped to block the people who were pursuing him. However, Wang Bail was unsure of this matter and had started to become suspicious of Little Missy's words. He felt that it was too much of a coincidence that Little Missy went into hibernation the moment he entered. Either I'm thinking too much and Little Missy is right, or the dark art that I have cultivated has resulted in a mysterious change to the dark artifact. Wang Bail took a deep breath and looked towards his surroundings. A glow was revealed in the depths of his eyes. He was no longer in the Spirit Sea, but on the second level of the Spirit Sea in the underground world. Even though the sky on the second level of the underground world was still composed of mud and dull red in color, it wasn't as well lit by the stars. Rather, it glowed on its own, and despite it not being very bright, the entire world was a shade of dull red as it shone through the sky. It looked like blood from a dead person. Looking at the ground, there were a large number of tombstones. The tombstones were of various sizes, with some broken and some intact. They looked horrifying, and in the area further away, in the region where there were no tombstones, there were numerous tomb mounds of varying sizes. A strong vibe of death seemed to have accumulated for many years there, filling the entire environment with decay and vicissitude. Wang Bail held his breath, looking at his surroundings and sensing the calling that emerged from it, which grew even stronger here. As Wang Bail observed his surroundings, the tomb mound a distance away suddenly vibrated, and a withered hand emerged from beneath the mud. Wang Bail's pupils constricted, and he was about to retreat when the extended hand seemed to send a signal. Instantly, numerous withered hands emerged consecutively from the tomb mounds, with withered skulls even emerging from some of them. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground seemed to be wriggling as an uncountable number of corpses emerged at increasing speed from the tomb mounds. The moment they emerged, the corpses screamed voicelessly. The screams were inaudible, and only the cultivator's spiritual consciousness could sense it and be shaken by it. It appeared as if they hadn't smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The corpses that emerged out of the tombs all looked at Wang Bail, screaming as they clambered towards him. However, the moment they neared, Wang Bail activated the dark fire in his body without hesitation. Instantly, dark fire appeared in his eyes, and the chilly aura was completely unleashed. The corpses that charged towards him were all shocked as they retreated. Wang Bail, on the other hand, felt that the call for him had grown even stronger. At the same time, while the calling grew stronger, the original grave land before Wang Bail suddenly sank amidst the loud boom, revealing a huge cave. The moment the cave appeared, the voice of the call reverberated extremely loudly in Wang Bail's mind. "Dark child, come, come." Wang Bail wasn't surprised by what had just happened. He had long expected something like this to occur. After all, that was the case when he was on the first level of the underground world. Right now, there was a look of determination in his eyes. Since he was already there, he would still eventually have to take a look at what started everything. Furthermore, he had no other way out. As such, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the cave. It was also at this time that an empty space beside a graveyard warped and formed a giant vortex. The 3 extraterrestrial cultivators and the purple blood doll emerged from it. However, the moment they emerged, the corpses that had emerged from the graves roared and charged towards them, before they could even take a clear look at this world. If one stood on the clouds and lowered his head, he could see that there were so many corpses that it was impossible to count. They were densely packed, charging towards the trio from all directions. A distance away, even more corpses were rapidly climbing out of their graves and joining the rest in closing in on the trio. Seeing what was happening, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators were all extremely indignant. They saw Wang Baol running towards a cave formed in the ground, which appeared to be the exit. They had watched as Wang Baol escaped before their eyes again and again, and this made the trio's desire to kill, as their rage, uncontrollable. That was especially so for the man with the centipede on his face. He had always had a sharp intuition, and now he had a strong gut feeling that they must definitely not let Zhuo Yixin continue. If not, the tides would certainly turn. With that thought, the desire to kill was unleashed and visible through his eyes. Between hand seals, the black leaf appeared once again. With a wave, the leaf appeared to pass through nothingness as it flew directly towards Wang Baol. Even if the surrounding corpses were blocking it, the leaf was so fast and harnessed so much energy that it cleared a path amongst the crowd of corpses. In the blink of an eye, it was merely 1,000 feet from Wang Baol. Based on the speed of the leaf, it was impossible for Wang Baol to enter the underground cave before the leaf went through his body and destroyed him. A strong sense of crisis instantly erupted in Wang Baol's mind. With no means to hide and no means to block it, death would be inevitable. However, Wang Baol was unwilling to accept that. Blue veins popped up on his forehead, and as he roared with his deep voice, for heavenly thunders emerged from his body. While he tried to block it, dark fire also emerged. The moment the dark fire emerged, heaven and earth shook. The entire second level of the underground world seemed to gain a strong consciousness which carried rage, anxiousness, and a voiceless scream, all of which transformed into a law of consciousness that spread in all directions. This law of consciousness caused all the tombstones to be ripped off the ground in the blink of an eye, amidst the loud boom. They seemed to be drawn in by a force, and instantly formed a blockade between Wang Baol and the incoming black leaf. Banging sounds erupted continuously. The tombstones that were blocking the leaf were instantly devastated and broken into pieces as they were being passed through. However, there were so many tombstones, and all of them appeared so quickly that the distance of 1,000 feet seemed further than it really was. Countless tombstones transmogrified endlessly, forming a continuous barrier that reduced the power of the black leaf. The leaf went through the last tombstone that appeared and neared Wang Baol, destroying his heavenly thunder and landing on his chest after going through his dark fire. Wang Baol trembled, fresh blood spewing out of his mouth. He could only feel a strong force crushing his chest, and that most of his bones were broken. However, he didn't die. The leaf was strong, but the law of consciousness in this world weakened it considerably. Wang Baol was also physically tough, and most importantly, his speed of recovery was astonishing. All these reasons allowed Wang Baol to survive despite being severely injured. As he struggled, he leveraged on this force to retreat, stepping and disappearing into the cave. The cave then disappeared, which resulted in the entire area being stripped of an exit. The lack of an exit meant that the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators would be trapped on the second level of the underground world. They may not be trapped for long by virtue of their cultivation, but they still missed the chance to kill Wang Baol. The cultivator with the centipede on his face now carried an awful expression on his face. He growled and shook the remnants of the corpses around him away. When he reached the position that Wang Baol had disappeared from, he pounded the ground with all his force, but the vortex exit had long disappeared. This world is hostile towards us? The trio looked at each other, growing extremely solemn. Their journey so far had been smooth sailing, never meeting with obstacles, whether it was massacring Mercury or stealing the stellar source of Mercury. It was only on Mars that obstacles started to surface. If their opponent were an elite, or someone of the same cultivation level as them, it wouldn't have mattered that much. However, that fatty was merely a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and that made the trio feel shameful and extremely indignant. Previously, they had wanted to capture Wang Baol alive. However, after arriving in this underground world, the world was clearly biased towards Wang Baol, making their cultivation completely useless. Right now, their issue was no longer the problem of continuing the pursuit. Wang Baol's escape resulted in their active pursuit plans being stalled. They had no choice but to consider the possibility of Wang Baol leaving this world before them. Once he left and informed the elites in this civilization who were searching for the three of them, it would mean an undesirable outcome. Darn it! The trio was extremely furious. They looked at each other, and after seemingly reaching a consensus, they gave up on their plans to continue pursuing Wang Baol. Instead, they chose to retreat and leave. They didn't want to take the risk. They planned to leave this place and return to their home planet before bringing more of their people. Then, whatever was present here would belong to their home planet. Then, as the ones who achieved the honor, they would receive incredible rewards that would be sufficient to boost their cultivation into another realm. With that thought in mind, the trio swiftly retreated. However, even though the idea was sound, it was still somewhat challenging to execute it. When they entered this world, they were hot on Wang Baol's pursuit, which made their entrance easy. Right now, however, they wanted to leave, and that required them to find an exit. If they were unable to find it, they would have to find a place where the barrier was thinner and blast their way out. That, however, required time. The trio felt extremely troubled, but they could only bear with it. They had already made a decision to leave before coming back another time. They would definitely strip Xianxia bare to his bones then. As the trio retreated and gave up on the thought of pursuing Wang Baol, they split up within the second level of the underground world in order to locate the exit. At the same time, Wang Baol, who had entered the underground cave, seemed to be walking along a teleportation passageway. It was brilliantly bright all around, making it difficult for one to look at his surroundings clearly. Thankfully, the entire process only took a few moments, and as the surrounding glow disappeared and a heat wave arrived, what appeared before Wang Baol when he emerged from the cave was a primitive yet colossal city. The city was the third level of the underground world. Looking from a distance, the city looked like a gigantic beast head, and it had astonishing suppressive forces emanating from it. Surrounding it were tens of large chimney-like objects that were giving off black smoke that rose to the skies. In the sky made of mud, they formed dark clouds, and flashes of lightning could be seen occasionally. The black smoke and dark clouds churned, giving off sounds that were frighteningly loud, and which gripped everyone in shock when they noticed it. After all, this was a civilization that was different from that of the Federation. It was termed as a civilization as there were at least 10 such cities in the third level of the underground world. They were all similar to the one in front of Wang Baol right now. It was just that the one in front of him was the largest one. As for the skies made of mud, despite being covered by the dark clouds, one could still see that there was a red glow shining through the gaps between the clouds. It covered a seemingly endless area, and other than the different cities, one could also see many underground volcanoes, with flowing trails of lava. These significantly increased the temperature of the place, and even the breeze was so scorching hot that it could dehydrate someone. Staying here for an extended period of time would definitely cause the moisture in one's body to evaporate completely, and they would become a dry corpse. This place wasn't suitable for humans to live in, but it was suitable for underground organisms. That was also proof that this place housed a civilization. There existed uncountable ferocious beasts in the cities, and those ferocious beasts were different from the ones Wang Baol saw in the Beast Tide. They weren't as maniacal, and they were at the very least intellectual, with a spiritual glow in their eyes. However, they weren't of high intelligence. Despite that, Wang Baol was extremely surprised and felt a torrent of emotion, as what he was seeing before his eyes was beyond his imagination. Is this the interior of a dark artifact? Or is it really somewhere under Mars? Wang Baol calmed himself down and didn't dare to make any reckless movements. That was because he was now in the middle of the largest city in this world, one that was clearly the core public square of the entire city. The center of this public square was a mere 1,000 feet from Wang Baol. There was a huge depression there, with black smoke billowing out from it. There was also an extremely strong calling from the depression that continuously erupted in Wang Baol's mind. He was sure that the existence that was calling for him resided in the depression. That wasn't the reason he didn't dare to move, though. What really made Wang Baol nervous was that there seemed to be some prayer going on in the public square. Therefore, countless ferocious beasts had gathered, each of them with a different appearance. They surrounded the depression and seemed to be praying, and at the same time, two figures were floating in mid-air above the depression. The two figures were blurry. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to see them clearly. However, with a flash of dark fire in Wang Baol's eyes, he could immediately see everything clearly. The exact appearance of one of the figures couldn't be seen in detail. He could only see a black robe, and upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no body and only the black robe itself. Standing beside black robe was a young boy whose face was green instead of rosy-looking. He looked like a ferocious ghost, and together with black robe, was being prayed to by the countless ferocious beasts surrounding them. Many of the ferocious beasts were even corpses. It was as if Black Robe and the young boy were their creators. In front of Black Robe and the young boy was a mound of mud that was moving swiftly, as if in the process of disintegration. There were several frightening-looking beetles the size of a fingernail that seemed to be in the process of rapid metamorphosis, growing larger and larger as the flesh and blood disintegrated. It appeared to be under some mysterious force which caused life to transform. A shocking guess arose in Wang Baol's mind upon seeing what was happening. Perhaps there wasn't a world here, but due to the existence of the dark artifact and certain unique characteristics, a transformation had occurred underground, resulting in changes. Be it bacteria, viruses, or other forms of living organisms, they rapidly evolved under the power of the dark artifact, and gradually formed this world. If this guess were true, then there would be an explanation for the occurrence of the beast tides and why they seemed endless. That was because in this underground world, as long as the dark artifact continued to exist, this rapid evolution process would also persist. Similarly, if the guess were confirmed, then the depression in the public square where the calling seemed to be originating from would be the location of the dark artifact. This thought flashed across Wang Baol's mind. However, since the time he appeared until now, he had merely stood there thinking. Instantly, the black robe and young boy floating above the large depression appeared before Wang Baol. As for those ferocious beasts which were in the process of praying, they quickly turned their heads, their gazes landing directly on Wang Baol. The moment he saw Wang Baol, the young boy was surprised. He hid his newly grown right hand instinctively in his embrace, and his body disappeared instantly. Wang Baol didn't notice all that. Right now, he was sweating as he thought about how to explain himself. He wanted to communicate with the civilization and clarify that he meant no harm and that everything was just an accident. However, even before he could speak, Black Robe that was floating in the sky suddenly trembled. In the blink of an eye, two pupil-like dark glows appeared from within the Black Robe, staring at Wang Baol. It was shocked, and the torrent of emotions it was experiencing could be seen in its eyes. Wang Baol! The raspy voice reverberated inside Black Robe, and as it spread in all directions, Wang Baol widened his eyes and felt a buzz in his mind. He would have never imagined that the other party would know who he was. However, at this moment Wang Baol made a guess about the person's identity in his mind. You are the Dark Servant. The words Dark Servant instantly intensified the killing intent in the Black Robe's eyes. If not for his fear of Wang Baol's status and the restraint from the dark fire, he would have attacked immediately, suppressing Wang Baol and making him the Dark Servant. In reality, after he had come to know of Wang Baol's status, he was still intent on killing Wang Baol. He was filled with regret and indignation for the puppet's failure and was even thinking about how to launch the second attack. However, even before he thought of a plan, Wang Baol arrived by himself. You called him here. Black Robe narrowed his eyes, lowering his head to look at the depression beneath his feet, rage apparent in his eyes. He didn't say it out loud and was merely conveying his thoughts. What replied to him from deep within the depression was a heavy black smoke and a calling for Wang Baol that was so strong that it far exceeded that of previous callings. The voice that reverberated in Wang Baol's mind was as clear as always. "Dark child. Come, come, come. Kill him." Black Robe's breathing was rapid. He raised his illusory right hand and flailed, and the calling instantly vanished. He growled with a deep voice, as if sending a command. The moment the growl was produced, the ferocious beasts on the public square were immediately filled with rage as they snarled and charged towards Wang Baol. Wang Baol was taken aback. As he turned, he avoided 7 roaring, ferocious beasts that collided with each other. However, the injuries inflicted by the leaf previously were still severe despite his astounding recovery speed. The movement caused intense pain in his internal organs, and blood spewed out of his mouth. However, he was still very fast, and after moving away and activating his hand seals, heavenly thunders erupted, sweeping towards the 7 ferocious beasts. However, there were just too many ferocious beasts, with many of them on the Foundation Establishment realm and even the Core Formation realm. Wang Baol could even feel that there was a strong aura emanating a distance away. It was as if the force, initially in hibernation, was now gradually waking up. "Little Missy, why are you still sleeping now?" Wang Baol was anxious, thinking about how rotten his luck was to be pursued by the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. Now that he had escaped here, he still met with a life-and-death crisis. Thankfully, he understood that Black Robe didn't dare attack him. Despite that, the ferocious beasts here could easily swallow Wang Baol whole. What made it worse was that he was also injured. That made Wang Baol more anxious, especially as he didn't know his bearings. If he managed to break free, it would be difficult for him to leave the 3rd level of this underground world. Furthermore, if he successfully left the 3rd level and returned to the 2nd level, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators would be there. He was stuck in limbo. There was simply no good way out of this situation. That's not right. There's an exit underground. Wang Baol held his breath, and a look of ruthlessness was apparent in his eyes. He knew that he needed to give it his all. If not, this place would become his burial ground. Right now, the only way he could go was towards the depression 1,000 feet away. He trusted his intuition. His intuition was telling him that the calling from the depression wasn't hostile towards him. The calling had guided him here, and since there was no other way out now, the only choice would be to go along until the end. With that thought, Wang Baol roared loudly. He took out his dermic armament megaphone and screamed into it while directing it in all directions. With the roar being boosted by the dermic armament, a hurricane erupted. The sound waves exploded in pulses, and instantly, the tens of ferocious beasts that were charging towards him were decimated, forming pools of flesh and blood. As a result of activating his cultivation, Wang Baol's injuries became even more severe, and fresh blood was spewing out of his mouth. He didn't have the time to care too much about other things. Immediately, he activated his hand seals and raised his hands. Numerous mosquitoes emerged, charging towards the surrounding ferocious beasts. Leveraging on this, Wang Baol picked up speed again. He roared angrily, looking at the depression before him as he charged towards it. Noticing that Wang Baol's goal was indeed the depression, the Black Robe wanted to block him, but he didn't dare to go near. He activated his hand seals, instantly causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to go even crazier. They charged towards Wang Baol with no regard for danger, as if they were being controlled. As loud booms erupted continuously, Wang Baol had already made use of the dark art 5 times in this short period. His body was failing, and his vision was growing blurry, but he still didn't activate the dark fire. He had a strong gut feeling that the dark fire wasn't unlimited. Using it could perhaps have some suppressive effect, but if it was exhausted by these ferocious beasts, it might just be what Black Robe desired. In reality, that was the truth. Black Robe was indeed waiting for Wang Baol to use the dark fire, which would be exhausted by the ferocious beast's death. Only when the dark fire was exhausted through continual usage would he dare to attack. However, right now, seeing that Wang Baol didn't use it at all, he was shocked. He was also helpless. He didn't dare to go near, but under his command, there were now even more ferocious roars and auras charging towards him. At the same time, the young boy who was instantly taken aback after seeing Wang Baol had now appeared a distance away. He first checked his surroundings in a frightened manner. He was extremely vigilant throughout the entire process, as if searching for something that frightened him. However, realizing that there was no scary figure and no aura from it, the young boy visibly heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had merely scared himself, and now, he looked towards Wang Baol with darkness and ruthlessness in his eyes. The demon would appear and block me every time I wanted to swallow this fella. Seems like he is important to the demon. Therefore, today I will swallow him first and gain back some interest. The young boy's eyes looked frightening. He turned and charged towards Wang Baol. He curled his lips into a scary smile that conveyed a sense of ruthlessness and a desire for revenge as he closed in instantly. His appearance was immediately noticed by the Black Robe. This idiot! Black Robe cursed under his breath but didn't try to stop him. In his view of the 3 artifact spirits, he was the smartest one. The other 2 were either in constant hibernation or was an idiot. That idiot must not have heard the conversation he had with Wang Baol, and that was why he decided to make the move. No matter. Let it exhaust Wang Baol's dark fire. As a flash appeared across Black Robe's eyes, the young boy whom he called an idiot had already weaved through the ferocious beasts at high speed and appeared behind Wang Baol. He was filled with agitation and exhilaration, and he was about to pass through Wang Baol and extinguish his fire of life. However, the moment he neared, a roar suddenly emerged from the depression that Black Robe had suppressed. When the roar was heard, an astonishing force exploded from within. It immediately broke Black Robe's seal, causing the Black Robe to retreat as its figure turned blurry, clearly destabilized. Gasps of anxiousness and angry screams emerged from Black Robe. Old fella, you've been a dark servant for a full era. It took so long for the dark sect to finally die and give us freedom, and yet you still want to continue as a slave. You don't even care that you're exhausting the essence. You're crazy. Go do it yourself. Don't involve me. Black Robe roared angrily and tried to suppress it once again. However, at this time, as both sides were resisting each other with all their force, a flash appeared across Wang Baol's eyes. Without hesitation, the dark fire erupted. He turned his body and charged towards the depression in front of him. At the same time, the young boy neared. Since he was in the lead, the young boy collided with the dark flame in the hurricane formed by the dark fire. The young boy widened his eyes and didn't have time to dodge it. Instantly, the dark fire enveloped him, and he screamed pitifully. His body could be seen corroding as he retreated while screaming. In order to survive, he even broke off half of his body to escape from the area covered by the dark fire. That was also the reason why Wang Baol charged out towards the depression. If not, had the young boy wanted to escape, it wouldn't be as simple as having to break off half his body. After escaping, the young boy started crying. His body trembled as he looked at Wang Baol with a level of fear and shock that he had never experienced. He was now extremely thankful towards the donkey. He felt that he had wronged the donkey. It always bit him not out of hostility, but due to kindness, in order to prevent him from killing himself. As the young boy escaped, a glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes as the dark fire was completely unleashed. He leveraged on the spread of the dark fire to increase his speed. He seemed to have transformed into a shooting star as he dashed towards the depression. Everywhere he passed, the ferocious beasts all screamed painfully, turning into ash after being set alight by the dark fire. Similarly, Wang Baol's dark fire was limited. In the whole process of rushing, it was exhausted by the countless ferocious beasts, and Wang Baol was now visibly weakened. However, Wang Baol had a precise grasp of the timing. Even though the dark fire was being exhausted, he had still managed to enter the depression while Black Robe was being held back. The instant he entered the depression, Black Robe let out a scream filled with intense indignation. That scream spread throughout the entire 3rd level of the underground world, causing all the cities to shake. However, it was all too late. Old fella, so what if you let him in? The dark sect has already passed on, and those grazing the cosmos had all died pathetically. It's not that I don't acknowledge history. However, we have finally achieved freedom, so why do we have to be burial tributes to the dark sect? You should know that the being that destroyed the dark sect is already the lord of the never-ending star zone. Black Robe screamed angrily, and in his agitation, he revealed his body. It wasn't an elder dressed in a black robe. Instead, an aged face appeared above the black robe, as if the black robe was his body. The young boy appeared beside Black Robe with a look of confusion in his eyes. He seemed not to have understood the entire situation, looking at Black Robe and then at the depression, unsure why Black Robe said what he said. "You idiot!" Black Robe grew even angrier looking at the young boy. However, that made the young boy unhappy. "Crappy clothes? Who are you scolding?" "I'm scolding you, you old chap. What's the point of acting young all the time?" On the third level of the underground world, the furious Black Robe and the young boy began cursing each other. They even started launching attacks. The ferocious beasts on the ground and many more arriving all stared dazedly at the duo in the skies whom they thought were their leaders. They didn't dare participate, and they simply lowered their heads and waited. At the same time, in the cosmos far away from the solar system was a forbidden ground that was extremely dusty. That place seemed to have been forgotten by people. It was as if it had never existed amongst the other planets. In the vortex that had once sent out the casket, a sigh was heard. As the sigh was heard, an extremely large face the size of the vortex appeared within it. It was looking in the direction of the solar system, and after a long time, it sighed again as it closed its eyes. Its consciousness began spreading in all directions, integrating into the cosmos through some mysterious means. Right now, on the second level of this underground world, the three extraterrestrial cultivators who had split up were now extremely anxious in their search for an exit. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was difficult to find it. They eventually found a spot where the barrier was thinner. However, the moment they tried to blast it open and escape, the entire underground world suddenly trembled. The sky transformed, the winds howled, and the clouds churned. All weak spots hardened up instantly, and the spirits from the spirit sea on the first level, as well as the corpses on the second level, froze as if having lost their ability to move. The spirit sea was calm, and the grave land was peaceful. On the third level, even those ferocious beasts who had their heads lowered stopped moving. It was as if a frightening consciousness was using some form of indescribable method to come to this place through the dark artifact. That existence was extremely powerful, and his arrival made all forms of life turn into puppets. Even the young boy and Black Robe, who were now attacking each other, were shocked. They instinctively trembled, and the fear and memories that they had buried deep inside their hearts were immediately brought to the surface with the arrival of the consciousness. The moment it surfaced in their minds, the young boy knelt down and screamed painfully, "I was wrong! I was wrong! Spare my life, Master!" As it screamed instinctively, Black Robe trembled even more strongly. However, he didn't ask for forgiveness and instead exclaimed noiselessly and with disbelief, "This consciousness, this is impossible. This, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is already dead. That battle back then, he died back then." As the young boy knelt and asked for forgiveness, and as Black Robe gasped in disbelief, the arriving consciousness disregarded them, passing by insidiously and entering the cave. Right now, Wang Baol, who was inside the cave, was confused. He didn't sense the arrival of that ferocious consciousness, not even the existence of the calling. Everything seemed to have disappeared once he entered the depression. That wasn't all. There was no longer heaven and earth in the depression, only pitch-black nothingness. Wang Baol was on a lone boat, a boat that was slowly advancing into nothingness. The lone boat was completely black, seemingly able to blend into nothingness while emanating an indescribable sense of quaintness and vicissitude. Wang Baol lowered his head and saw that he was no longer wearing his original clothing, but was instead in a familiar black robe. Furthermore, in front of him was an oar. More accurately, it was a lantern, or at its tip hung a light made of a green sack. "Lone boat, black robe, lantern, or... The moment he saw all this, Wang Baol uncontrollably thought of Zhao Pinfang's mural, the one he had seen in the Mars research facility. All this confused him. His thoughts also seemed to become blurry with the quietness of the surrounding nothingness. Gradually, as the sampan advanced slowly, together with the peacefulness of the surroundings, Wang Baol could no longer keep his eyes open. He sat down in the lone boat, leaning against its side, about to fall into a deep slumber. In between wakefulness and sleep, he vaguely heard a tune coming from afar. The tune wasn't from a child, but from an elderly yet warm voice. It reverberated by his ears, accompanying him to dreamland. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. The tune reverberated, eventually filling up Wang Baol's consciousness. His head was slanted, and his eyelids trembled, wanting to open his eyes. However, he was simply too tired, and eventually completely lost consciousness. As he fell into a deep slumber, the consciousness that arrived seemed to appear beside the lone boat that was advancing in the nothingness. It gradually transformed into an elder's illusory figure, standing on the lone boat as he looked at Wang Baol. He was full of emotion, and his gaze was warm. The only seed left in this world. Perhaps this is a reincarnation. Forget it. The elder sighed softly, raising his right hand and pressing it on Wang Baol's glabella, mumbling as he did so. Dark dream. Wang Baol indeed felt that he was in a dream, an indescribable dream. In this dream world were brilliant lights that made him very unwilling to wake up. After an unknown period of time, he heard the familiar tune again. The sound was warm and amiable as usual, and it seemed to be approaching him from afar. It reverberated by his ears, and he opened his eyes. He was still on the lone boat, and he was no longer surrounded by nothingness but by the cosmos. The cosmos was so vast and limitless that he could see the swirling stars, as well as dust that he had never seen before. He could even see meteoroids floating and spinning by. Everything was so foreign that Wang Baol was momentarily shocked. At the same time, he saw an elder holding a lantern or in front of him, wearing a black robe. He was using the lantern or to journey through the cosmos. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. The raspy, peaceful voice emerged from his mouth. Sensing that Wang Baol had woken up, the elder's voice paused. He turned around, revealing an extremely kind yet wrinkly face beneath the black robe. Age and warmth filled his eyes as he looked at Wang Baol and smiled. Baol, what happened to you? The vast cosmos was filled with dazzling stars, swirling galaxies, and the infrequent meteors and adrift dust. They all pointed to how real everything was. Sudden confusion and bewilderment overwhelmed the recently awakened Wang Baol and shone in his eyes. Before he could speak, the elder standing in front of him turned around. His kind gaze met Wang Baol's eyes, causing Wang Baol to freeze. The elder's voice was like a slight breeze that brushed past Wang Baol's body and sank into his soul. It made Wang Baol shudder suddenly. Then, a flood of memories surged in his mind. It swept away his bewilderment and the remnants of his dreamscape. He seemed to have truly awakened then. He remembered his name in those dreams. He was called Wang Baol. He had come from the planet Sangluan and had entered the Dark Sect when he was 7 years old, becoming a disciple of the Dark Sect's inner sect. The elder before him was his master, one of the 9 grand elders of the current generation of the Dark Sect. He was called Ming Kunzi. He was his master's youngest disciple. His master had brought him away from the dark planet to a planet that was about to pass. They were headed there to ferry the dead souls on behalf of the heavenly Tao. They were to bring balance to life and death, to guide souls to their rebirth. That was the Dark Sect's mission. The Dark Sect wielded the power of death in the universe, which was why the disciples of every generation needed to learn the ways to ferry the dead. That was why his master had brought him along, so that he might witness the entire process with his own eyes and gain greater knowledge of the dark art. All his memories surged to his mind at that moment, and Wang Baol took a deep breath. He was no longer lost but fully awake. However, he still couldn't forget what he had dreamt. As his master looked at him with kind eyes and spoke to him in a kind voice, Wang Baol got to his feet hastily and bowed. "Master, I had a dream just now. When I woke up, I was slightly lost, and I couldn't tell if everything that had happened in the dream was true or merely an illusion," Wang Baol said. He felt uneasy since he had fallen asleep in front of his master. He might get a scolding from the latter for that. The elder gazed meaningfully at Wang Baol, then shook his head and smiled. "What dream?" "Ah!" Wang Baol released a sigh of relief when he realized his master didn't intend to reprimand him. After some thought, Wang Baol began to recall everything that had happened in his dream. The look in his eyes gradually grew distant. He seemed to be remembering. After a long while, he spoke softly. "Master, it was a strange dream. In the dream, I was also called Wang Baol, but I wasn't in the dark sect. I don't know how many years had passed, but I was on a planet called Earth. The greatest sect, there was something called the Federation. I remember that in my dream I had an ambition. I wanted to become the Federation president. Right, the Federation president was something like the sect lord of that sect." After saying that, Wang Baol seemed slightly embarrassed. He felt his ambition in his dreams was quite a load of rubbish. "Don't misunderstand, Master. This isn't a case of my thoughts in the day appearing in my dreams at night. My dream is to become the sect lord of the dark sect. This will never change. Who cares about the Federation president? It's just a whole load of dog shit." Wang Baol hurriedly thudded his chest and proclaimed loudly. The elder stared at Wang Baol, with what was seemingly a smile on his face. He didn't say anything. Wang Baol seemed slightly sheepish when he saw the smile on his master's face. He thought about changing the subject and hurriedly said, "Master, don't you find it strange? I, Wang Baol, am the most good-looking in the entire dark sect. In my dream, I was also the most good-looking in the entire Federation. In my dream, countless beautiful women went head over heels for me. They adored me and wanted to have my children. What a chore." Wang Baol sighed. "Master, I'm already living like this in the dark sect. I've had enough of it. Who knew that it would be the same in my dreams? What do you think I should do? I'm so troubled." Wang Baol had intended to change the topic, but as he went on, he became distracted by his own words. The expression on the elder beside him grew strange. In the end, he could listen to Wang Baol no more, so he coughed. The sound of the cough echoed in Wang Baol's mind and interrupted what he was saying. "Baol, we've arrived." As he said that, the elder raised his right hand towards the skies before them and waved. A loud, deafening boom thundered in what had been a peaceful starlit sky. It seemed unable to withstand the elder's power. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had ripped the skies apart, and an enormous tear appeared in the heavens before the elder. It was as long as a planet and split open like a wide chasm. One could hardly see where it ended if one stood too near it. From afar, it looked like a scar inflicted on the universe. The sight sent Wang Baol reeling in shock. His breathing quickened. He couldn't imagine the extent of power required to create such an awesome sight. Not to mention, the elder had only waved his hand. The tear that he created was enough to destroy an entire planet. That wasn't the end of it. Through the tear, Wang Baol could distinctly see another world lying beyond. Perhaps it might be more accurate to say that this tear was like a form of teleportation. The world within lay an immense distance away from where they were. The universe within the tear contained a single planet, one that was red in color and exuded an extreme heat. One could vaguely see a civilization present on the planet. There were countless lives on it. However, this civilization was about to experience mass sorrow and despair. This was because a huge meteor had just crashed into the planet. The planet shuddered. It didn't collapse or disintegrate, but calamity descended. It swept across the entire planet and countless people perished. As these lives faded, their souls littered the heavens, some even drifting further into the stars. The living couldn't see them, but they were clear to the eyes of one from the dark sect. The countless souls of the dead wandered beyond the planet, amongst the stars. They wept and clustered together. There were countless of them. The planet faded from its deep red into a gray color. Seemed like the planet was also marching towards death. The sight stirred Wang Bao's heart once again. He felt that this was a familiar sight. It seemed that he had seen something like this in his dreams on a wall painting. There was a striking similarity with what he was seeing now. Baol, you must remember, the dark sect's responsibility is to serve on behalf of the heavenly Tao and ferry the dead souls. We have to guide them to where they are supposed to go, instead of allowing them to wander the universe. Watch carefully, the elder said. He raised the lantern in his hand and shook it lightly. Wang Baol couldn't tell what spell he cast, but as the lantern shook, the dead souls on the planet and in the universe within the tier trembled in unison. They no longer howled. They were like a drowning man who had just grabbed hold of stray straws. They seemed to have seen a lighthouse in the midst of overwhelming darkness. The dead souls turned their eyes towards the elder instantly. In the next instant, they fled towards him. Countless souls passed through the tear, traveling from one end of the universe to the boat where Wang Baol and the elder stood. They gathered and formed a river of dead souls. It was a vast river without an end in sight. This river of souls carried the lone boat as it drifted into the distance. The tear slowly shut. As it disappeared, Wang Baol caught a glance of the planet inside the tear. It had turned completely gray. Shocked, Wang Baol stared at the river of souls around him before he turned and looked at his master. It was then that his master's quiet and calm voice echoed in his ear. This is the dark sect's mission. We ferry all dead souls in the entire universe. Baol, why are you in a daze? Start singing the soul song. Wang Baol shuddered. He opened his mouth instinctively, and a strange melody, like a form of chanting, rang out and echoed in the heavens. It drifted alongside the river of dead souls. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. As the song drifted into the distance, countless faces appeared within the river of dead souls. There were faces of the young and the old, of men and women. Some of them appeared to be human, others monsters. They had a look of peace on their faces. They seemed to be filled with joy. There was no pain. They gathered around the boat and moved with the soul song. They traveled into the distance, towards the dark sect. Eons ago, what had been the pinnacle and most glorious era of the dark sect. From afar, the river of souls seemed vast and endless. A lone boat drifted on the river. On it should have been two figures, one old and one young. However, at that moment, the silhouette of the elder seemed faint and slightly blurry. Only Wang Baol's form grew ever clearer. Wang Baol's memories regarding the commencement of this journey were blurry. It seemed that his dream had seemed too real, which made everything around him now seem familiar yet foreign to him. On their way back, after he had sung the soul song repeatedly, Wang Baol gazed at the starlit heavens. He couldn't help but think of his dream. He could vaguely remember that he had really appeared to be the most good-looking person in the Federation. He had even had a few romantic partners. Like Bunny, like Zhao Yaming, like Li Waner, like Li Yi, like Li Xiu. That's not right. Li Yi wasn't one of them. Wang Baol thought for a bit. He was slightly confused. He remembered Li Xiu was a man, but his memories weren't clear. This sent him reeling back in shock. He was both doubtful and afraid. That's impossible. In my dreams. No, Wang Baol, am not that sort of person. Wang Baol twitched in fear. He tried to remember what had happened in his dream. He gradually recalled something. He remembered that Li Xiu was only the brother of one of his confidants. That made him sigh with relief. However, as the memories of his dream surfaced, waves of unwillingness and nostalgia surfaced in his heart unknowingly. They were feelings for his parents in his dream, his friends, his romantic partners, and the Federation. It's only a dream. Wang Baol sighed in his heart. The elder standing in front of him turned and stared at Wang Baol. He said softly, Baol, are you still thinking about the Federation in your dream? Upon hearing that, Wang Baol lifted his head and looked at his master. He thought for a bit, then asked, Master, why do people dream? This dream about the Federation felt too real. The elder stared at Wang Baol. There was tender love on his face. He patted Wang Baol on the head, then spoke kindly. Baol, as a dark child, you must know that there are no dreams in this world. What you see as a dream is but another you. Another me? Wang Baol was slightly confused. He was about to question further when he looked down at his master's hand and saw a finger vanishing. He immediately forgot all about his dream. He gasped and shouted, Master, your finger! The elder lowered his head and looked at his finger. He smiled. There was no hint of surprise or shock in his eyes. When he gazed at Wang Baol again, the kindness in his eyes grew. It's all right, this is an old wound. Wang Baol wanted to pursue the matter, but the elder had already turned around. He moved the lantern and set the boat drifting into the distance. Slowly, it began to cross the heavens. A long time passed before a dazzling starlit zone appeared around them. This field of stars was littered with dazzling planets. The planets numbered in the millions. On each planet was an illusory gate many times larger than the planet. They stood on each planet and seemed to all look the same. Every gate exuded an ancient aura and looked majestic, providing a spectacular sight. From afar, one would see endless planets and hence endless gates. Rivers of souls flowed through every illusory gate, circling the field of stars. There was a large horde of cultivators flying around in the skies. They seemed to be both guides and guards. They bowed respectfully towards Wang Baol's master when they saw the latter. It was clear from their eyes that they respected the elder deeply and genuinely. The elder found it difficult to return each greeting, only nodding slightly. He spoke softly, as if to himself and at the same time, as if trying to explain something. This is the gate of rebirth. The gate of rebirth, Wang Baol murmured. He was filled with awe. The boat had brought them to the center of this galactic domain, and in the middle of it was an immense and vast planet that exceeded the size of the solar system. When Wang Baol saw this planet, shock and awe surged through him. The planet was simply too big. It was speckled with bright, even colors, and a large horde of souls flew out from within the planet. From afar, it looked like the source of the dark river. The souls that departed from it formed a river that spread and split into smaller streams. They flowed through the multiple gates of rebirth around the planet. This is the responsibility of the dark sect, rebirth. The elder's calm voice rang out. Wang Baol had long since been blown away by the sight before him. He stared with wide eyes and an open mouth until the boat entered the planet that was the size of the solar system. He then saw countless vast mountains and rivers on the surface of this planet. There was also a palace that stretched endlessly into the horizon. In the distant lands, he could see miles and miles of beasts. They didn't seem violent at all. They appeared to be peaceful beasts, and they were aiding the cultivators in constructing a majestic stone monument. The stone monument seemed to be in the beginning stages of construction. Despite that, it already seemed to stretch into the skies. It was a spectacular sight. Countless dark sect cultivators wandered the planet and in the field of stars. Everything felt strange and unfamiliar to Wang Baol, but he kept telling himself that these were all familiar to him. The two vastly different feelings clashed inside him. His breathing grew uneven, and he felt lost and confused most of the time. Finally, his master's boat brought him to the highest mountain range on this planet. Palaces were in groups, spanning the entire width of the horizon with no end in sight. It wasn't only the land that was littered with countless grand halls and cultivators. The skies were the same. Countless palaces floated in the skies, and countless cultivators made their way around them. Enormous, Kuan-Peng-like beasts swam in the skies. Every single thing sent waves of intense emotion through Wang Baol. He didn't even notice that his master had landed the boat outside a palace and had left him. It was only when a voice protested in his ear that Wang Baol finally returned to reality. Why are there so many this round? We're gonna be so busy. Bale, why are you in a daze? It's not like you haven't seen this before. Quick, come over and help me. It was a youth who spoke to him. He wore black robes, and there were freckles on his face. The expression on his face was one of exasperation. He stared at the sky and at the wide river formed from the great crowd of souls that Ming Kunzi had ferried over inside. Wang Baol turned his head hastily. A familiar feeling rose from his memory as he looked at the youth. He could tell that this was his senior brother, so he hurried over. Only he didn't know what to do. After some hesitation, he asked, "Senior brother, what should I do? Are you trying to shirk your duties again?" "Baol, there are too many dead souls this round. Your senior brother won't be able to handle them all, so you can't sneak off again this time." The youth grabbed Wang Baol's arm and pulled him into a great hall that was half the size of a city. It was expansive, and it had 9 statues erected inside, one of which was a statue of Ming Kunzi. It was clear that the other 8 statues held the same status as Ming Kunzi. They were of the other grand elders of the dark sect. In the center of the 9 statues were bronze mirrors the size of a man. There were countless mirrors, at least 1,000,000 of them. Before every bronze mirror sat a dark sect cultivator, who drew continuously in front of the mirror. Amongst the 1,000,000 or so bronze mirrors, 2 mirrors stood out. They were not only bigger, but they were of a different color. The rest were all bronze, while these 2 were purple. They seemed to be the primary mirrors. Wang Baol was yanked along by his senior brother. They swept past the greetings from the rest and arrived before the 2 main mirrors. His senior brother seemed determined not to let him escape. Wang Baol's head swelled. Everything around him seemed foreign yet familiar, but he really didn't know what he was supposed to do next. He scratched his head and asked again, "Senior brother, what exactly should I do?" The youth with freckles on his face gave Wang Baol a deep, long look. He asked softly, "Baol, don't you know how to draw the corpse face?" "Corpse face." Wang Baol shuddered. He stared at the purple mirror before him. He could see a soul forming in the mirror. It cupped its fists towards Wang Baol, and its face was formless and without features. "Baol, don't do a hasty job. When souls arrive here, the faces of their past lives would gradually fade away. You have to listen to the guidance of the heavenly Tao and draw them a new face. What you draw will determine what they will be born with in their next life." Having said that, the youth ignored Wang Baol. He used his finger as a brush and painted the face on the dead soul in the mirror. Wang Baol's breathing grew uneven. He naturally knew how to perform the dark corpse face art. What he didn't know was whether he had originally known how to do it, or if he had learned it in his dream. His memories were in a mess. He could see the dead soul waiting, so he set his thoughts aside and lifted his right hand. He shut his eyes. The dark corpse face art, which he had learned, appeared in his mind. First the corpse eyebrow, then the corpse eyes, followed by the corpse nose and the corpse lips, finally forming the corpse face. A moment later, Wang Baol opened his eyes. Just as right index finger was about to land as he began to start painting, a sudden consciousness descended in his mind. He could somehow see a baby girl being born on a planet. He could see her entire life, from birth to death. This wasn't the soul's past life, but that of its next. He couldn't clearly discern its fate, but he could see what it was supposed to look like. His face etched itself into his mind as a force guided his hand. Slowly he began to draw. Wang Baol remembered the girl to be very pretty and very good-looking, but she was too thin. It seemed as if a breeze would knock her over. Her thinness was what resulted in her weak immunity. In this strange state of consciousness, Wang Baol seemed to remember that in her next life, she had perished because of this exact reason. Wang Baol felt that he should help this soul while he was painting the corpse face. He added a few additional strokes while following the image that had surfaced in his memory. Finally, he was done. He looked at the chubby-looking soul in the mirror and smiled, pleased with himself. With a wave of his hand, the bewildered soul vanished, only to be replaced with another soul. Wang Baol began his life of painting at the dark sect. He painted corpse faces every day. The fewest he painted were 10,000 faces, the most 40 to 50,000 faces a day. He had still been unfamiliar with the art, but he soon got used to it and began to paint with ease. He improved at a startling rate. He didn't even need to look at the mirror. He could simply lift his hand and paint. Such an ability would prove to be useful and extremely effective when facing opponents in battle. Time passed. It had been 2 weeks since Wang Baol returned to the dark sect. During this period, besides painting corpse faces, the face that he saw the most was his freckle-faced senior brother. After finding out that Wang Baol had a dream while following their master off to ferry souls, and had woken up feeling slightly confused, his senior brother, Chan Qing, expressed great sympathy towards Wang Baol. He helped him organize his memories. This allowed Wang Baol to slowly recollect and clarify his memories during this period. His memories prior to entering the dark sect remained vague, but his memories of the dark sect grew clearer. He knew that he wasn't only Ming Kunzi's disciple, but that he also had more than 100 senior brothers. They were all Ming Kunzi's disciples. Their ages differed, with the eldest of them having already trained for nearly half a century. He himself had many disciples as well. Wang Baol was the youngest of all these disciples. Despite his young age and his later admission to the sect, his rank was considerably high. This resulted in a great many disciples addressing him as Uncle Master or other respectful terms when he was in the sect. Wang Baol felt extremely pleased with their address. This also further strengthened his resolve to become the sect lord of the dark sect. He felt that this was the path that most suited him. The Federation president was something that happened in a dream. Even though he felt it quite a loss when he thought back about it, he reminded himself that he had simply woken up too soon. Else, he firmly believed that he would have become the Federation president in his dream. As his memories of the dark sect came back to him, he also remembered the status that the dark sect held in this part of the universe. The dark sect controlled rebirth and death in this part of the universe. All that had perished were under its jurisdiction. The dark sect reigned supreme here, over countless civilizations and countless sections. It represented death. This could clearly be seen in the name of this part of the universe. It was called the Dark Universe, the universe of the dark sect. The place Wang Baol was only formed a small part of the dark universe. The dark sect was spread out across 9 parts in the universe. These 9 starfields were scattered across space, and a grand elder presided over each starfield. This region was presided over by Ming Kunzi. While the dark sect was strong and powerful, the sect wasn't without its foe. Its archenemy was formed from numerous powerful entities and civilizations that didn't wish to die. As a result, they came together and formed the Never-Ending Clan. They were called the Never-Ending Clan because never-ending represented the absence of an end. It stood for their desire to live forever. There would never be a day where they would face true death. Even if they should fall from grace, they would be reborn according to their own will instead of entering the cycle of rebirth, where all traces of their past lives would be wiped away before they were reborn into the next life. The two entities were like life and death. They clashed numerous times in space. However, there seemed to be a pattern to their dance. There were never large-scale wars or battles. A balance had been struck. This was because the Never-Ending Clan didn't have full confidence of victory against the Dark Sect. The Dark Sect had no ambitions of their own. The mission of the Dark Sect was to ferry the souls of the dead. They were to serve on behalf of the heavenly Tao. They didn't act in aggression. After all, balance was also a part of the heavenly Tao. Everything should be strange and foreign to him. But Wang Baol could still sense familiar memories surfacing clearly in his mind. He finally had a basic grasp of the Dark Sect and the universe. He also realized what the stone monument the huge hordes of beasts and cultivators had been trying to construct on that planet was. This is the Dark Child Monument. Wang Baol's senior brother, the freckle-faced youth, gazed at the distant stone monument and told Wang Baol. There was a tinge of pride in his eyes when he said that, as well as a deep fervor. Dark Child, this is an identity and a symbol. Only when one becomes a dark child could he venture out alone and be qualified to ferry the souls of the dead. There are two ways to become a dark child. One is what you and I did, which is to become a disciple under the 9 Grand Elders. By doing so, you'll automatically be seen as a dark child. But that is only a reflection of your status. It doesn't mean that you're a real dark child. To become a real dark child, there is only one way, the second way. That is, to get your name on the Dark Child Monument. You can't do it yourself. Only a Grand Elder has the right to put a name there. After that, whether the name remains on the monument is yet another important step. This would involve the approval and recognition by the Heavenly Tao. Baol. If the Heavenly Tao acknowledges you, your name will remain on the stone monument. If it doesn't, the Dark Child Monument will wipe it off after our Master has carved it into the monument. As for my name, our Master will carve it into the monument after this Dark Child Monument is built. I believe that the Heavenly Tao will recognize and approve of me. That's why you have to buck up, Baol. There was a fierce light shining in Xianxia's eyes. At this moment, he wasn't the youth that had been painting corpse faces with Wang Baol. He was one of the disciples of Ming Kunzi, whose cultivation might not be the highest, but whose natural gifts and talents were incomparable. After regaining his memories, Wang Baol remembered that Xianxia's gifts were so great that they were beyond this world. The other Grand Elders in the Dark Sect had said that he had surpassed all limits. In fact, he might even become the 10th Grand Elder many years later. His cultivation was also extremely powerful currently. In Wang Baol's memories, the Dark Sect categorized the levels of cultivation into 5 great realms: the Spirit Immortal Realm, the Planet Realm, the Eternal Star Realm, the Galaxy Realm, and the Universe Realm. Each great realm was further split into different stages. For example, the first Spirit Immortal Realm was divided into the Foundation Establishment Realm, the Core Formation Realm, the Nascent Soul Realm, the Soul Conduit Realm, and finally the Spirit Immortal Realm. The Planet Realm, the Eternal Star Realm, and the Galaxy Realm worked the same way. The final Universe Realm was the only exception. It was mysterious and unfathomable. At present, only the 9th Grand Elder had reached the Universe Realm. The other Grand Elders were all at the perfected Galaxy Realm. The next step towards the Universe Realm was extremely challenging. Xianxia himself wasn't yet 300 years old, but his cultivation had progressed at an astonishing rate. He had a breakthrough 6 months ago, advancing from the final stage in the Planet Realm into the first stage of the Eternal Star Realm. Such natural talent could even be deemed as a gift from the heavens. Wang Baol looked at his overperforming senior brother, who had stolen all the limelight, and sighed secretly. He felt such immense stress. As his memories returned to him, he began to remember what freaks his senior brothers and senior sisters were. Each one of them was worse than the next. The strongest of them was already at the Galaxy Realm. The weakest of them was already at the Planet Realm. He was the only one still at the perfected Foundation Establishment Realm within the Spirit Immortal Realm. He hadn't yet even reached the Core Formation Realm. While Wang Baol was lamenting inwardly, Xianxia, who had been bursting with passionate, heartfelt emotion, seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He looked around, then lowered his head and grabbed hold of Wang Baol's shoulder. He had a mysterious look on his face as he whispered, "Baol, do you know whose soul I met when I drew the corpse face yesterday?" Wang Baol eyed his senior brother, who was trying to act mysterious but had a perverted look on his face. He rolled his eyes. "Senior brother, I've regained a significant portion of my memories. You don't have to scare me. When the living perishes, unless there are massive deaths that might have been a result of the destruction of a planet, we of the Dark Sect are often not required to ferry those souls personally. The Heavenly Tao would lead and guide them to the nearest rebirth abyss of the Dark Sect, and the souls will enter our corpse face mirrors. We will then paint the faces for their next lives. When we are painting the corpse faces, the will of the Heavenly Tao will descend upon us and let us know what the soul will look like in their next life. We can paint their faces, but we won't be able to know the soul's past life or how they looked in that past life. That's why you won't be able to recognize anyone, no matter who appears in the mirror." Xianxia stared. He looked around, then leaned closer to Wang Baol and whispered, "Of course, I'm aware that we can't see the past life of the dead soul, but I can see its next life. Yesterday, I met a soul and saw her next life. She's going to be my Dao partner. She'll accompany me by my side. We will love each other for the rest of our lives, until the end of time. We'll even have 3 children. That's why I got excited. I unleashed 120% of my ability and painted her into a beauty. Both her figure and her face aligned perfectly with my aesthetics. At that, Chunqing smiled happily. He had a look of anticipation on his face. You mean you can do that? Wang Baol was stunned. He found that incredulous. As Chunqing continued to bask in his self-satisfaction, and as Wang Baol looked on with incredulity and envy, a soft cough sounded behind them. It echoed and made the self-satisfied Chunqing shudder violently. He turned around hastily, the happiness on his face being replaced by a serious expression. His earlier perverted look transformed to one of righteousness as he lowered his voice and bowed. Greetings, master. It had to be said that Chunqing was indeed very experienced. That was why he had been able to react so quickly. Wang Baol was comparably more inexperienced and slower on the uptake. It took him a moment to turn around and see his master, Ming Kunzi, standing behind them. Greetings, master. Wang Baol bowed hurriedly. He didn't think that he had been slow to react, but that his senior brother, Chunqing, must have felt sheepish at his own behavior and thus reacted more quickly. Wang Baol noticed that their master, Ming Kunzi, didn't seem to notice Chunqing. He was instead gazing kindly at him. Baol, how's your corpse face coming along? Wang Baol hastily replied upon hearing what his master said. Dear master, your humble disciple has already familiarized himself with the corpse face art. I followed the will of the heavenly Tao exactly when I painted the corpse face for the dead souls. In addition, every time, sympathy and compassion would rise in my heart, so I draw a few more strokes for them. Wang Baol was extremely pleased with his painting skills. When he said that, Chunqing, who was standing beside him, blinked. He seemed to find his master's question slightly strange. Feeling slightly guilty, he decided to steer the conversation away. At present, his junior brother Baol was the best way to change the topic. He spoke hastily. Master, don't listen to junior brother Baol speak rubbish. I was next to him and saw very clearly that junior brother Baol has been mischievous. His corpse faces were indeed decent, but this guy, I don't know why, but he kept painting fatties. It didn't matter if they were men or women. They all turned out to be fatties. I can almost imagine the future, when this batch of souls is reborn, that the world would suddenly be filled with a whole lot of fatties. Chunqing sighed. He lowered his head and winked at Wang Baol. He wanted to tell his junior brother that he was sorry, but this senior brother had no other choice. He could only use his junior brother as a distraction. Wang Baol glared. He wanted to explain himself, but then he saw what his senior brother was trying to hint at him. He held back his feelings of injustice and began to sulk. He didn't say a word. Ming Kunzi didn't seem to pay much mind to what Chunqing said, nor did he pursue it further. Instead, he gave Wang Baol a few tips on the finer details of painting corpse faces. Next to them, Chunqing appeared obedient. He nodded from time to time as if agreeing with what his master had just said, as if his master was simply too amazing. After a while, Ming Kunzi left. When he was leaving, Wang Baol noticed his master's right hand. It appeared more blurry than before. It was like what had happened on the boat, when he had seen his master's finger. The sight shocked Wang Baol. He was about to ask his master about it when the latter went away. What is the reason behind that? Wang Baol hesitated before he communicated his doubts to his senior brother. When Chunqing heard his question, there was surprise and shock on his face. You must have made a mistake. I don't see anything. Wang Baol was caught in a slight daze. He thought hard about it and wondered if he had indeed made a mistake. The next day, when he went to visit his master again, he paid greater attention and observed that his master's hand appeared normal. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. He thought perhaps there really was something wrong with his eyes. The doubts in his heart didn't lessen, though. He simply kept them to himself. Time passed steadily. Another 2 weeks passed. During this period, Wang Baol continued to paint corpse faces every day. With the great number of paintings he did, his corpse face art reached great heights. In addition, with his senior brother helping him to regain his memories, he began to recall the second level of the dark art. The second level of the dark art was called soul guidance. The first level of the dark art is corpse face, and the second level is soul guidance. This is a divine power and a cultivation technique. The dark fire is like spirit qi. It will continue to accumulate inside the body. As Wang Baol's memories continued to surface, he consolidated what he now knew about the dark art in a manner coherent to himself. He also knew that the dark corpse face art was akin to a cultivation technique that was taught to Foundation Establishment Realm disciples in the dark sect. By mastering this technique, one might be able to achieve a breakthrough in the Foundation Establishment Realm and form the dark core, and, after which, begin to practice soul guidance. However, this way of training was no longer in fashion. To those who were gifted, the dark sect would have the disciple practice corpse face until they reached the perfected Foundation Establishment Realm, after which they would begin to practice the second level of the dark art, soul guidance. This would spur the mutation of the dark fire inside their body, and the dark fire would grow in strength and number. When the disciple formed their core, it would be stronger for it. This was because the soul guidance technique accelerated the absorption of dark qi and compressed the dark fire inside one's body. This allowed multiple dark fires to appear. The number of dark fire appearances would differ according to each individual's natural talents. According to the dark sect's records, the highest number of times the dark fires multiplied was 81 times. This meant that 81 dark fires layered over one another and eventually formed a dark core. Its power was immense. The person who had achieved such a feat was the senior brother beside him, Chen Qing. Others had managed to reach a couple of dozen layers as well. As a means of attack, the soul guidance technique would summon a dark hand from inside one's body. This dark hand could pierce through the flesh of all living creatures and grab hold of its soul. This was soul guidance, powerful beyond measure. If a dark core realm cultivator unleashed this technique, its power would be even greater. After regaining these memories, Wang Baol's breathing quickened. Besides painting corpse faces every day, he began to practice the soul guidance technique. It was still a struggle for him to practice this divine power, but its effect of increasing one's dark fires was clear, especially where Wang Baol was concerned. The dark fires inside his body grew from its original 3 to 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. At the end of the 2 weeks, he had 17 dark fires inside his body. When they were layered together, their combined power surpassed that of what he had in the past. Now, when he walked around in the dark sect, the mere aura that he exuded would strike fear and awe into the hearts of those souls outside the sect who had sinned greatly in their past lives and had been punished and made into servants. When they saw him, they would quake in their boots and prostrate themselves before him. This was an awesome aura that Wang Baol hadn't possessed when he had first returned to the dark sect. Wang Baol had thought that the days that followed would be as peaceful as they were now, that they would pass quietly. However, after 7 days passed, suddenly, one day at noon, sudden winds swept into the dark sect. Lightning descended, and the heavens boomed with thunder. The skies darkened as an overpowering aura descended from the starry skies. The aura was simply too overpowering. There were 7 presences, and 6 of them had surpassed the power of a heavenly presence. When they descended, the entire sky quaked, and the planets beyond the dark sect shuddered. All living creatures felt a weight upon them. It was as if time itself had slowed down. They were secondary to the 7th presence. As soon as it appeared, all planets beyond the dark sect let loose a loud booming sound. It was as if they were about to collapse into themselves. One could even see lines of fractures appearing on each planet. The gates of rebirth on the planets began to sway, and their brightness dimmed. The rivers of souls passing through the gates trembled and froze, seemingly unable to move. Every dark sect disciple on the planets began breathing quickly and unevenly. Alarm and shock rose like waves in their minds. It was the same for the giant planet that the dark sect was on. Giant beasts trembled. Countless souls shrieked. The earth shook, and the heavens thundered. In the skies above the dark sect appeared 7 suns. Amongst the 7 suns, 6 were crimson red. Only one was purple. As soon as they appeared, a voice filled with intense fury and violence howled from within the purple sun. Ming Kunzi, hand over my daughter's soul. As the howl thundered out, an intense purple light exploded from the purple sun. The same happened with the surrounding 6 red suns. Light blanketed the entire region in an instant. Violence and heat, carrying infinite destruction, seemed to be threatening the complete annihilation of the region. It appeared as if it was about to crush and turn everything into dust. As the overwhelming power erupted, within the dark sect, an equally overpowering aura erupted. Numerous moons rose to the skies. There were 13 bright moons, and each one of them exuded a power that rivaled the red suns. They pushed back the intense aura of the red suns, and it was then that the 14th moon rose into the sky. The color of this moon was black. You've gone too far. The instant the 14th moon rose into the sky, Ming Kunzi's voice thundered out from within, answering the voice within the purple sun. Ming Kunzi's voice was laced with ice. It was devoid of all emotions and seemed to contain the will of the heavenly Tao as it echoed in the heavens. As soon as the voice appeared, the region, which had been quaking and weighed down by the appearance of the 7 suns, seemed to recover from said appearance. It was as if everything had been erased in that instant. It was as if the heavenly Tao had descended suddenly and enveloped the dark sect. The heavenly Tao was turning the tables on the 7 suns that had intruded into the space and began a counterattack. The heavens thundered, and the 7 suns shook. The purple sun shone even brighter as a figure appeared within the sun. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple-colored robe. Behind him was a gigantic illusory figure. It seemed to be fused with the sun and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Ming Kunzi, your dark sect dares ferry the souls of my children. For this, we, the never-ending clan, demand an answer. Every living thing is a part of the cycle of rebirth. The heavenly Tao itself is a cycle. One who has awakened has no need for dreams. There is only the next life. This principle cannot be changed. Ming Kunzi, who was wearing a black robe, stepped out from the 14th black moon as his words rang out. He stood in the sky as he spoke coolly. Cannot be changed? The middle-aged man stepped out from the purple sun. In his anger, he laughed. He raised his right hand. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from the 6 red suns surrounding him, and light flooded the entire area in an instant. From afar, it was like a red sea, which roared and surged towards Ming Kunzi. Ming Kunzi snorted. He waved his hand as well, and a black light spread out instantly. It was like the dark night, and it clashed with the incoming red light. The two began a battle in the sky, in a manner that Wang Baol found incomprehensible. The heavens shook, and the entire region quavered. No one could be seen in the fight, though. It was only red and black clashing back and forth in the sky, pushing against and devouring each other. Even the passing of time seemed to be affected. The time governing heaven and earth was no longer the same, and a breath on the earth was a day to the 2 entities in the sky. It was then, as Wang Baol's breathing grew uneven, that a large hand appeared from inside the red light in the sky. It went through the sea of light and headed towards the palace where the dark sect was, making a sudden grab. How dare you! Ming Kunzi's roar boomed and resonated in the heavens. A lantern suddenly reached out from within the black light in the sky. It expanded without stopping, growing until it could hold the heavens up. Then, it slammed towards the giant hand. It was still too late. The other had come prepared. With a single grab, the giant hand pulled a soul out from within the dark sect's rebirth hall. It was the soul of a woman whose corpse face had been completed. She was beautiful, and her eyes were shut as if she were sleeping. If not for today's incident, she might have been led away under the laws of the heavenly Tao a few days later, to be reborn and begin her next life. She had been forcibly pulled out because of what was happening today. However, just as she was let out, Ming Kunzi's lantern had come slamming forward to stop the giant hand. The giant hand was unable to withstand the attack and disintegrated instantly. The shock waves from their collision contained the immense power of destruction. An eternal star realm cultivator wouldn't have survived it, much less a mere soul. Before the eyes of everyone in the dark sect, the soul was destroyed by the shock waves of this collision. In an instant, it was disintegrated and turned into dust. No one could tell if the Neverending Clan had made the killing blow or if Ming Kunzi had been the one who had done it. Regardless, the soul had been torn apart. It had disappeared from this world and no longer existed. The hurricanes that erupted from the collision between the lantern ore and the giant hand hadn't only destroyed this soul, but they formed waves that swept through the entire dark sect. Despite the protection of array formations, a blow from such a powerful cultivator of the Neverending Clan was still immensely powerful. All cultivators whose cultivation was below that of the planet realm were assaulted by a loud buzzing in their heads. Wang Baol was only at the perfected foundation establishment realm. He only heard a loud buzzing explosion in his ears before his vision went black, and he passed out. After an unknown period of time, he finally woke up. The fight had already ended. The first thing he saw when he woke up was his master Ming Kunzi's back. After inspecting Wang Baol and ensuring that there was nothing wrong with him, Ming Kunzi left. Before he left, he saw the hesitation and doubt in Wang Baol's eyes. He gave Wang Baol a deep, meaningful look. Baol, we of the dark sect serve the heavenly Tao. No matter who we were in the past, this is our mission now. You must remember this. We must not reverse the cycle of life and death. After saying that, Ming Kunzi turned around and slowly walked away. Wang Baol was silent. He had mixed feelings regarding this. He couldn't tell if the Neverending Clan was right or if the dark sect was right. After doing some research in the dark sect, he soon found out that the person who had barged into their sect that day was Tuomu. He was one of the Red Sons were the 6 divine kings under his charge. Their cultivation had exceeded the eternal star realm, and they were at the galaxy realm. They were the most powerful cultivators in the entire universe. As for the daughter, during the long eons, perhaps even Tuomu himself wouldn't remember how many daughters he had. After Wang Baol read through those documents, he fell silent. He didn't understand what was going on, but he knew that there was a possibility that the emperor of the Neverending Clan hadn't come knocking at their door because of his daughter's soul. Wang Baol wasn't sure of the exact reasons. He could not find any answers. But, having seen the truly powerful, he began to experience intense anxiety regarding his own cultivation. Compared to them, he felt he was too weak. He was as fragile as a twig in a storm. After waking up, Wang Baol began to concentrate on his training. He could sense that his senior brother had also gone into seclusion as he hadn't seen the latter for a long time. Another month passed. Wang Baol's dark fires grew to as many as 37. It was then when Ming Kunzi brought him to a great hall inside the dark sect one day. The great hall was filled with black mist. The great hall was surrounded by a thick mist, as was the inside of the hall. One could only see the center of the hall, where there was a big, colorless pool. Black mist rose from the pool, and bubbles kept forming and bursting inside it. This was the soul pond. There were many soul ponds in the dark sect, and this pond was only one of them. After dead souls were led to the dark sect, they would first gather here. They would then enter the corpse face mirror and have their corpse face painted by a disciple. After, they would either be sent to the path of rebirth or the rebirth hallucination array formation. Through the hallucination, they would have their characters reformed. Finally, they would await the heavenly Tao to lead them into the river of souls, where they would flow through the gate of rebirth. There were countless souls in the river of souls that tossed and turned in the pond. Some struggled to climb out with the rising bubbles, while more rose to the surface of the pond and revealed their faces. There were men and women, old and young. Some faces were peaceful, while others were furious. Some wept, while others laughed. They were of different colors as well. Some were the same color as the pond, while others were pitch black. Even the waters of the pond couldn't cleanse them within a short period of time. The colorless ones are the ordinary souls. The black ones mean that they carry an intense grudge within them. Baal, unleash your soul guidance technique and draw 3 souls from the soul pond. Purify them and put them to use for your future dark artifacts. As your artifact spirits. Ming Kunzi spoke slowly as Wang Baal stared at the soul pond. He had a deep, unfathomable look in his eyes as he stared at Wang Baal. Artifact spirits? Wang Baal could feel his memories blurring. A dark child requires 3 dark artifacts: a boat spirit, a black robe, and a lantern ore. These are items that every dark child should have. The artifact spirits within these dark artifacts should be chosen by yourself. Upon saying that, Ming Kunzi spoke no more. Wang Baal thought for a while. He vaguely remembered that this was indeed the case, so he didn't think further. Instead, he turned and stared at what rested beneath the pool. After a moment, he took a deep breath and activated his dark fire, attempting to unleash the soul guidance technique. After failing 6 times, he finally succeeded on his 7th try, successfully unleashing the soul guidance technique. An illusory large hand suddenly reached out from within his body and dipped into the pool, grabbing hold of 3 souls. The first was a large, fearsome-looking man. The second was a sullen-faced elder. And the last was a young boy of 7 or 8. Wang Baal himself didn't know how he had managed to pull those 3 souls out. Perhaps some powers that be had led his soul-guiding hand to plunge itself into the pool and pull them out naturally. Every dark child's fate is entwined with the artifact spirits in their dark artifacts. It seems like the 3 souls in the soul pool are going to belong to you. Ming Kunzi smiled faintly as he watched Wang Baal unleash the soul guidance technique and pull out 3 souls from the soul pool. But they are all black souls. It means that they've sinned gravely in their past lives. They cannot yet enter the cycle of rebirth. You have to purify them. Since your fate is linked with theirs, you have the responsibility to cleanse them of their sins and their grudges. You have to make them willing to follow you and become your artifact spirits. After hearing that, Wang Baal looked at the 3 souls he had caught and their pitch-black forms. At present, they were caught in his illusory hand. They appeared to be nervous, but they were all displaying different behaviors. The young boy had a face dark with violence. It seemed that the more nervous he was, the angrier he got. He stared unblinkingly at Wang Baal. It was as if he would swallow Wang Baal whole as soon as the opportunity presented itself. Compared to the young boy, who had every emotion shown clearly, the elder next to him was different. He had looked sullen earlier. Now, however, he had calmed down. He cupped his fists towards Wang Baal and lowered his head. It seemed as if he was submitting himself to Wang Baal, but Wang Baal could feel his true feelings while he was held within the illusory hand. The elder was obviously devious and cunning. He appeared submissive but was actually filled with malicious intent. The tall, fearsome-looking man seemed to be more simple-minded. Although he appeared fierce and frightening, after being caught and pulled out of the pool, he began to look around nervously. When he saw the soul pools surrounding him and the few female disciples guarding the pools, his eyes brightened immediately. There was a perverted look in his eyes. He almost drooled. Of course, as a soul, he had no saliva to speak of. His perverted and excited appearance made it clear that he was a pervert. This, Master, it's going to be a challenge purifying these souls. After examining the 3 souls, Wang Baal's head began to throb. He wondered if he should discuss further with his master and if he could make a second attempt and get another new batch of souls. Ming Kunzi seemed to have guessed what Wang Baal was thinking. He glared at Wang Baal, ignored the latter, then turned and left. Before he left, he gave Wang Baal a deadline to cleanse these souls. Stop having random thoughts. You have a month. You must complete the purification. Wang Baal saw his master's sudden insistent stance and his head throbbed. Exasperated, after his master left, he brought the 3 souls back to his residence at the dark sect. He released the 3 souls in his residence. As soon as they appeared, they immediately checked out the residence. Wang Baal didn't pay them much mind and said, "Let's talk this through. You've sinned gravely in your past lives and lost the right to be reborn. Your only option is to become my artifact spirits. That's why." Just as Wang Baal said that, Before he was even done with everything he wanted to say, the boy's eyes flashed. He retreated hastily and instantly. It seemed like he wanted to escape this place. There was an array formation placed in Wang Bao's residence, however. With a thunderous boom, the boy's head slammed into the array formation. He cried out in pain and retreated immediately. Violence flashed in his eyes, and he howled and lunged at Wang Bao. It seemed like he wanted to swallow Wang Bao whole. Before he could draw near, he was burned by the dark fire that had leaped out from Wang Bao's body. He screamed again. He finally stopped his malicious acts and instead began to shudder. When he stared at Wang Bao, though, his eyes remained bright with violence and madness. He seemed untamable. Wang Bao began to feel unhappy. He glared at the young boy, then turned his eyes towards the other two souls. The pervert seemed scornful towards the young man, and his attitude towards Wang Bao was the same. He yawned. He did not try to flee, but the look on his face seemed to say it all. You want to let me become your artifact spirit? Impossible. Similarly, the elder didn't attempt to escape. Compared to the other two souls, his expression remained the same, revealing neither joy nor anger. His head was lowered like an elderly servant. I won't mince words with you. If you don't agree to become my artifact spirits, your souls will be destroyed and turned to dust. Wang Bao was beginning to grow annoyed. He felt that trying to cleanse these three souls was just a waste of his time. He couldn't see the sins that they had committed in their past lives, but from the color of their souls and their current attitudes, he could somewhat guess the kind of raping and pillaging, as well as the murder and savagery, they had committed. You want to make me your artifact spirit? Impossible. My dream is to never grow old and for my parents to take care of me and be by my side forever. I've already gotten that and enjoyed it for quite a while, so I don't care if you kill me. So what if I die? It's not as if I haven't done that before. The young boy sneered, his voice shrill. Wang Bao was shocked by the boy's words because the young boy looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. He thought about what the latter had just revealed as his ambition and didn't say anything. The pervert next to him kept yawning, giving Wang Bao a sideways glance. He eyed Wang Bao's thighs and his chest and immediately looked bored. If you'd been a woman and had been willing to play with me, I might have agreed after enjoying myself. You just do whatever you like. Kill me. I'm not afraid. Even if my soul turns to dust, millions of like-minded comrades will receive my will. They will conquer all the opposite sex in the world. That is my ambition, the pervert proclaimed proudly, standing taller as he spoke. Such grand ambitions made the expression on Wang Bao's face turn even odder. He nodded his head, then turned towards the old fox that gave the appearance of an old servant. The old pervert smiled and cupped his fists towards Wang Bao in greeting. Esteemed dark child, I cannot agree to this matter. I won't hide the truth from you. I was the state preceptor of the Kuling kingdom in my past life. I reported to one man while tens of thousands of men reported to me. My only regret is that I was only able to serve my office for 300 years. I haven't had enough, so how could I become your artifact spirit? Wang Bao nodded again as he stared at the three souls filled with pride and arrogance. Then he laughed suddenly, pointing at the small boy. You want to never grow up and for your parents to take care of you and be by your side forever, right? You're a good kid, so I'll help you. With that, Wang Bao lifted his right hand and grabbed hold of the boy. With a series of hand seals, he threw him into the array formation inside his residence. The array formation started transforming. It was like a hurricane, and it swallowed the young boy's soul instantly. Wang Bao made a series of hand seals and adjusted the array formation. Then he looked at the pervert. You want to conquer the opposite sex of the entire world, right? That's easy. I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as Wang Bao said that, he didn't give the pervert any time to react. He waved his big hand and pulled the pervert into the hurricane. He adjusted the array formation once again before he turned and looked at the elder. The elder had been reeling back with alarm. He didn't know what was going to happen to the other two souls, but he sensed that his fate after being thrown in the array formation was going to be worse than death. He was about to speak, But it was too late. Wang Bao's large hand had grabbed hold of him and flung the old fox into the array formation. He thought he heard Wang Bao snorting just as he entered the array formation. Weren't you regretting the fact that you were only state preceptor for 300 years? No problem. I'll help answer your prayers. I'll make sure you have no regrets. After saying that, Wang Bao adjusted the array formation once again. The array formation that he had thrown the three souls into was the rebirth hallucination array formation of the dark sect. The array formation was used to reform a dead soul's character, to ensure a clean break between his past life and his next life. It was also used by disciples to gain enlightenment. They could enter it for training. After all, the rebirth hallucination array formation was linked to the will of the heavenly Tao. It could conjure the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. At the same time, with sufficient access rights, it could also create specific illusory worlds. Both people and souls thrown into this world wouldn't be able to discern truth from illusion. The person controlling the illusion could also control the passing of time in this world. For the old fox who had been a state preceptor in his past life, he created a universe filled with war. He would once again take up the office of state preceptor in this world. For the great pervert, the task was simpler. Wang Bao adjusted the array formation and created a world where he was the only man in a matriarchal society. As for the young boy, the task was equally simple. Wang Bao answered all his wishes and created a perfect world according to his dreams. The key point was in the passing of time in these worlds. He had synchronized the worlds such that a day in the outside world would be equivalent to 10,000 years in the illusory worlds. Having done the above, Wang Bao began to practice his soul guidance technique. 3 days later, the three souls were shelved to the back of his mind. 2 weeks passed. Wang Bao had grown more familiar during the 2 weeks training with soul guidance, the second level of the dark art. However, his success rate remained dismal. He didn't even want to think about using it as a form of attack successfully. Wang Bao knew that this was all because of his cultivation. After all, this was a technique meant for one at the core formation realm. What he needed to do wasn't to wield the soul guidance technique, but to use it as an aid to strengthen and grow his dark fires. He needed to use it to multiply his dark fires and prepare for his core formation. At present, he had increased the number of his dark fires to 63 dark fires. Every eruption of his cultivation was an incredible display of power. It was many times greater than what he had been capable of in the past. The dark sect had a minimum requirement for gifted disciples at the verge of core formation. They needed to have at least 36 dark fires. Wang Bao had surpassed the minimum requirement vastly. However, he felt that he still had room to grow. During his training, Wang Bao completely forgot about the three souls he had thrown into the rebirth hallucination array formation. The deadline his master had given him to purify the vengeful souls slowly approached. Another 7 days passed. Wang Bao, who finally managed to reach 70 dark fires, suddenly remembered the assignment his master had given him. I think I've forgotten something. Wang Bao blinked. He stared at the array formation sheepishly. I recall I adjusted the passing of time such that 10,000 years would pass in the illusory world for every day in the outside world. Wang Bao coughed awkwardly. He decided that the three souls had carried their dreams and ambitions into the illusory worlds. Even though he had almost forgotten about their existence, but now that he thought about it, this wasn't really a mistake on his part. His mind was put to ease at that thought. He stood before the rebirth hallucination array formation, raised his right hand and performed a series of hand seals, then pressed his hand on the array formation. His vision was a sudden blur. It seemed as if his soul had stepped out from his physical form and gone wandering. He entered the array formation to retrieve the three souls. The first mirage he entered was the young boys. It was a world without cultivators. To a certain extent, this society resembled the Federation in Wang Bao's dream. It was like the Federation 1,000 years ago. Peace reigned over the entire world. The city that the boy resided in was a big capital city in this world. In the day, people bustled about, while in the night, neon lights lit the skies up. It was a prosperous place filled with wealth and luxury. Wang Bao arrived during the early morning of this world. while the sun was shining brightly and vehicles streamed down the roads. Wang Baol appeared in a school district in the city. My senses tell me that the kid should be here. Wang Baol floated in midair as he rubbed at his chin. He began to search. It didn't take him long to find a 7 to 8-year-old young boy in an alley. He was in uniform and carrying a huge, and what seemed to be extremely weighty school bag. He trudged along wearily, looking like he was about to cry. Behind him followed a middle-aged couple. They were clearly the boy's parents. They carried even heavier school bags and kept up a constant litany of reminders as they walked. It was a heartwarming sight. Wang Baol was comforted by the scene. Even though he might have been late, the sight of the family basking in love and tenderness reminded him of his own parents. Wang Baol suddenly froze at that thought. He realized that he had a blurry image of his parents in this real life, but that he could clearly remember his family in his dream of the Federation. Wang Baol began to feel lost and confused. He instinctively looked at the world around him. It was extremely realistic. Whether it was the stirring of the gentle breeze or the distant bustling of the city crowd, nothing gave off a hint of them being a mere illusion to his senses. As Wang Baol continued to feel shocked and intrigued, the voices of the boy's family drifted into Wang Baol's ears as they approached. Xiao Bao, you must be diligent in your studies. Stop thinking about playing video games and spending money. When you grow up, you won't have us nagging you anymore. Stop scolding the child. Xiao Bao, your father is doing this for your own good. You're still a child. It's your birthday today though, which is why I've discussed it with your father, and after school ends today you can relax for a bit. We'll only run through 8 lessons today, and complete 20 practice papers, then memorize 50 classical poems. After that, you'll get to have cake. Xiao Bao, you're still so young. Stop sighing all the time. You must treasure your time in school. After all, there are only 30,000 years to your graduation from elementary school. I've discussed it with your father. For the next 200,000 years in junior high, we'll find you an even better after-school class. There was confusion in the young boy's eyes. He almost wept when he heard what his parents said, but he had long since cried all his tears. The eye bags under his eyes were charcoal black. He seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. He didn't know how he had managed to survive the past 200,000 years. Every day he had to go to school, attend tutoring after school, do practice papers, memorize all sorts of information. The days repeated themselves. The years repeated themselves. Under the care and company of his parents, he kept on studying and studying and studying. He had thought about resisting and fighting back, but it didn't matter what methods he resorted to. Even when he had tried to kill himself, he would wake up the next morning as if nothing had happened. He would carry on studying and going for tutoring. The only thing that was keeping him sane was the thought that everything was false. He knew that Wang Baol was going to come for him one day, so he kept on waiting. He waited for 200,000 years, but Wang Baol didn't come. Wang Baol had a strange look on his face when he heard the conversation between the boy's parents. Shock stirred inside him when he saw how miserable the boy looked, and he felt some pity for him. He coughed. When the cough rang out in the air, the entire world froze instantly. Everything fell still. Only he and the boy remained untouched by the spell. The boy hadn't noticed anything amiss at first. He had continued to lug his school bag and drag his feet forward, loss and misery clear on his face. After a few steps, he finally noticed something was wrong. He lifted his head abruptly and stared around him. When he saw Wang Baol, he was immediately overcome with excitement. He burst out into tears and leaped towards Wang Baol. With a thud, he fell to his knees. "Master, you've finally arrived. I was wrong. Please take me away. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to go for tutoring anymore. I want to return and be an artifact spirit. Please, Master, take me away. Please." The young boy sobbed terribly. He seemed afraid that Wang Baol would ignore him, so he hugged Wang Baol's thigh tightly. His weeping grew louder. Wang Baol could only put a look of exasperation on his face. He led the boy out of the rebirth hallucination array formation. After some thought, he headed into the world which contained the sly fox who had called himself a state preceptor. The vastness of this world exceeded that of the young boy. The stars stretched on endlessly into the horizon, and it resembled the real world to a certain extent. There were cultivators here, even extremely powerful cultivators. However, regardless of how powerful they were, no one noticed when Wang Baol entered this world. With a single thought, Wang Baol could destroy this entire world. He entered the world and found the old fox that had been a state preceptor in his past life. He was running for his life. He was fleeing madly. He appeared to be in a wretched state, and his hair was in disarray. Regardless, he fled at an astonishing speed. He seemed to be running for his dear life without care for anything else in the world. Behind him were countless people in pursuit. Amongst them were countless cultivators and a great number of cruisers clustered together and crowding the sky. They chased after him relentlessly. It was clear that both the cultivators and the cruisers didn't belong to the same faction. On closer examination, it seemed that they belonged to at least a dozen different camps. Wang Baol might not have been so surprised if they had only been chasing after the sly fox. However, this was a different sort of pursuit. The expression on Wang Baol's face grew odd. The pursuers were running and shouting at the same time. There was hostility amongst the different factions, and they seemed to be fighting amongst one another. State Preceptor, you are no longer young. You shouldn't be running so quickly. Be careful not to injure yourself. State Preceptor, don't go. Our country cannot live without you. Its tens of millions of citizens cannot live without you. State Preceptor, the Emperor has decreed. If you do not return, he'll kill himself. State Preceptor, we've discovered another galaxy. There are thousands of civilizations there, waiting for you to become their State Preceptor. The cheers of those in pursuit echoed and rang out in the air. The old man fleeing in front was about to go mad. His unbound hair flew in his face, and his eyes were red as he howled in fury and sorrow. Scram, all of you. I'm not the State Preceptor. You're the State Preceptor. Your whole family are State Preceptors. As he said that, his tears began to flow once more. A deep sorrow filled his heart. He recalled his experiences for the past 200 millennia. Everything had started out fine. As a State Preceptor of a small kingdom, he had enjoyed an elevated status. He had grown ambitious and had soon discovered a more powerful kingdom that needed a State Preceptor. The kingdom had extended a sincere invitation, which he had accepted. Years later, another even more powerful kingdom had required a State Preceptor and invited him to join them. At that time, his ambitions remained grand, so he had gone to them. Every time he had become the State Preceptor of a new kingdom, he would find another even more powerful kingdom in need of a State Preceptor soon after. The cycle repeated itself. He had been doing the same thing for the past 200 millennia. He couldn't even remember how many kingdoms he had been State Preceptor of. He had grown tired of this office. He had done it so many times that he had been about to throw up. There had been no end in sight. He would continue to discover more kingdoms that needed a State Preceptor. Finally, he had gone completely mad. He could no longer take it anymore. Even hearing the words State Preceptor would drive him to the verge of a breakdown. That was why he had started to run away. But he had never managed to escape successfully. They had always managed to catch him and bring him back, where he would continue his office of State Preceptor. He had thought of every means and ways. He had even resorted to destroying an entire kingdom. Regardless, there would still be new kingdoms waiting to capture him and invite him to become their State Preceptor. He had been weeping tears of blood by then. The old fox let loose a heart-wrenching howl. What he desired the most now was to have a peaceful life. He no longer desired the position of State Preceptor. As long as he could have an ordinary life, he was even willing to become an artifact spirit. That was why when he saw Wang Baol as he was fleeing, he burst into tears. He fell to his knees immediately and prostrated before Wang Baol. He began howling. Master, you've finally arrived. Please take me away. I agree to become an artifact spirit. I no longer wish to be a State Preceptor. Why was I such a fool, thinking about staying a State Preceptor? Wang Baol led the weeping old fox away. He couldn't help but lament. He felt as if he had just gained a deeper understanding of human nature. They should thank me. I am the one who made them realize what it is that they truly need. Becoming my artifact spirit, that is what they desire the most. Wang Baol patted his tummy with great satisfaction. He suddenly found the gesture extremely soothing and did it a few more times. Seems like I'm still missing something. Wang Baol thought hard about it. After thinking for some time, he finally realized what it was he was missing. What a pity, the dream's still better. There were snacks. Wang Baol shook his head with great regret. Then, he soon developed a great interest in the world that the extremely perverted man was in. I remember putting him in a matriarchal world where he is the only man. Wang Baol's eyes shone brightly. With a series of hand seals, he entered the world of the pervert. This world began as a rather primitive one. However, after 200,000 years of development, it grew into a world with multiple empires. The empires had constant skirmishes and clashes with one another. Everyone, from the empress to the foot soldiers, were women. There were no men. Their reproduction systems were unique, and they were able to give birth to the next generation of women after carrying out a certain kind of ritual. Rightfully speaking, if a pervert was thrown into such a world, he should be basking in female company and enjoying a blissful, happy life. In reality, it was quite an exaggeration to say that he was basking in female company, and barely truthful to say that he was enjoying a life of utter bliss and happiness. When Wang Baol arrived in this world and found the pervert, he noticed that they were holding a grand funeral. Countless women in armor guarded the area. Every single one of them was extremely beautiful and had well-formed, voluptuous figures. The mere sight of them would incite a primitive urge in the opposite sex. They surrounded a raised platform that served as an altar. Above the altar lay someone. He was extremely thin, almost skeletal, and there were many tubes injected into his skin, all over his body. Great volumes of fluids serving as nutrients were being pumped into this person's body. This person was the great pervert that Wang Baol had thrown into this world 200,000 years ago. There was bewilderment in his eyes, and his entire body shuddered as the fluids continued to flow into his body. They kept him alive no matter how much he wanted himself dead. Beside him were a dozen women dressed in clothes befitting a female empress. They surrounded him, and every single one of them was staring at the pervert with lust in their eyes. They stared at one another with enmity and hostility in their eyes. Wang Baol was stunned at the sight. Before he could ponder further on the matter, the empresses began to speak. "Esteemed Emperor, the funeral has ended, so let us get down to serious business." "That's right, great Emperor. Our empire has more than 30 million female subjects awaiting the great Emperor's service. They wait for you to grant them bliss. We implore you to make a visit." "That won't do, he'll have to come to us first. I have more than 50 million subjects in my kingdom, and they have been waiting for the Emperor for a very long time. I fear disaster if he doesn't pay us a visit soon. All of your requests can be delayed. I have 200 million subjects that were about to revolt when I left. If I don't bring the Emperor back with me, they'll come charging here." The empresses continued their endless dispute until one of them frowned and said coolly, "Let's not fight. We have to seek the great Emperor's views. As a last resort, we can place him on the altar, and our subjects may make a visit themselves. We can even earn considerable fees this way, but we'll have to arrange for guards to ensure that the Emperor is unharmed." As soon as she said that, the pervert lying on the altar, who had no love for this living world, suddenly widened his eyes. Tears began to flow from his eyes as he struggled to speak in his weakened state. "Please, I beg you all, let me go. I really can't do it anymore." The high-spirited and ambitious pervert had reached the end of his rope. He broke down and wept loudly. However, no matter how much he cried, the empresses seemed to have reached a consensus. They had decided to leave him on the altar. It was then that the man, at the depths of his despair, saw Wang Baol hovering in midair. He started to howl excitedly when he saw Wang Baol. "Master, save me. Please save me. As long as I get to leave this place, I'll do anything you want. I'll become an artifact spirit." Wang Baol looked at the man with great sympathy. With a wave of his hand, the illusion vanished. When he reappeared, he was back in his residence. In front of him were the three souls, and they fell to their knees before him. The vengeful aura surrounding them had faded away considerably. They hadn't yet been completely cleansed, but they no longer resisted the idea of becoming an artifact spirit. They even seemed to look forward to it. Wang Baol was greatly consoled when he saw that. He felt that he was still quite charismatic, considering the three souls willingly decided to devote their loyalty to him. Then, he stared at the young boy and the sly state preceptor again. Doubt flickered in his eyes. When he had first seen the two, he had felt they were familiar, but he hadn't been able to recall why. Now that he was looking at them again, the sense of familiarity intensified. I should have met them before. Wang Baol rubbed at his forehead. He thought for a very long while but couldn't come up with anything. He decided to set this matter aside. He reported to his master with the results of his attempts to make the three souls submit to him. Ming Kunzi didn't ask about the details of how Wang Baol had managed to purify and cleanse the three souls within the time limit given. He led the three souls away so that he might craft dark artifacts for Wang Baol and infuse the artifacts with artifact spirits. At the same time, he gave Wang Baol another assignment. Go to the 10,000 Art Pavilion of the Dark Sect. Read everything about the Dark Sect and the dark mystic arts and techniques. Even if you cannot learn them all, you should still know and understand these mystic arts and techniques. When you are able to gain certain enlightenment, you can then try to break through the Foundation Establishment realm and enter the Dark Core realm. Wang Baol followed his master's instructions obediently. He realized that there was still something amiss as he began to regain his memories, but he didn't have his entire memory back. He needed to read up on the various information on the Dark Sect and their sect's divine powers and information so that he might try to regain more control over his memory. In the following month, Wang Baol spent almost all his time in the 10,000 Art Pavilion. He browsed through collections of books and scrolls on mystic arts and techniques. His knowledge of the Dark Sect and the Dark Art grew considerably. The Spirit Immortal realm is divided into 5 minor realms: the Foundation Establishment realm, the Core Formation realm, the Nascent Soul realm, the Soul Conduit realm, and the Spirit Immortal realm. The corresponding levels of dark arts are the Corpse Face, the Soul Guidance, the Soul Fracture, the Burial Procession, and the Abyss Return. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a bright light. He learned from the documents that the various levels from the Corpse Face to the Abyss Return formed the first tier of the Dark Art. The Dark Art had 7 tiers. In addition, Wang Baol also found an extremely unique divine power after reading through the various materials. It was similar to the Rebirth Hallucination Array Formation and yet different. Its name was the Dark Dream. The Dark Dream was extraordinary and bizarre. It was mystic art that pulled one into the dreamscape. It was formed from a Tao source that was in turn formed by exhausting one's own vitality. Only someone who had reached the Eternal Star Realm could perform it. This mystic art could be used against one's enemy. However, it was often used by the great and powerful to pass down knowledge and mystic arts and techniques to their descendants and heirs. Time in the dreamscape passed differently than in the real world. Could be manipulated. Knowledge about a mystic art could be seared directly into one's soul. Could be fused directly with one's spirit. The challenges that one met during training could be circumvented. This mystic art didn't allow the transmission of one's cultivation to another, which would enable them to become instantly powerful. However, most cultivators, having reached a certain stage in their cultivation, required enlightenment towards the Tao source and the principles of Tao rather than greater cultivation. This dark dream mystic art could achieve this flawlessly. Could also bring about other effects. For example, the effects of all serious injuries would be dampened in the dreamscape. There would be sufficient time for one to recover. However, such an extraordinary mystic art required a great deal of energy to be expended by the person performing it. Few would use this mystic art unless it was their last resort. It was considered a pseudo-forbidden art in the Dark Sect. Deliberation colored Wang Baol's eyes after he read the details of this dark dream mystic art. After a long while, he shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he gazed around silently. 15 minutes passed. Wang Baol took a deep breath and continued to keep his eyes shut in this 10,000 art pavilion. He began his training of the soul guidance technique. Despite not having reached the core formation realm and facing difficulty in mastering soul guidance, with his constant practice, he was able to make use of the soul guidance to strengthen and grow his dark qi. The dark fires in Wang Baol's body gradually multiplied. Time passed steadily as he continued to train. 3 months went by in a blink of an eye. During this period, Wang Baol focused entirely on multiplying his dark fires. They reached as many as 78. He was only a few steps away from the highest record of 81 dark fires. He should have met with some challenges along the way. However, said challenges never occurred to Wang Baol. It was as if he was naturally suited to learning the dark art. This made Wang Baol ponder more deeply. Suspicions began to surface in his mind, and they clouded his thoughts. After a long while, he finally suppressed these thoughts. He was about to continue his training when the jade slip in his storage bracelet vibrated. Wang Baol pulled it out and released a long sigh. The sigh was colored with complicated emotions, regret, and confusion. Junior brother, I'm leaving the sect for some time to train. There are some things that I have to think about. Take care. I'll return when I've thought things through. The voice transmission jade only had that single message. The person who had said that was his senior brother, Chun Qing. Wang Baol had spent most of his time in meditation during his 3 months of seclusion. However, he still kept himself updated on some things that were going on in the sect. For example, what had happened to his senior brother, Chun Qing. This extremely talented and gifted senior brother had secretly told him something that day with great happiness and anticipation. He shared that his Tao partner in his next life was going to be the daughter of the never-ending clan's emperor. Chun Qing hadn't known the identity and family background of the soul. He had painted a corpse face for prior to the arrival of the never-ending clan's emperor. He had only known that this soul was going to be his Tao partner after she was reborn. This was what the heavenly Tao had willed. This was what the fates had dictated. He had been extremely happy. When he had painted the corpse face, he had secretly made her more beautiful and more pleasing to his eye. He had been filled with anticipation. However, the shocking harsh reality had come crashing down on him too soon. With the arrival of the emperor of the never-ending clan, and with the unfolding of the incredible and terrifying battle, he had seen with his own eyes his wife of the next life being pulled out and turned into dust. He had fallen into a dead silence. Even though his destiny was to be entwined with this soul in their next life, and even though they hadn't truly made contact and come to know each other, everything had come to an end then, before anything had started. He remained lost. He didn't truly ache for the woman's soul, but his faith in his own Tao had been shaken. He didn't know who was wrong, whether it was the emperor of the never-ending clan or the dark sect. But he knew one thing: the soul did nothing wrong. Was the dark sect in the wrong? The dark sect simply served the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was the culminated form of the laws of the universe. It was the origin of Tao for all dark sect cultivators. In his lost state and in his need for answers, he decided to leave for a while. He decided he needed to think this through carefully. He needed to find an answer. After becoming a silent and solitary shade of his past self, he then decided to leave. Wang Baol had mixed feelings regarding this matter as well, but he was powerless to solve it or his doubts. He had thought about what he would do if this had happened to him instead. Wang Baol set the question aside. As he continued to muse quietly on the matter, his training went ahead without pause. Another month passed, and the dark fires inside his body multiplied to 81 dark fires. When his dark fires reached as many as 81, his entire body shuddered. He could feel the 81 dark fires layering atop one another, burning brightly inside his body. With each intense eruption, they began to shrink and compress themselves. They compressed further and further, gradually forming a core. During the entire process, waves of spirit energy that surpassed the foundation establishment realm erupted from this ever-compressing core made of dark fire. It felt as if millions of rivers were surging through the meridians throughout Wang Baol's entire body. They flooded all major and minor meridians in a blink of an eye. Power permeated his entire body and surged outward into the physical world. At that moment, as Wang Bail sat cross-legged, invisible hurricanes seemed to appear around him. They roared and spiraled around him. The power was insignificant to the truly powerful. After all, this was only a breakthrough from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Core Formation realm. However, this was Wang Bail's first time experiencing this. His entire body shuddered, and he felt his cultivation erupting and increasing without pause. Thunderous booms erupted inside his body. The hurricanes around him turned into an ocean of fire as icy flames spread outward. There was no end to its increasing power, and it continued to rise. The meridians inside his body shuddered. His flesh and blood shook. His cultivation churned, and the dark fires inside his body compressed further and further inward. Under the compression, his core became more and more distinct. It was going to take physical form any time now. It was then that Ming Kunzi appeared soundlessly before Wang Bail inside the 10,000 art pavilion. His eyes were soft as he gazed at Wang Bail with kindness. His form wasn't clear, appearing to be slightly indistinct. It looked like his finger and his hand that Wang Bail had seen previously. At present, the gradual disintegration had spread to Ming Kunzi's entire body. Even so, he still lifted his hand and pointed at Wang Bail's forehead. As soon as the finger landed, Wang Bail shuddered violently. Thunder-like crashes rumbled inside his body. The formation of his core inside his body sped up suddenly, and within a blink of an eye, it transformed and became a dark core. As soon as the dark core was formed, a power that belonged to the core formation realm erupted from Wang Bail's body and filled the air. Wang Bail opened his eyes. His breathing was quick and uneven, and there was a lost look in his eyes. Memories of the Federation, what he had thought was merely a dream, surfaced in his mind again. They grew increasingly distinct. He remembered in his dream that he had been pursued by 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. He had entered the dark artifact and entered a cave in the underground city. He had sat on a lone black boat. He remembered before he had fallen into a deep sleep that an old, familiar voice had sounded beside his ear. It had said 2 words, "Dark dream." Wang Bail was silent. After a long moment, he lifted his head and stared at his master Ming Kunzi, who had appeared before him. "Master, Wang Bail murmured to himself. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed his master's form fading away. It faded away more quickly as he spoke. Wang Bail shuddered. He had only been dazed at the sight. Now, however, an answer was gradually forming inside his heart. Perhaps everything happening around him now was also a dream. It was an indescribable feeling. It felt as if he was hovering between sleep and wakefulness. It was as if he knew that he was dreaming. The dark dream mystic art surfaced in his mind then. After running through his thoughts and confirming his guesses, he finally arrived at an answer. There were still too many questions and doubts in his mind. He was silent for a while. Then Wang Bail got to his feet and cupped his fists towards Ming Kunzi. He bowed deeply. "Senior." Wang Bail froze as he said the word. He fell silent. Then, after taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth and called out again. He used a different form of address this time. "Master." Ming Kunzi heard how Wang Bail addressed him. The smile on his kind face became gentler. He seemed comforted by the fact, and it showed in his eyes. His aged voice was tinged with a certain hollowness, like an echo that had traveled across time and space and was now ringing within the 10,000 art pavilion and inside of Wang Bail's mind. "You've realized?" After hearing that, Wang Bail's breathing quickened. He had realized that everything before him might have been a dream, that perhaps his memories of the Federation were real. However, after hearing what Ming Kunzi had said, ripples of shock still stirred in his heart. "Have I?" Wang Bail murmured as he looked at the buildings around him. These were as Ming Kunzi was, slowly fading away, and his gaze could see through them. He saw the mountains and the palaces that lay beyond in the outside world. He saw the vast heavens and white clouds. He saw the familiar silhouettes of dark sect disciples leaping in the air, moving from place to place. He could hear the bells of the dark sect ringing in the distance, muted and faint in his ear. He could even conjure the scenes of him painting corpse faces and other familiar sights before his eyes. After a long while, Wang Bail asked softly, "Master, is this a dark dream?" Ming Kunzi didn't give Wang Bail an answer. His smile only became softer and gentler, and his form became fainter. As he raised his right hand, 3 black glowing lights shot out from the opening of his blurry sleeves and hovered before Wang Bail. Each one of the black glowing lights was only the size of a fist. However, the power and energy waves that surged from each one of these black lights was immense. It overflowed and spread outward. In this immense energy dwelled nomological power. He looked more closely. Within these 3 black lights were separately a lone boat, a black robe, and a lantern or. The disciples of our dark sect can only become a dark child after reaching the spirit immortal realm. They will receive 3 dark artifacts that will allow them to ferry souls in this universe. On this day, times have changed. The heavenly Tao has fallen, and these laws and rules no longer apply. Ming Kunzi said softly. His ancient voice grew ever more distant. With a fling of his sleeve, the 3 black lights entered Wang Bail's body. They entered his dark core and became 3 dark seals. The 3 souls that you cleansed then, your master, I have infused them into this dark artifact and turned them into artifact spirits. Even though everything is happening within a dark dream, it is one that I created especially for you. This dark dream. That's why, when you wake up later, you only need to unleash the power of the dark core to inject everything that's happened in this dream into the memories of the 3 souls. Their original memories will be replaced, and they will truly belong to you then. Upon hearing that, Wang Bail shuddered. He understood that this was the time for farewells. The memories he had during his time surfaced before his eyes, and a sense of reluctance unfurled in his heart. Master, are you inside the dark artifact on Mars? The one who's been calling for me? Is that you? Wang Bail was silent for a long while before he spoke softly. Ming Kunzi sensed Wang Bail's unwillingness to leave. He lifted his blurry hand and patted Wang Bail on the head, and his smile grew kinder. After a moment he sighed softly. It is both me and not me. Bail, the dark sect has fallen. Even I am left with only a remnant of my will, barely surviving in the homeland of the dark sect. When you first developed your first dark fire, I sensed that and woke up. I've been watching you since then. Until today, I used the dark dream mystic art to pass down the teachings of the dark art. Even I don't know if admitting you into the dark sect is the right or wrong thing to do. But you must remember, there is no true right or wrong in this world. The dark sect might have fallen, but there is no good or evil, no hatred or grudge. There is only the war of the great Tao. We, the dark sect, willingly became the servants of the heavenly Tao because this was the Tao of the dark sect. The fall of the heavenly Tao resulted in the collapse of the dark sect's Tao. Because of that, the dark sect declined and fell. You may be the only dark child left of this generation. All you need to do is follow your heart's desires. He made himself very clear. Even though Wang Bail had been admitted into the dark sect, what he had learned were only the sect's mystic arts and techniques. He wasn't obliged to follow the Tao of the dark sect. He had said the same thing after the fight with the emperor of the never-ending clan, only mentioning the past and the present without mentioning a single word about the future. Ming Kunzi seemed to sigh at this point. His gaze was distant. It was as if he was remembering the past. He murmured, I had an extremely gifted disciple in the past. Unfortunately, following one's heart was something that I only began to understand after the dark sect had fallen. Else, if I had enlightened him then. Ming Kunzi shook his head and sighed softly. His form grew more and more faint, and he was about to end the dark dream with a wave of his hand. It was then that Wang Bail, who had heard what Ming Kunzi had just said, froze and suddenly said softly, Master, are you talking about senior brother Changqing? This should have been an ordinary question. After what Ming Kunzi said, Wang Baol had naturally guessed the disciple he was speaking about. He didn't expect Ming Kunzi to suddenly raise his head when he said that. There was shock in Ming Kunzi's eyes, and his breathing quickened. The world within the dark dream trembled, appearing to be on the verge of collapse. Clearly, everything was because of what Wang Baol had said. The shock that it had caused Ming Kunzi was unprecedented. Baol, how do you know about Chun Qing? Did someone tell you or did you see him? Ming Kunzi stared at Wang Baol and spoke slowly, in an extremely low voice. Wang Baol was shaken. He grew more confused. I saw him. Didn't you see him too, master? When Wang Baol said that, his eyes suddenly widened. An incredulous thought suddenly rose in his mind. So you saw him? Ming Kunzi murmured. He raised his head and looked around him. That's interesting, but Baol, this dark dream was something your master created for you specially. There is truth and there is illusion, but regardless of which it is within this dream, there shouldn't be someone called Chun Qing. Ming Kunzi's words made Wang Baol gasp violently. That was what he had guessed, and his master just confirmed it. The shock he was feeling intensified. No such person. Then why did I see? Senior brother Chun Qing even taught me how to paint the corpse face. He told me his secret. Wang Baol muttered to himself, and Ming Kunzi suddenly laughed aloud. Baol, this senior brother of yours is indeed extraordinary. While I've been casting a dark dream for you, he's been casting one for me. Ming Kunzi seemed to have thought of something. He lifted his face skyward and laughed out loud. His laughter was tinged with memories and complicated emotions. Finally, he raised his right hand and tapped Wang Baol on the forehead. Baol, the fates dictate that our path ends here. As for your future path, simply follow your heart's desires. Now, it's time to wake up. Wang Baol shuddered. He felt heaven and earth turn upside down. Everything became a blur, and the sound of mirrors shattering rang in his ears. His consciousness seemed to have left his body as it flew towards the starlit heavens. During its flight, time appeared to pass at a different speed. It sped past, as if compressing millennia into a single moment. He saw the starfield where the dark sect had been located. Many years later, a great battle took place. He saw the emperor of the never-ending clan and countless other powerful cultivators instigating a galactic war. The war was but a blur in his eyes. Then the entire dark sect was reduced to dust. The shattering of mirrors in his ears grew louder until the noise reached an extreme. Wang Baol's vision turned black. In the next moment, in the solar system, beneath the Martian soil, in the underground world within the dark artifact, in the pitch-black abyss, sat cross-legged on a solitary black boat. And asleep, Wang Baol suddenly shook and opened his eyes. As soon as his eyes opened, the dark fires inside him immediately rumbled, and a chill erupted from them. It was as if everything that had happened in the dark dream had been brought back with him. Within the blink of an eye, his dark fires increased multifold and compressed together to form a dark core. Wang Baol's cultivation erupted. At the same moment, beyond the solar system, in the depths of this endless universe, there was a region that had been marked as one of the 10 forbidden areas in this never-ending universe. It was filled with spatial tears and fractures, countless bones, and star-destroying hurricanes. Any living thing that entered stood little chance of leaving alive. At present, within this region, amongst the countless bones, the ruins of a stone monument drifted gradually in space. Standing beside this damaged stone monument was a middle-aged man. His hands were behind his back as he stared silently at the stone monument. He wore an ancient-looking black robe, and his cultivation couldn't be discerned. When the terrifying spatial tears came into contact with him, they imploded. This mere display showed that his cultivation must have reached an incredible and unfathomable realm. The stone monument before him exuded the aura of age. It seemed to have existed for too long a time. There might have been many names carved on its face. However, now they had all dimmed in brightness. Only one name remained bright and shining with a strange light. The name was Chun Qing. If Wang Baol were here, he would have recognized the stone monument to be the Dark Child monument of the Dark Sect. The middle-aged man was his senior brother, Chun Qing, in his dark dream. Except for the changes that came with age, he looked almost exactly the same. This person was Chun Qing. Chun Qing stared at the stone monument and at his own name for a very long time. Then suddenly he raised his right hand. With his finger he carved, stroke by stroke, 3 characters next to his own name. It was Wang Bail. As soon as the name appeared, it sparkled for a few moments, then immediately dimmed. It was as if the stone monument didn't recognize and approve of it. Just as Wang Bail's name was to disappear, Chun Qing spoke casually. "You didn't approve of my name then, and I destroyed half of this monument, half of your form. Now you can try to erase my junior brother's name. Try it, and see what that'll get you." After Chun Qing said that, the stone monument immediately trembled. After a long while, with great resentment, it seemed to have chosen to compromise. Wang Bail's name was no longer dim. It began to sparkle with a bright light. The ancient dark sect had too many incredible and amazing mystic arts and techniques. The dark dream mystic art was one of them. Expending one's own Tao source to draw someone else into a dreamscape that had been specially created for said person, passing on a mystic art in this dreamscape and everything about the dark sect, and creating an environment where Wang Bail could reach a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was all done using dark qi, which was formed from Ming Kunzi's Tao source. That was why, even though Wang Bail had reached a breakthrough in his dream, when he returned to reality, sufficient dark qi would have accumulated inside his soul that would allow him to reach a breakthrough in real life. That was why the moment he had woken up, the dark fire inside his body had automatically multiplied to 81 dark fires, layered over one another, and spurred a transformation. During the transformation, it was as if Wang Bail had replayed the exact scene when he had reached his breakthrough in his dream. The levels of his spirit energy climbed continuously, and his power repeatedly erupted as the dark core inside his body formed fully. When the dark core was formed, an astonishing dark qi spread from inside outward. It was like a vast ocean that surged through and flooded the meridians in Wang Bail's entire body. Sounds of crackling echoed whenever the energy burst through, and his meridians developed at an astonishing rate. Power more immense than he had felt in his dream grew and intensified inside his body. Thunderous booms sounded around in the abyss surrounding him. Wang Bail's body shuddered as the sounds of crackling grew quickly to resemble the crashing of thunder. The physical transformation spurred by his breakthrough in cultivation became obvious at this moment. Black qi exuded from his body as he sat cross-legged on the boat, creating a terrifying sight. The black qi continued to spread outward. It began to burn and transformed into an icy fire that surged outward. A whirlpool formed, with him in the eye of the storm. As it rumbled and spiraled, Wang Bail's hair stirred without a breeze. At that moment, from afar, he looked like a demonic god. His round, chubby form seemed to have slimmed down slightly, and it began to exude a faint air of authority. The aura of authority and waves of spirit energy that exuded from his person vastly surpassed that of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He knew clearly that he was no longer at the Foundation Establishment realm, and that he had stepped into the core formation realm. He didn't have to examine in detail. He could sense within his dantian, above the green lotus that had fused with his devouring seed, the appearance of a flower bud. It formed the same moment his dark core was formed, blossoming instantly and transforming into a lotus flower. Its petals began to fall, forming strong waves of dark qi. As the petals fell and drifted away, within the bud appeared a lotus. The original green lotus only had a lotus seed head. The seed head was capable of bearing seeds and gave off waves of faint spirit qi. Now, a second lotus had appeared. It was clearly different from the first lotus. It was black in color and gave off waves of dark qi, and it was surrounded by an eerie glow. Upon closer examination, one could see, within this lotus head sat his dark core. It was because of the dark core inside that this second lotus and the power it exuded gave one the feeling of it being like a sun. Its power clearly surpassed that of the first lotus. It seemed to be of a different grade in terms of quality. This wasn't the end of it. The bizarre transformation hadn't yet ended, and Wang Baol could clearly see the beginnings of a third lotus forming next to the second lotus. It was another flower bud. Lightning shone and sparkled inside this lightning bud, but it seemed to lack certain nutrients that would allow it to flower. That was why it hadn't yet blossomed. However, Wang Baol could imagine that once this bud blossomed, a third lotus would appear inside his body. One is a dark core, the other, a lightning core. If that's the case, what exactly is inside the green lotus? Wang Baol's conscious mind was still in a slight blur. These questions surfaced instinctively after he had observed everything. He didn't continue with this line of thought for long. As his mind became clearer and more awake, everything that had happened within the dark dream surfaced before his eyes. He shuddered, and his breathing became uneven. The dark dream, the dark sect. Wang Baol lowered his head. Complicated feelings unfurled within him as he thought about how he had witnessed the destruction of the dark sect just before he had left the sect. It had seemed like the compression of infinite time into a single moment, which had then passed. Wang Baol didn't know what had happened after. He didn't have enough information for him to know more. He remained silent as he sat on the solitary boat. Then, he pulled out the black mask without hesitation. "Little Missy." Wang Baol held onto the mask and whispered. There was sorrow in his voice. "Are you able to tell me everything that you know about the dark art and the dark sect?" Wang Baol said in a low voice. The black mask glimmered. A long moment later, little Missy's voice appeared in his mind. "After you fell into a deep sleep and your consciousness disappeared, I went back to the dark sect," Wang Baol muttered. What he said drove little Missy into silence. Another long moment later, little Missy's voice, tinged with exhaustion, rang out in Wang Baol's mind. "There is a break in the historical records of our sect, the dark sect, following a calamity in the past. With the disappearance of the dark sect, the subsequent descendants could only draw conclusions of what had happened from the traces of evidence left behind. It appears that its destruction has something to do with the never-ending clan. I am but an indirect descendant of the dark sect. I don't know the truth, but according to the little evidence left behind, the fall of the dark sect seemed to be related to the appearance of a traitor in the sect's midst." At that point, the little Missy seemed unable to continue. She spoke more and more slowly. It was as if she was remembering the past, or as if she was deliberating how to continue the story. Before she could recall her memories, Wang Baol raised his head suddenly, his breathing stilled. "I knew that must be it. I understand now. The never-ending clan controls the power of life, while the dark sect controls the power of rebirth and wanders the universe on behalf of the heavenly Tao. This battle between the respective Tao of life and death ended with the destruction and fall of the dark sect. That was why my master said, the heavenly Tao fell. As for the traitor, I'm not sure of the situation in the rest of the other dark sects under the other grand elders. But if it's the sect under my master, the traitor might be senior brother." "Ah!" Little Missy froze. If she had shown herself, the expression on her face would be one of bewilderment. A moment later, she coughed. She didn't continue to speak. At present, as he continued to mutter to himself, Wang Baol merged what he already knew with what little Missy had said in his mind. A picture of what had happened gradually formed. After a long time, he took a deep breath and buried his thoughts deep in his heart. Then he got to his feet and stared at the abyss around him. Silently, he bent at his waist and bowed deeply. When he straightened his back again, he shut his eyes. After a dozen or so breaths, he opened his eyes again. There was an icy glint in his eyes. The artifact spirits, and the extraterrestrial cultivators. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He lowered his head and stared at the boat beneath his feet. The dark core shook inside his body, and a startling dark chi erupted from his person. It rolled outward in waves as he barked. "Boat spirit." His voice carried the power of Wang Baol's dark core cultivation. It also contained a power that had been formed while he had been dreaming. It was an overpowering aura that belonged to the dark sect. one that enabled one to wander the universe and reign over the multitude of souls in this universe. His voice echoed in the abyss, and there was no place within the abyss that wasn't affected by the dark chi. The air rumbled and thundered as a huge whirlpool formed before him. It rumbled as it spun. The silhouette of a towering man formed rapidly. Within a span of a few breaths, it went from a blurry outline to a clear image of a person. Wang Baol knew this man. He was the soul of the pervert whom Wang Baol had purified in his dark dream. At the moment, however, the man's eyes were shut. The more distinct his form became, the clearer one could see the various missing and damaged parts on his form. His spirit energy was weak. The beckoning that was exuding from his body made Wang Baol realize that the one who had called out for him to enter this place was this soul. Master said that the one who called for me was him and yet not him. Maybe what he means is that he summoned me through this soul. Wang Baol stared at the large man's soul and pondered. His eyes turned soft. However, he had to do what he had to do. With a series of hand seals, the dark core inside his body was activated. One of the dark seals that Ming Kunzi had given him in his dark dream vanished instantly. It appeared before Wang Baol and raced towards the large man. It seared itself onto the man's forehead and infused itself with the soul. It seemed to have replaced the man's original memories with the memories Ming Kunzi had created in the dark dream. Only by completing this could the boat spirit truly belong to Wang Baol. Everything in his dreams became reality. The large man shuddered, and his shut eyes opened suddenly. There was a fierce fervor in his eyes when he stared at Wang Baol, and he immediately lowered his head and cupped his fists, bowing deeply. "Greetings, Master." As soon as the soul of the boat spirit was branded with Wang Baol's dark seal, and following its greetings, a strange and bizarre feeling surfaced inside Wang Baol. It was as if he could determine the boat spirit's life and death with a single thought. Wang Baol wasn't unfamiliar with such a feeling. It was the exact powerful feeling he had felt towards the three souls he had purified when he had been in the dark sect. Next, the robe spirit and the ore spirit. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He thought about the malicious intentions the two artifact spirits had harbored towards him in the past, then snorted. Present, standing on the black boat, he raised his right hand. With a wave of his hand, the boat rumbled and sped forward, melting into the abyss. It vanished without a trace. When it appeared again, it was at the third level of the underground world, in the central public square in the city. At present, both the elder and the young boy were equally nervous. They had no idea what kind of transformation Wang Baol would go through after entering the deep cave. However, violence filled their hearts. Their desire to kill Wang Baol was extremely strong. They couldn't do the deed themselves, though. As such, they had summoned all the powerful beasts within this underground world and had them gathered outside the cave. They were waiting for Wang Baol to appear. They had attempted to get the monsters into the cave. However, there was a barrier inside the cave that stopped anything else from entering. No matter how anxious the state preceptor and the young boy grew, they could only wait outside as they had the cave surrounded. As they stood wrought with anxiety and panic, and as hordes of monsters surrounded the cave, suddenly, the heavens changed. The winds howled, the clouds boiled, and a thunderous boom erupted in the air. The earth quaked and collapsed suddenly as giant cracks appeared in the ground. A terrifying aura erupted from the cracks and transformed into a hurricane that rose to the heavens. The earth broke apart and shattered into bits of stone and soil. They were flung into the air. The monsters around the cave let loose terrible cries and howls as they were swept away by the sudden strong force and fell back hastily. Everything had happened too quickly. Alarm flashed across the faces of the elderly state preceptor and the young boy. As the ground fell apart beneath their feet, a gigantic black boat came rising through the earth. Thunderous booms resounded in the air. The black boat broke through the earth and appeared before the elder and the young boy. They instantly saw Wang Baol, with his hands behind his back, on the boat. An indescribable fear surged through the hearts of the state preceptor and the young boy, and a myriad of emotions flashed across their faces. Their memories and fear of the dark sect instantly appeared in full detail. The boy especially shuddered. Violence and madness appeared in his eyes as he let loose a shrill scream. As his piercing scream rang in the air, the monsters that had been pushed back howled as if agitated. Regardless of the fear in their hearts, their eyes reddened, and they charged madly at Wang Baol. Insolent fools! There was ice in Wang Baol's eyes as he said coolly. With a thought, the black boat beneath his feet suddenly shone with a black light. The light was like waves of inscriptions that rolled and swept outwards. Where it passed, charging monsters shuddered violently and were left immobile. Regardless of how high their level of cultivation was, their very existence was linked to the dark artifact. They had been changed due to the spirit energy given off by the dark artifact, and their mutation was a direct result of the dark artifact. There was an intrinsic defect in their very flesh and blood. This defect made them vulnerable and helpless before the dark artifact and before Wang Baol. As the waves of inscriptions swept outward, loud booming explosions rang out. The monsters exploded one by one. They were like blood-red blossoms flowering between heaven and earth. The ease of the monsters' elimination was a terrifying sight, and it caused the boy's pupils to contract. However, he was clearly of an extremely violent character. Despite knowing the extent of damage the dark fire inside Wang Baol's body could inflict on him, he didn't choose to escape. Instead, it seemed as if he had gone mad. His eyes turned red, and with a wave of his hand, he pulled the fresh blood that had spilled from the exploded monsters towards him. From afar, the fresh blood seemed to have frozen instantly and formed a river of blood. It flowed around and circled the young boy, forming a blood-colored protective armor. It seemed like he intended to use the armor to defend himself against the dark fire. Within the armor, the boy screamed. His speed surged to the extremes of his limits as he charged at Wang Baol. Wang Baol remained unfazed at the charging, violent boy. If this had happened prior to his dark dream, he wouldn't possess any psychological edge in this situation. However, in the dark sect in his dark dream, he had seen too many souls. He had also experienced the power the dark sect had over souls. He had been there. He had no fear of any souls. Such a psychological edge meant he wasn't bothered by the approaching boy. He had personally cleansed this boy's soul in the dark dream, after all. Even though it was just a memory from a dream, after he branded the boy with the dark seal resting inside his dark core, this boy's memories would be changed and become identical to those in the dream. This meant that Wang Baol was unfazed by anything. He spoke coolly. "You're too noisy." As he spoke, Wang Baol raised his right hand. With a slight wave, as if he was painting for the souls in his dark dream, he began to paint a corpse face. As his finger landed, the screaming and charging boy suddenly shuddered. A power that he was powerless to resist, that disregarded the blood-colored armor around him, landed on his soul. It was like the touch of a brush, a light stroke falling on his soul. In an instant, his mouth vanished, and the screaming stopped. The boy trembled violently. As terror flashed across his eyes, Wang Baol sent his right hand waving again. Instantly, half of the boy's body disappeared, as if wiped away. The emotion in the boy's eyes surpassed that of fear then. It had turned to shock. The feeling of having one's soul torn to pieces, which he had almost forgotten, was once again dredged out from the depths of his memories. It was like an ocean that threatened to drown him. The boy began to shudder, and despair and pleading appeared in his eyes. This was the power the dark sect had over souls. This was the power a dark child had over an artifact spirit. It was a power that disregarded the level of one's cultivation. Even though Wang Baol was only at the core formation realm, and even though the boy's cultivation level was clearly higher than Wang Baol's, he was but a mere artifact spirit. As long as his soul didn't reach a certain cultivation level, he would be helpless against Wang Baol's mystic art. "Shouldn't you get down on your knees?" Wang Baol saw the pleading in the boy's eyes and held his finger still, speaking calmly. As soon as he said that, the boy fell with a thud to his knees. However, because the lower half of his body had vanished, he sprawled on the floor when he knelt, his forehead hitting the ground repeatedly as if kowtowing. The sight almost scared the wits out of the state preceptor, who was standing a short distance away. He gasped in shock. Corpse face. He shuddered. He didn't hesitate. He retreated immediately and hurriedly. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. He had no time to think of where he should run to, or where he could run to. You have a death wish. Wang Baol raised his head and stared at the fleeing elder in the distance with cold eyes. He didn't continue with his corpse face mystic art. Instead, his eyes turned black. It was like the spreading of dark ink over his eyes as the whites of Wang Baol's eyes were instantly dyed a pitch black. The instant his eyes turned completely black, the dark core lotus inside his body began to churn. An illusory large hand reached out from his body. It was equally black. When it appeared, the surroundings turned icy cold. The young boy, who had been kowtowing, trembled even more violently. The terror in his eyes grew more intense. The monsters who remained and hadn't been killed all began to tremble. As terror and fear filled the air, the giant hand that had reached out from Wang Baol's body suddenly dashed out and headed straight for the elder who was fleeing into the distance. Soul guidance! The state preceptor screamed. His eyes were colored with despair as he tried to escape but failed to do so. The soul-guiding hand approached and grabbed him. He struggled to no avail. With a sudden throw, he was flung onto the boat right before Wang Baol. Wang Baol stared coldly at the elder that had been captured by the soul-guiding hand. Then, he looked at the trembling young boy who was still kowtowing. With a wave of his right hand, the other two dark seals in his dark core flew out and branded the two souls. The two artifact spirits shuddered. Then they stopped shuddering. Fervor colored their eyes as their memories were replaced. In their memories, they had been personally purified by Wang Baol. They were artifact spirits that belonged to Wang Baol. Shouldn't you be resuming your positions? Wang Baol said coolly as he withdrew the soul-guiding hand. The state preceptor moved forward and transformed into a black robe. It raced towards Wang Baol and fell on his shoulders. At the same time as Wang Baol raised his right hand, the young boy transformed as well. He turned into a black lantern or and landed in Wang Baol's hand. Wang Baol gripped it. All of a sudden, the entire underground world, its skies and lands, shuddered. Above it, the second and first levels, the entire dark artifact, shuddered violently. From afar, Wang Baol wore a black robe and stood on a black boat. His entire aura was changed. Within his hand was a lantern ore, and a lantern hung on its tip, giving off an eerie glow. If Zhao Pinfang were here this moment, he would be shocked and excited to find out that Wang Baol's figure seemed to have overlaid with that of the silhouette in his wall painting. They were one and the same. After getting hold of the lantern ore and wearing the black robe, Wang Baol shut his eyes as he stood in this underground world. Thunder seemed to be crashing inside his mind as an image gradually formed in his head. He saw an enormous boat. It was buried deep underground and was hundreds of yards long and completely black in color. Almost the entire boat was severely damaged and lined with huge cracks. Dark chi seeped out continuously from the cracks, fusing with the earth and affecting the greater underground area. The entire vast region seemed to transform into dark earth. There was something illogical and unreasonable about the sight. Logically speaking, a boat with almost 90% of it damaged would have collapsed a long time ago. However, the boat in his mind seemed to be held together with a strange and extraordinary power. Despite the vast extent of damage, it continued to retain the shape and structure of a boat. This boat was a dark sampan one. Buried deep underground on Mars, it had affected the spirit energies of the entire planet. The dark chi that had spread underground covered half the planet. It had changed the evolutionary development of certain species and caused vast numbers of mutations. It had been like a sudden evolutionary transformation that took place swiftly. It had been the cause of the beast tides. It had affected corpses and caused the appearance of ancient corpses in the beast tides. The reason that it had been able to accomplish all this wasn't only due to the dark sampan's own incredible power. There was another reason. That was because the dark artifact buried in the Martian underground wasn't only a dark sampan. There was also a lantern or as well as a black robe. Within Wang Bao's mind, he saw an equally enormous or beside the dark sampan. It was equally damaged. In fact, the extent of its damage seemed even greater, with only a small part of it left. Its lantern and its handle were missing, seemingly ripped apart. Their whereabouts were unknown. On the other side of the dark sampan was the black robe, buried. Similarly, only a small, damaged part of it remained. The whereabouts of its missing parts were unknown. The three dark artifacts combined were the true, complete dark artifacts that belonged to a dark child of the dark sect. After a long time, Wang Bao opened his eyes. His entire heart was overwhelmed with emotions. He knew clearly that the black robe on him, the boat beneath his feet, and the lantern or in his hands were all mere illusions. They weren't real. However, he was still shocked by the true forms of these three dark artifacts. To be damaged to this extent and yet still possess such power, that it's able to affect the Martian underground and the evolution of Martian species. It even created a 3-level underground world on Mars. At that thought, Wang Bao took a deep breath. He finally knew where he was. He was inside the dark artifact. It was clear that there was some sort of dimension-distorting spell in this place, and that was how the 3-level underground world was formed. The size was astonishing. Since Wang Bao had branded the 3 artifact spirits, he was now the master of the dark artifact. He could sense that the 3 dark artifacts were so large because they had been too severely damaged and hence lost their ability to shrink in size. Once they were repaired to a sufficient degree, their sizes could be modified with a single thought. If the 3 dark artifacts are recovered to their perfect states, how powerful would they be? Shock stirred within Wang Bao. He already knew the answer. Based on his understanding of the dark artifacts in his dark dream, he knew that if the dark artifacts could be repaired completely, they would become immense weapons that would help a dark child wander the universe. At that thought, Wang Bao was overcome by excitement. After a moment, he took a deep breath and suddenly said, "Artifact spirits, report the extent of damage your respective dark artifacts have suffered." As soon as Wang Bao spoke, the voices of his artifact spirits rang in his head. They spoke with extreme respect and deference. "Master, the lantern or has lost 60% of its full form. The exact locations of these lost parts are unknown and beyond our senses. The remaining 40% of its parts have received approximately 80% damage. Only the power of laws is holding it together and preventing it from being completely ruined. Master, the dark robe is in a similar state. 70% of its full form has been lost. The remaining 3% of its parts are also mostly damaged." The boys and the state preceptor's answers gave Wang Bao a headache. The 3 dark artifacts had simply received too much damage, especially the robes. Wang Bao felt it no longer resembled robes and looked like strips of cloth instead. "That's useless. I got excited for nothing." Wang Bao sighed. "Master, if there are sufficient materials, the dark artifact can repair itself. As long as any one of the dark artifacts is restored to 10% functionality, it will be able to establish a constant protective barrier that can withstand attacks from anyone below the spirit immortal realm." The words of the dark artifact's artifact spirit gave Wang Bao hope. He was once again shocked by the power of the dark artifact. "You can achieve that with only 10% functionality? What if it's higher? If the dark sampan could be restored to 30% of its functionality, it will be able to unleash an attack that rivals one at the greater spirit immortal realm. But this will use up a lot of energy. More materials will be required for further repair before it can unleash a second attack. Considering that both the lantern and the dark robe are missing parts of their form, I suggest starting the repair of the dark sampan first." As the artifact spirit of the dark sampan spoke, he handed over a list of materials to Wang Bao. The boy and the state preceptor would have refuted the artifact spirit of the dark sampan if it had been in the past, but they had nothing but exasperation and resignation in their hearts now. They could only follow their orders obediently. After all, starting with the repairs of the dark sampan was indeed the best option currently. Wang Bao's eyes brightened. However, He couldn't help but smack his forehead after reading through the list of materials required. The materials required to repair the dark sampan were simply too much. Many of them were extremely rare materials, and some of the materials were actually stellar sources. All the materials that Wang Baol had ever used in his refining dermic artifacts couldn't compare to the value of 1/10,000th of the materials on this list. He couldn't help himself from sighing. I bet I can craft a few divine armaments with these materials. Master, you could indeed do that. However, they would lack the power of laws. As a result, they would only be inferior-grade divine armaments. The state preceptor said hastily, speaking before the boat spirit could say anything to try and prove his worth. Wang Baol's eyes flashed. He had read quite extensively while in the dark dream, but he hadn't come across any information on divine armaments. He couldn't help but question further. Inferior-grade divine armaments? Yes, Master. Divine armaments are divided into inferior-grade, medial-grade, superior-grade, and perfect-grade armaments. The difference between each grade is immense. It's like heaven and earth. The boy realized that if they began by repairing the dark sampan first, his worth would fall. That was why he had spoken hastily. Have you seen the Federation's divine armament? What grade is it? Wang Baol asked immediately. No, but we've sensed it before. It's an inferior-grade divine armament. Inferior grade? How about the dark artifact? Wang Baol's breathing grew uneven. All three dark artifacts are medial-grade artifacts. In their complete form, they are able to unleash the power of a superior-grade divine armament. When Wang Baol heard that, he got so excited that he trembled. His eyes burned with a bright light, and fire burned his insides. It was as if he'd just picked up an invaluable and priceless treasure that had been lying on the side of the road. He thought the Federation's divine armament an extremely powerful artifact, so powerful that it was beyond description. However, it was only an inferior-grade armament. His dark artifact, on the other hand, would become a superior-grade armament once repaired completely. He wished he could immediately gather all the materials required and restore his dark artifact fully. His eyes reddened. He was like a starving ghoul that had been hungry for 1,000 years. His eyes glowed with a red light as he glanced around him suddenly. Resources. I need vast amounts of resources, Wang Baol muttered. At that moment, three figures appeared in his mind suddenly, the three nascent soul realm extraterrestrial cultivators. They must have loads of resources on them. At that thought, Wang Baol licked his lips and violence shone in his eyes. Based on his connection with the dark artifact, he knew that because the dark artifact couldn't shrink in size, he would face great difficulty in wielding it in the outside world. He wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. However, inside the dark artifact, within this three-level world that had been conjured by the dark artifact, he was like a god. Even though he wouldn't be able to hold his own against extremely powerful entities, by gathering the power of the artifact spirits, it wasn't impossible for him to fight back against three nascent souls. Let's go. We're going to get the resources to fix the dark sampan. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, he pointed the illusory lantern in his hand forward. The heavens and earth thundered, and the entire three-level underground world quaked. Simultaneously, light erupted from countless regions. The illusory black robe on Wang Baol fluttered in the wind as the dark sampan beneath his feet started moving. Soundlessly, they raced into the skies, melting into the abyss instantly and vanishing without a trace. A year in the dark dream was a mere day in the real world. To the three extraterrestrial cultivators trapped in the three-level underground world created by the dark artifact, only a day had passed since they lost sight of Wang Baol. Fury burned inside them. They wanted to kill Wang Baol so badly, but they did not panic. With their knowledge and experience, they could tell that the underground world created by the dark artifact was a closed universe. After failing to find an exit out of this place, they decided to move deeper inside and continue their search. They would either find Wang Baol or a way out. With time, they felt that they would be able to accomplish either one. In fact, there was a great chance of them being able to do both. That was indeed the case. They had plenty of resources on them and had many tricks up their sleeves. including a mystic art that had been passed down to them by their elder, one which was used specifically to dispel such forbidden spells. It required their combined efforts to unleash it, but it specifically countered forbidden array formations. Its power was incredible. Given a few more days, they might really charge out of the dark artifact or find their way to Wang Baol. However, they couldn't have imagined that within a single day, the tides had turned. At present, they had found a weak spot in the second level of the underground world and were working together to break through it. The earth and heavens shuddered as a whirlpool appeared in the sky. At first, it spun slowly, but as they continued to cast the spell, it began to spin faster. As it spun more quickly, a pathway appeared in the center of the whirlpool. It seemed unstable at the moment, but it was likely that it would stabilize after a while, connecting the first level and the second level of the underground world. Once they entered the first level, they would be able to blast their way out of the dark artifact. They intended to secure a means of escaping first before creating a pathway through the various levels and seeking out Wang Baol. Once we reach the first level and activate the pathway, we'll immediately seal it, then go and find that damn fatty. Unless he's truly an idiot, there's a chance he's not really called Zhuo Yixian. Why else would he shout out his own name to us? It doesn't matter. He's just like a corpse burial rat. He's just another rat that's better at digging holes. They all had ugly expressions on their faces. When they had been back on their mother planet, or even when they had been off pillaging other civilizations, they had never come across a Foundation establishment realm cultivator who had had so many tricks up his sleeve, who had been so difficult to put down, and who had been so vicious and eccentric. When they recalled that Wang Baol's cultivation was only at the Foundation establishment realm, their faces darkened another shade. They admitted to the fact that they had underestimated Wang Baol at first. That was why they had wanted to capture him alive and hadn't unleashed their most powerful attacks. They had given Wang Baol a chance. It had been that chance that had the tables turned on them. We'll blast it open first, but let's not spend too much time trying to find him. We must return to the mother planet as soon as possible so we can inform the elder about what is going on here. We can't be late for his birthday either. The stone chest that we found in the ruins of the Cloudstar civilization will definitely earn his approval. That, combined with the news about this galaxy, and we're bound to receive 3 soul conduit pills. The centipede-faced cultivator pondered for a while, then spoke slowly. Fervor appeared in the eyes of the other 2 cultivators when they heard that. They were about to continue unleashing the mystic art and completely stabilize the pathway in the whirlpool. It was then that something unexpected happened. A series of loud rumblings suddenly erupted from both the earth and the heavens. The tombstones erected on the lands shook violently as waves of inscription appeared in the second level of the underground world. It was as if the entire second level had been transformed into the two-dimensional surface of a pool, and a huge stone had been thrown in, causing ripples to spread across the surface. The sudden change sent alarm flashing across their faces. Before they could react, the entire world seemed to be turned upside down all of a sudden. The heavens became the earth, and the burial grounds, the sky. Endless waves of inscription swept across the entire world. Soon, 2 eerie ghoulish heads appeared near them. They were green-faced and fearsome beyond measure, fanged and horned. There were inscriptions on their faces that hovered between brightness and darkness, making them appear creepy and violent. As soon as the ghoulish heads appeared, they widened their jaws and charged towards 2 cultivators. They intended to swallow them whole. They were incredibly fast, making it impossible to escape them. Helpless, the centipede-faced cultivator, who was the leader of the party, and the horse-faced cultivator next to him, tried to fall back as their pupils contracted. There was no time for them to do that at all. Their bodies were swallowed whole by the 2 giant green-faced ghouls. They vanished instantly after that. As soon as they disappeared, the inverted world resumed its original state. The waves of inscription disappeared, as did the series of transformations and discord that had descended upon the world. A deathly silence descended. In the entire land, out of the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators, only the square-faced cultivator remained. A myriad of emotions flashed across his face. He was shaken to the core. He had clearly been shocked by the earlier scene. In his terror, he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation, extending his spiritual senses and stepping back, terrified and on extremely high alert. As he retreated, he didn't hesitate to form a series of rapid hand seals. Scales appeared on his forehead, the edges of his eyes, and on his limbs. There were a total of 9 scales, all of them purple, all of them exuding incredible spirit energy. This was his most powerful attack, but every unleashing of this attack was a drain on his life force. That was why, unless he was forced into a corner, with death looming over him, he wouldn't use it. He had only unleashed it now because of the fright that he had experienced. As intense terror and wariness coursed through his body, the square-faced cultivator let loose a sudden burst of speed. He flew around for 30 minutes and saw that everything around him remained unchanged. No danger surfaced. Did we trigger some trap inside this dark artifact? Suspicions rose within the square-faced cultivator's heart. The sudden appearance of the ghoulish heads and the transformation of the heavens and earth had been absolutely terrifying. His comrades had been swallowed whole, and their fates were now unknown. He was worried and unsettled. Now that everything seemed safe, despite his doubts, he was relieved, albeit barely. Just as he relaxed slightly, a black mist appeared soundlessly and enveloped the entire tombstone-filled land. It was a thin mist at first, but within the span of a few breaths, it blanketed the entire heavens and earth. It spread out suddenly, covering the entire world with a thick mist. If one were to look down from above, one would see a land filled with mist, transformed into a sea of mist. The sight alarmed the square-faced cultivator. He was about to retreat when suddenly, his entire body shuddered. His eyes widened as he saw, beyond the lands and high in the heavens, a region that seemed drenched in blood. Within a single moment, a blood-red moon appeared like a blood imprint in the sky. It exuded an eerie aura. Soft whispers began to echo all around him, amidst the mist and fog, as the blood moon hung in the heavens. Regardless of how hard the square-faced cultivator tried to make out what the whispers were saying, he couldn't discern anything. Horror swelled in his heart, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, his cultivation erupted. In the next moment, the 9 scales on him gave off a bright, dazzling light. This was like a sudden dose of courage. He shouted, "Who is it? Who's trying to scare me?" The square-faced cultivator's pupils suddenly contracted after he shouted. He could see before his eyes, in the mist in front of him, the blurry outline of a lone boat. There was someone sitting on the boat. He was dressed in black robes, and before him was a lantern, or his features were indiscernible due to the thick mist. Regardless, a sudden horror still rose within the square-faced cultivator. It was akin to the instinctive awe that came from within the depths of one's soul. It seemed to be infused in his blood, something that had been passed down from generation to generation through blood, something that his ancestors in the distant past had in their blood. It was fear and terror one harbored towards such a figure. It was the feeling an ordinary person would have upon seeing a god of death rise from the depths of the underworld. It made him tremble. But the square-faced cultivator was, after all, a nascent soul realm cultivator. He had seen his fair share of deaths and killed his fair share of enemies. Despite his terror, despite his reddening eyes, he knew that this was the moment of life and death. He roared and charged at the boat. With a series of hand seals, the 9 scales on his body gave off an intense light. They formed 9 beams of light that seemed to signify destruction that landed on the boat. The 9 beams landed on the boat instantly. However, the boat seemed as if an illusion. Nothing changed. The 9 beams of light that contained within them immense power and signified destruction passed through the boat and exploded in the distant mists. Fear surged in the square-faced cultivator's heart. His face was pale and he retreated hastily. Just as he was about to escape, Wang Baol opened his eyes, uttering 2 words softly. "Corpse face." Wang Baol paid no attention to the escaping square-faced cultivator, as it didn't matter how fast he was going. The expression on Wang Baol's face remained unchanged as he spoke the 2 words quietly. "Corpse face." As soon as those words fell out of Wang Baol's mouth, The mist blanketing the entire world suddenly rolled and rumbled. It erupted suddenly and surged outward in all directions, revealing the land that had been enveloped in mist. However, the exposed land was no longer the same burial grounds. It had become a flat surface like a mirror. The edges of the mirror continued to expand. Within a few seconds, it caught up with and went past the fleeing square-faced cultivator. Waves of terror surged within the square-faced cultivator's heart as an intense feeling of dread turned his already red eyes even redder, to the color of blood. His gut told him that if he got trapped within the mirror, then he would definitely be killed. In his panic, his eyes grew wild. He didn't hesitate and instead decided immediately to self-destruct his scales. A series of rumbling began to sound within his body. With each booming sound, one of his scales would explode and burst into a blood-red mist. The mist was then sucked in through his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. It was like he was breathing in vitality, and his speed quickly increased. He was using everything he had at this moment and running like a madman, but it was of no use. If one were to look from an elevated spot, one would see clearly that this part of the underground world had completely transformed. It had become a flat, even mirror. Not only was the ground a side of the mirror, but the entire world had become a side of the same mirror. Both the sky and the earth were faces of the mirror, and the distance between the sky and the earth was the thickness of the mirror. The panicking square-faced cultivator was racing inside the mirror, trying to escape. That was why, no matter how fast he went and how hard he ran, he would never get out, because he was already trapped inside the mirror. This was the power that Wang Baol could wield, the incomplete powers of the dark artifact. After he branded his artifact spirits and fused it with his array formation, it transformed the world into a mirror. The mirror looked like the dark mirror that Wang Baol had practiced painting corpse faces on in his dark dream. Wang Baol lifted his right hand and pointed towards the abyss. A black light shot out from his finger and seemed to pierce the abyss. It landed on the mirror and became the tip of a brush, forming a light stroke. It was like his dark dream, when he had drawn the faces that the souls would have in their next lives. The brush stroke landed on the square-faced cultivator, causing him to shudder and his eyes to widen. He felt an invisible yet immense power, one that seemed to represent fate and the laws of this heaven and earth, descend upon him. He was helpless to fight back. With a sudden rumbling, he felt a gust of wind pass him. When it left, his eyes were gone as well. "Senior, please spare my life. Please listen to me. I can explain." The man let loose a terrified cry. He was filled with terror, and now his vision was black. Everything that was happening made him instinctively feel that this was an attack from some indescribable presence within the dark artifact. So he hurriedly begged for his life. However, no matter how hard he cried for mercy, it couldn't stop the descent of this incredible power. Wang Baol drew another experienced stroke. The man's nose, his ears, even his mouth, vanished instantly. His voice was silenced, and only his body remained trembling violently. At the same time, a heart-piercing, soul-shattering agony surfaced in the man's consciousness as Wang Baol drew his third stroke. He couldn't shout. He could only remain silent as his body was pulled by an immense force, turning what had been thin and weak into a fat and rotund body. This was indeed the case. Wang Baol had mastered the corpse face mystic art. With a few strokes, he had changed the appearance of the man completely. His body was like a mountain of flesh, and his face was blank with no facial features. It was like a blank board. However, a set of chubby features appeared on this blank board as Wang Baol continued to paint. As they surfaced, the man could finally scream again. He could finally see what was going on around him. The man soon knew that his pain had just started, with the end nowhere in sight. He heard a dissatisfied snort. Then his features were wiped clean again. He was given another look. Wang Baol remained dissatisfied. He felt that he had drawn the man too handsome. With a wave of his hand, he continued to wipe the man's face clean and paint anew. It took a few rounds, and the man kept undergoing indescribable pain every time. Finally, he had no energy left for screaming. In his weakness, Bewilderment and despair shone in his eyes. "I haven't painted in quite a while. I've become rusty." Wang Baol grumbled in annoyance at his repeated unsatisfactory works. He lifted his right hand and waved. A loud cracking sound rang out, and the entire mirror, as if hit by a sudden great power, shattered. The face of the mirror broke into pieces, and the square-faced man trapped within shattered alongside the mirror. After his series of actions, Wang Baol sighed with regret. He grabbed through the air, and a storage bag and a few scales appeared in his hand. He shifted and vanished, alongside the boat beneath his feet. As he left, that part of the underground world gradually resumed its original state. It returned to what it had been, a burial ground. The blood moon in the skies faded away, and everything was as it had been. Out of the 3 extraterrestrial nascent soul realm cultivators, 1 had perished. During this time, on the first level of the underground world, the horse-faced cultivator was racing forward with terror painted on his face. A moment ago, he had been on the second level, attacking a weak point in the underground world with his 2 comrades. The next moment, before he had been able to react, a giant ghoulish head had appeared before him and swallowed him whole. He had thought that would have been the end for him as his vision had blurred. When it had been regained, it had seemed like he had been teleported away and had landed on the first level of the underground world. He had been plagued with doubts and suspicions, drawing the same conclusion as the square-faced cultivator. He thought that they had triggered some trap in the dark artifact. "I'll reunite with the rest as soon as possible." The horse-faced cultivator had a solemn expression on his face. He had a feeling that something had changed in this world inside the dark artifact. As to what had changed specifically, he wasn't sure. Regardless of how many times he had tried to reach out to the rest through his voice transmission ring, he couldn't get to them. He had even used the mystic scroll that allowed for a certain degree of interdimensional communication amongst the 3 of them but hadn't received a reply. This had alarmed him further. "I cannot continue this search for them. I have to leave this hellish place immediately. I'll wait outside for them." The horse-faced cultivator took a deep breath and made up his mind. He was about to find the way out when the first level of the underground world underwent a sudden transformation. The multitudes of islands made from bones scattered across the sea of souls suddenly rumbled. They erupted suddenly, and the thunderous booms rose to the skies. Alarm surged inside the horse-faced cultivator. He saw with his own eyes countless bones rising to the skies with the explosion of the bone islands. The sky was filled with countless bones. This, the horse-faced cultivator was shocked into silence, alarm crossing his face when the bones gathered together. Within the span of a few seconds, they formed a giant skeletal finger. It was so huge that it spanned 1/10 of the heavens. It was an earth-shattering, terrifying sight. It was followed by the second skeletal finger, then the third, until all 5 fingers appeared. More bones continued to gather, forming a vast and immense palm that connected the 5 fingers. The 5 skeletal fingers curled inwards suddenly. In the heavens, a tight fist that spanned almost the entire sky appeared, and was made of pure bones. "What is this?" The horse-faced cultivator's head was prickling with fear. He could feel death looming over him. He retreated immediately, prepared to do whatever it took to escape. The shock and terror in his heart had reached the extremes. This wasn't the end. As the horse-faced cultivator tried to flee, the entire sea of souls suddenly erupted. Countless souls dashed out madly and charged at the fist of bones, clustering around it, as if forming its layers of blood and flesh. From afar, one could clearly see the tremendous skeletal fist gaining flesh upon its bones at a rapid speed as a vast number of souls fused with it. The blood was black in color, its flesh green, and its skin was lined with green seals. In the blink of an eye, the entire spirit sea had emptied itself. A green-skinned fist that seemed to take up the space of the entire world became the only thing in the world. The fist thundered towards the horse-faced cultivator, whose face was filled with terror and shock. This fist was green-skinned and filled with symbols that had a spectral feel to them. It seemed to have come from hell and was now severely broken. When it landed in civilization, The heavens and earth were unable to withstand it. It was as if the sky was about to be devastated, causing the entire world to be left only with this large fist and the horse-faced cultivator, who was now looking extremely frightened, aghast, and hopeless. The horse-faced cultivator's face was twisted, and as he activated his hand seals and waved his hands, a jade pendant emerged instantly from his chest. The jade pendant was like a spirit body, glowing brilliantly. Once it appeared, it landed before the horse-faced cultivator, instantly transforming into 1,000-foot-wide jade steel. A colorful glow blocked the fist. The horse-faced cultivator was a nascent soul realm cultivator, and in the face of impending doom, he had a quick reaction and managed to struggle and resist it. In the blink of an eye, it replaced the vast fist in the sky and landed on the jade steel. The jade steel was large, but looking at it from a distance, it was like a tiny needle relative to the fist. It was so fragile that it was directly broken and turned to dust even before visible cracks could be seen. Wang Baol had put in a lot of energy in this dark artifact. Over 90% of it may have been damaged, but it was, after all, a superior-grade divine armament. The power of a superior-grade divine armament was minimal, but it was sufficient to crush a nascent soul cultivator. In theory, if Wang Baol's physical body was sufficiently large, he could directly move the dark artifact away. After that, he could exhibit such powers even if he was in the outside world. However, this was apparently impossible. Unless the dark artifact was restored to a certain extent and could be shrunk, Wang Baol could only unleash its destructive power in the interior of the dark artifact. Right now, amidst the loud boom and as the jade steel was breaking apart, the horse-faced cultivator screamed pitifully. If it was possible to rewind time, the horse-faced cultivator would never have gone near Mars, for the dark artifact on Mars exerted a force on him that he couldn't resist. "Senior, please appease your anger. I'm merely a junior nascent soul realm cultivator." The horse-faced cultivator's voice was trembling. In the process of asking for forgiveness, he retreated at high speed. As he activated his hand seals, a large pink banner that looked like a ribbon appeared beside him, wrapping his surroundings. At a glance, it seemed rather uncoordinated with his movements. However, right now, the horse-faced cultivator couldn't be bothered with it. He took out the most powerful protective dermic treasure that he had, despite being unwilling to use it. As the ribbon twirled around, it gave off resistive forces. It seemed to be resisting all the other forces, auras, and objects that neared it in its surroundings. At the same time, the horse-faced cultivator still felt that it was insufficient. He bit his tongue and caused blood to start flowing, forming a blood-colored bat before him. The bat screamed shrilly, extending its wings as its body expanded into a length hundreds of feet long. Its wings also grew extremely large, and with the horse-faced cultivator as the center, the bat quickly clasped its wings, enveloping the horse-faced cultivator within it. At the same time, there were tens of other dermic treasures of different shapes and sizes all being taken out by the horse-faced cultivator. At this life-and-death juncture, he gave it his all, and that included continuing to ask for forgiveness. However, they were futile efforts. As the horse-faced cultivator retreated, the giant fist that decimated the jade steel recovered its force and landed heavily on him. The tens of dermic treasures were instantly destroyed. The blood-colored bat didn't manage to make a single sound before its wings and body turned into a mush of flesh and blood and vaporized. The ribbon beside the horse-faced cultivator's body, despite being filled with resistive forces, was like a weak lady who had met with a jock that was several times heavier than her. As everything withered, the ribbon was twisted, curling back onto the horse-faced cultivator's body. A force that seemed capable of squashing everything was instantly released. Looking at the situation from a distance, it was like the sky had fallen onto the ground. It wasn't even possible to see a single trace of the horse-faced cultivator's existence, as everything seemed to have been turned into ash and dust. After a moment, the giant fist was slowly lifted and gradually dissipated. All of the flesh and blood turned into spirits, culminating into the sea, while all of the bone ash landed and accumulated into an island. The first level of the underground world appeared to have returned to its original state. Only the storage bag and items like the ribbon seemed to have been drawn into the air, into the vast land above the spirit sea. They were grabbed by a hand that had suddenly been extended, and a figure dressed in a black robe suddenly appeared. A lantern lay in front of him, and he sat with his legs crossed in a lone boat. He slowly retracted the hand that had grabbed the storage bag and the other items. He lowered his head and went further away into the distance, going in the direction that the lone boat naturally floated on the spirit sea. As Wang Baol left into the distance, in the third level of this underground world, which was filled with many cities, the leader of the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators, the man with the centipede on his face, looked at his surroundings with an awful expression on his face. Unlike the other 2 people, even though the leader was on the third level, he was trapped in a region that was less than 1,000 feet wide. The periphery of this region was shrouded in a translucent gray glow, and regardless of which method the leader used, he was unable to break through the glow. He was trapped where he was. In reality, after being swallowed by the ghoulish head previously, this was the location that he had reappeared in. Compared to his 2 subordinates, the leader with the centipede on his face was definitely more experienced and knowledgeable. He instantly realized that he didn't go beyond the restrictions. Instead, an enemy had launched an attack and unleashed the force of a dark artifact. His 2 subordinates were likely to have met with fatal danger by now. After all, having the courage to attack an unknown opponent implied that he was confident. Is it an artifact spirit or that irritating fatty that was about to be skinned? He was solemn and appeared calm, but in reality, he was extremely anxious, as if his mind was set on fire. A sense of crisis was emanating from every inch of his body. It was as if all his cells were screaming at him to leave this place immediately. The fact that the 3 of us were split up means that the mastermind doesn't have the confidence to go against us at the same time. Based on this interpretation, there is a limit to this person's combat power. If it's that fatty, it means that he still isn't skilled enough to handle the dark artifact, or the dark artifact is broken or couldn't be sufficiently supported by his cultivation level. The man with the centipede on his face narrowed his eyes as he made his judgment. At the same time, after he waited for about 5 minutes and realized that there was no one else here besides him, he concluded that his 2 subordinates were likely to have died. Therefore, he is coming to me last. A look of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He understood that it was useless to be afraid. At the same time, the fact that he could become a thief on a star with his nascent soul realm cultivation was due to his decisiveness and ferocity. I shall wait then. The man laughed chillingly, suppressing the anxiety in his heart, and seeming to be awaiting death. He looked and inspected his surroundings after spreading his spirit perception apart. After ensuring that his setup was in place, he felt more comforted. In reality, after arriving here and realizing that he couldn't blast the protective covering away, he decided to put traps here. All the array formations, one-use elixirs, and dermic treasures that he had brought along with him were laid out in the 1,000-foot-wide region. He used the entire situation for setting up his traps. As he inspected the setup and felt comforted by it, he suddenly grew alert. He heard a mumbling voice that seemed to originate from a distance away and was growing clearer by the second. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. Listening to this bizarre song-like mumbling, his heart palpitated at an increasing speed. Even his spirits grew unstable, and his vision blurred. He bit his own tongue and managed to recover through the pain. He breathed quickly as he raised his head to look beyond the protective covering. His pupils constricted, and from the reflection in his eyes, it could be seen that the skies outside the protective screen had turned pitch black and that a long river had appeared along with the emergence of the tune. The river water blended in with the dark skies but remained clear. Taking a closer look at it, one could even see that countless spirits were present in the water, as if the spirit sea from the first level of the underground world had flowed here and formed a spirit river. If it were just a spirit river, the man with the centipede wouldn't be so shocked. Without a doubt, in the spirit river, a black lone boat was slowly approaching. On the lone boat sat Wang Baol with his legs crossed. He stood up and raised his right hand. The lantern or that was in front of him slowly rose and landed in his hands. It's indeed you who was playing a trick on me. A look of ferocity appeared in the eyes of the man with a centipede on his face. He bellowed when he recognized Wang Baol. Wang Baol smiled, waving the lantern or in his hands and mimicking his master in the dark dream. He spoke unclearly. Fellow Taoist, it's time to begin your journey to the netherworld. As Wang Baol spoke, the dark river beneath the lone boat expanded, leading down from the sky towards where the burly man was sealed. Instantly, he passed the protective covering using his lone boat, quickly approaching the burly man. Before that, the burly man with the centipede looked anxious, his pupils constricting as he seemed to be attempting to retreat. However, just as the dark river passed through the protective covering, and as Wang Baol arrived on the lone boat, the ferocity in the burly man's eyes intensified, and he roared loudly. To hell with the journey! As he screamed, he waved his hands. Immediately, in 1,000-foot wide diameter around him, flying swords emerged from underground, forming a sword fleet. That wasn't all. Bright rays of light emerged from the ground in the center of the sword feet, interweaving with each other and transmogrifying into an array diagram. The force of an array formation was unleashed right at this moment. Furthermore, figures identical to that of the burly man appeared in the blink of an eye in every corner, making it difficult for one to differentiate the actual person from his figures. A sharp and ear-piercing scream reverberated as well, and was a sound that seemed capable of breaking a rock. The ground began to crack apart, and a frighteningly large centipede emerged from within, as if it was about to swallow Wang Baol, who was fast approaching. Its terrifying orifice could be seen clearly, and its body was covered with countless sharp thorns that gripped anyone who saw it with fear. Describing the scene, it seemed as if they appeared slowly, but in reality, they were all put in place the moment Wang Baol entered the confines of the protective covering. It was as fast as lightning. However, all the preparations, all the methods of attack, all the flying sword dermic treasures, and even the terrifying-looking centipede were powerless in the face of a dark artifact. Furthermore, Wang Baol knew that the burly man was the leader. As such, when he attacked, not only did he unleash the remaining power of the dark artifact, he even adopted the methods of the dark sect. The lone boat continued to move forward, and the dark river continued to flow. However, what changed was that Wang Baol began singing the bizarrely tuned song, which seemed to harness some sort of mysterious force. When the heavens and earth separate, the cycle of fate stops. The moment the rhyme was sung, the entire dark artifact shook. A force whose source couldn't be detected emerged suddenly. It didn't appear out of nowhere, nor did it come from somewhere else. Instead, it was formed right there and then. To put it more accurately, it was formed as a result of the rhyme. As it reverberated, the numerous flying swords in the air froze in motion. The dermic treasures and the array formation also calmed down. Even the huge, terrifying centipede stopped in its tracks, motionless. It was as if everything had been frozen. The countless avatars of the burly man dissipated instantly like popped bubbles. The only one that remained was the one nearest to Wang Baol, who was now carrying a look of disbelief on his face. This is impossible. Time has stopped. It's impossible. This is the legendary consciousness dermic Tao that only the top mighty figures of the galaxy realm can exhibit. The burly man was shaking vigorously with shock. He couldn't control himself as he shrieked in surprise, his body moving back. Even though he was doubtful about everything that was happening, thinking that it was impossible, he still retreated without hesitation. He didn't dare to fight or battle anymore. Now, the only thought in his mind was to escape. Everything here was so bizarre that he shuddered at the thought of it. However, just as he stepped back, he suddenly stopped. A look of fear and astonishment intensified in his eyes as he looked at his own body, which was now in front of him. In shock, there was a body in front of him, standing there motionlessly with an expression of fear frozen on its face, as if it had been frozen for an eternity. Looking at the body in front of him, The burly man trembled as he lowered his head to look at himself. What he saw was a translucent soul. It's not time that has been frozen. As the burly man's soul trembled and continued to retreat, a protective screen instantly emerged. However, right there and then, he heard the second line of the song. Knowing what happened in the past, the one who suffers now is. As the song reverberated, the burly man's soul trembled. He saw Wang Baol dressed in a black robe, stepping on the lone boat, and leaving into the distance on the dark river instead of approaching him. However, for some unknown reason, he didn't feel that he was liberated. Instead, a frightening sense that catastrophe was about to strike arose in his mind. He retreated once again until he was so far away that he could no longer see Wang Baol. Despite that, he realized, in shock, that his surroundings were still pitch black. If it were simply pitch black, it wouldn't have been a huge matter. However, in the darkness, several blurry-looking spirits could be seen, and they were similar to the ones he saw in the spirit sea on the first level. Impossible. This is impossible. The burly man's soul shivered. A look of hopelessness appeared in his eyes, and Wang Baol's song sounded in his ears again, fleeting and inconsistent. Knowing what's to come in the future, the one who is working hard now is. This sound reverberated in his soul for a long time, until the burly man's consciousness began to become unclear. The moment it was completely blurred out, the burly man seemed to enter a state of clarity before death. He finally understood why his surroundings were in complete darkness. He saw the spirit river that Wang Baol was sailing on in his lone boat when he still had a body previously. He saw that there were countless spirits in the spirit river, and his spirit was amongst them. After realizing this, his consciousness dissipated. As it dissipated, the spirit river that he was in began to disappear gradually, together with the lone boat, as it flowed from the sky to the ground. When the lone boat next appeared, it was on the third level of the underground world, in the public square Wang Baol had set off from. There were still numerous corpses and ferocious beasts kneeling there, trembling. Wang Baol's face was pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The lone boat beneath his feet, the black robe he was wearing, and the lantern he was holding began to grow unclear. This continued until they eventually disappeared completely, transforming into 3 individual artifact spirits. One burly man, one elder, and a young boy. When the 3 artifact spirits appeared, they hurriedly knelt before Wang Baol. Wang Baol shut his eyes, calming the churning blood qi in his body. The previous 3 battles seemed easy, but in reality, he had made use of the power of the dark artifact. Despite the dark artifact being damaged, Wang Baol still had to use a lot of effort in controlling it, given his cultivation level. That was especially so as those 3 battles were in an entirely different format from those he had experienced before. From the inheritance and sense that he had obtained through the dark dream, he vaguely felt that the reason why superior-grade divine armaments were so powerful was that they could unleash these rule-like divine powers. It's a pity that my cultivation level isn't high enough and that the dark artifact is damaged and can't be shrunk. Otherwise, if I could carry it around with me, if I were to call myself the Federation president after leaving this place and anyone were to disagree, all I would need to do was sing a soul song to them. With that thought, Wang Baol was extremely agitated yet depressed. As he experienced the torrent of emotions, he sighed. I'm getting arrogant. I need to stay humble. Wang Baol patted his tummy, suppressing the churning blood qi in his body. He didn't bother to tend to his injuries immediately. Instead, he quickly took out the gains that he had obtained from the 3 battles. In reality, the 2 nascent Souls Realm cultivators exhausted numerous dermic treasures in the first and second battle. It wasn't that Wang Baol didn't want to stop them, but the fact was that despite Wang Baol acting like everything was a walk in the park, the calmness on his face was all a strong front. The truth was that he was about to go crazy looking at those dermic treasures being destroyed. In his mind, the possessions of the trio were like his own. However, he couldn't control the power of the dark artifact such that it would only wipe out humans but not damage the dermic treasures. As he sighed, Wang Baol opened up the 3 storage bags before him. After rummaging through them, his eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Even though the dermic treasures of the trio were mostly damaged, there were still over 10 intact ones, including one tricolored flying sword that could transmogrify into a sword fleet comprised of countless flying swords. There was also the ribbon from the horseface cultivator, the scales from the squareface cultivator, as well as other dermic treasures that the trio didn't use. Wang Baol couldn't tell the grade of those dermic treasures due to differences in culture between the cultivators and the Federation. However, he had a hunch that since the nascent Soul Realm cultivators could use them, that they were definitely treasures. He was filled with excitement at the thought. I've struck gold. Other than that, there were numerous crystals that looked like spirit stones. There was also a jade slip, though he wasn't familiar with the words on the jade slip. At the same time, there were 30-odd pill bottles, as well as 2 sets of scaly armor, and a centipede sealed by the force of the dark artifact. This wasn't all. Soon, Wang Baol trembled in shock as he stared into the storage bag of the leader. There was a black jellyfish in hibernation, as well as glowing rocks that piled up like a mountain. This is a sea glutton? And these stones, they are stellar sources. Wang Baol's eyes were wide with disbelief as he stared dazedly at the items. His mind buzzed with activity as he noticed a black stone box placed in the corner of the leader's storage bag. The material of this stone box was also a stellar source. In terms of quality, it exceeded that of ordinary stellar sources significantly. There was even an aura of antiquity and age. It was as if it had existed for a long time and carried the traces of time with it. Looking at the gains before him, Wang Baol still felt that he had struck a small pot of gold. Even though he had already seen astonishing amounts of materials presented to him while refining dermic artifacts and dermic armaments as a dermic armament cultivator, he was deeply astounded by the gains he had obtained this time. His breathing quickened uncontrollably as he looked at the items before him, as well as the materials in the 3 storage bags, some of which were crucial for refining pills, and some of which were crucial for refining artifacts. He didn't recognize most of them, but based on the concentration of spirit chi given off them, it wasn't difficult to tell that they were all shockingly valuable. This is robbery. An increasingly bright glow flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He felt that this was a road to wealth. Even though it was extremely risky, he could rest for the next 10 years if he were to succeed. I estimate that only a small proportion of all this belongs to the Federation. Most of it was likely gathered by those 3 fellas from elsewhere. Wang Baol suppressed his irregular breathing. A look of clarity appeared in his eyes as he swept glances at the items, then towards the 3 artifact spirits, then at his surroundings again. Thoughts began to fill his mind. If the news about me killing the 3 extraterrestrial nascent soul realm cultivators gets out, the credit would be sufficient to promote me, huh? The fact that I've gotten the stellar source back for the Federation is impressive too. However, there's no way I can tell others about it. Wang Baol was in a dilemma. He was sure that if he obtained credit for what he had done, then the issue with the dark artifact would definitely be exposed, which would bring him a series of trouble in the future. Even though those troubles wouldn't threaten his life, he would be caught in a bitter situation, leaving behind a bad record. Just like what had been outlined in the high officials' autobiographies, one must believe in the kindness of others, but one must never bank on others' kindness, and most definitely, one should never give others the chance to take advantage of them. If not, not only would the person involved be the one who would have to pay the price, their friends and elders, who were originally kind but developed evil thoughts, would be implicated too. After a period of silence, a look of determination appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He seemed to have already decided that he wouldn't tell anyone about this incident. As for the Federation's resources, he would utilize them first and then pay it back when he became capable of doing so in the future. Wang Baol wasn't a saint, but a mere small fry. Now that he had made his decision, he no longer troubled over it. Instead, he immediately looked at the 3 artifact spirits and spoke. Of these items, are there any that are necessary for restoring the dark artifact? The state preceptor, as well as the young boy, looked at the items and were both tempted. However, Wang Baol had already made plans to restore the dark sampan previously, and as such, despite both of them being tempted, they could only reveal their desire in their eyes. The burly dark sampan artifact spirit sounded calm, seemingly also analyzing the items. Eventually, he greeted Wang Baol and spoke with a deep voice. Master, theoretically, all these items can be used to restore the dark sampan. This is especially so for the stellar source mountain, which would help in restoring the dark sampan significantly despite being of ordinary quality. The materials over there contain spirit chi and unique capabilities that would be extremely helpful to refining the artifacts of the boat. That is even so for those assorted armaments. After breaking them apart and distilling their essence, they could be used for restoration. Next, this centipede has an unusual bloodline, but it seems to have been refined in the wrong manner. If it were to be suppressed inside the dark sampan, the force of the dark artifact could be used to assimilate and evolve it, in order to unleash even more power. However, the disadvantage of this is that once it becomes assimilated by the dark artifact, it wouldn't be able to be separated from it. As for the sea glutton, I suggest that you use the dark artifact to suppress it and wipe out the markings on it. When your cultivation level reaches that of the nascent soul realm, you can use the sea glutton to travel through the universe. Listening to those words, Wang Baol was happy, but he felt heartache at the same time. He was happy that the items were useful for restoration, but his heart was aching as he had to lose them even before he had the chance to enjoy them. How much could all these precious babies restore the dark sampan? Wang Baol asked immediately after pondering and suppressing the ache in his heart. They should restore the dark sampan by about 10%. The dark sampan artifact spirit answered after making some calculations. Only 10%? The ache in Wang Baol's heart grew. On the other hand, the dark sampan artifact spirit was now expressionless and silent. The young boy and state preceptor beside him felt happy looking at Wang Baol's facial expression. They even vaguely felt that it was great having an owner again. At the very least, they could eat whatever they want, and they simply need to send out orders for what they desired. Everything had become very simple. Wang Baol struggled internally for a moment. He looked at his babies and caressed the materials. He was still unable to make a decision when the dark sampan artifact spirit spoke calmly. Master, once the dark sampan has been restored to about 10%, it will release the force of a superior grade divine armament. These assorted items are worthless. Even if only 1% of it was restored, a protective covering that those below spirit immortal realm wouldn't be able to break apart would be formed. To you, someone who cannot bring the dark artifact away, that would be the best option. I know. Assimilate what should be assimilated, suppress what should be suppressed, and change what should be changed. Wang Baol sighed but quickly raised his hands, setting aside the tricolored flying sword, the ribbon, the 3 remaining scales, all the jade slips and pills, as well as several dermic treasures that he thought were useful. These cannot be refined. As for the rest, refine them. Wang Baol spoke with an ache in his heart. He couldn't bear to watch any further. He swiftly picked up the jade box, but when he tried to open it to no avail, he looked at the dark sampan artifact spirit. This is something valuable, is it? The dark sampan artifact spirit remained expressionless. He first waved his right hand, immediately keeping all the items that Wang Baol had given consent to refine, including the assimilation of the centipede and the suppression of the sea glutton. After that, it looked towards the jade box with a doubtful look in its eyes. This stone box, I can't figure out what it is. It seems like an accessory box for a female. As the dark sampan artifact spirit spoke, the old dark robe artifact spirit state preceptor gloated. He cleared his throat but remained silent. Wang Baol lifted his head to look at the old man. After making a guess of his intentions, he snorted under his breath, thinking about how he had read the high officials' autobiographies since he was a young boy. Now that he was at primary rank 3 and the city lord of a city, he was extremely familiar with instilling obedience in his subordinates. Now, without thinking much, he pointed at the young boy. Do you know? Realizing that Wang Baol didn't direct the question to him, the old state preceptor was surprised. The young boy beside him was now deep in thought and only spoke after a moment. I think that this is a stationary box. Listening to the young boy's answer, the state preceptor was even more delighted. Now he raised his head, preparing himself for Wang Baol's question. He had even made plans to make use of his answer to let Wang Baol know that of the 3 artifact spirits, he was the most valuable one. Yes, I think what both of you said makes sense. That should be the case. Wang Baol nodded with a satisfied look. From the items he kept aside, he chose one and tossed it to the young boy. This is your reward. The young boy grabbed hold of the dermic treasure, and in his excitement, he swallowed it in a few mouthfuls. It could be felt clearly that his spirit body was significantly nourished. All right, all of you can disperse. I plan to start my refinement process, so I will leave. You must be obedient here, and take note not to provoke the beast tide. The city above it is mine. With that, Wang Baol waved his hand and was about to take his leave. However, the old state preceptor grew anxious seeing how the dark sampan and the young boy were both rewarded. Therefore, he didn't play any more tricks and hurriedly spoke. Master, I know what this jade box is. It's not a stationary box. Wang Baol was gloating internally but put a surprised expression on his face. When he looked towards the old state preceptor, he also swept his gaze at the young boy, which made him tense up. The young boy looked towards the state preceptor as well, with unfriendliness in his eyes. He wouldn't have behaved this way if Wang Baol hadn't rewarded him. However, now that he had eaten the reward, it made the young boy unhappy towards the state preceptor. The old state preceptor sighed, realizing that his owner wasn't easily tricked. With a few words, Wang Baol had sowed discord between him and the lantern or artifact spirit that loved to act young. However, based on his owner's personality, he understood that if he continued to withhold the information, his owner would find ways to punish him. Therefore, the old state preceptor sighed once again, bowing deeply towards Wang Baol before speaking hurriedly. Master, this stone box should be an envelope. Perhaps there is a letter inside it. When I was floating out there, I once saw an ancient record that contained some secrets about the never-ending clan. One of them wrote that in ancient times, the gods of the never-ending clan once created a unique envelope from the stellar source. However, the maker is unknown. Envelope? Can you open it? The old state preceptor's answer made Wang Baol feel refreshed and curious. After asking that question and seeing the old state preceptor shake his head, Wang Baol picked up the stone box and examined it in detail silently. He couldn't find a link between it and an envelope no matter how he looked at it. However, seeing how confident the state preceptor was, he thought about it, and with a mix of trust and suspicion, he took out a dermic treasure and tossed it to the old state preceptor. Then he gazed intently at the young boy. The young boy grew nervous instantly, but he didn't dare to blame Wang Baol. Therefore, he vented all his dissatisfaction towards the state preceptor. The young boy felt sabotaged by the fact that the old codger with the torn clothing knew what the box was and didn't say so, only doing so after he had spoken. After noting the incident down, the young boy hurriedly tried to think of ways to mediate the situation. When it saw the pill bottle, its eyes lit up, and it hurriedly spoke. Master, those pills shouldn't be eaten carelessly. After all, as the system of each civilization is different, there are differences in physical attributes. It is likely that supplements to them would be poison for us. However, I am quite proficient in recognizing pills, and I can solve this problem for you, Master. As the young boy spoke, he quickly went towards the pill bottles. He touched and smelled them, eventually choosing 2 of the pill bottles and placing them in front of Wang Baol. Master, there are no side effects for the pills in these 2 bottles. They are the daily supplements for nascent soul realm cultivators. As for the other pills, despite having some side effects, it would only require a small expenditure of time and life essence to alter the impurities in them, making them suitable for you, Master. The young boy spoke hurriedly. Seeing that Wang Baol looked satisfied, the young boy heaved a sigh of relief. He even felt excited as he looked at the old state preceptor while gloating. This made Wang Baol feel comforted, but at the same time, he pitied the old state preceptor. Standing in the shoes of the old state preceptor, he thought that the state preceptor wasn't afraid of his competitor being more capable, only afraid of them being more of an idiot than him. However, that wasn't a matter Wang Baol would be troubled about. Instead, he was impressed by the young boy. Therefore, he smiled more amiably at the young boy, which made the young boy even more excited as he took away the remaining pills, thumping his chest and declaring that the wood only need a maximum of a few months to remove the impurities in them. With that, he turned and vanished. The old state preceptor felt extremely annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He greeted Wang Baol respectfully before disappearing before him. As for the burly boat spirit, he remained expressionless from start till end. It wasn't that he was stupid, but to a certain extent, tasked with the responsibility to help Wang Baol ascend the throne, he was the guardian of the dark artifact that Wang Baol trusted most. Just like this, as the three artifact spirits dispersed on their own, Wang Baol gripped his right hand and brought the tricolored flying sword towards him. After taking a closer look at it, based on the strong aura given off by the flying sword, Wang Baol felt that this treasure was definitely not 7th grade but could be 8th grade or higher. He felt this way despite being unable to find out its grade. 9th grade dermic armament? It doesn't seem like it. Of these precious babies, no remnant spirit consciousness that is characteristic of a dermic armament exists. They seem to simply be armament items. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and made seals with his right hand, pointing towards the tricolored flying sword. Instantly, the flying sword shook, and as Wang Baol's spirit chi entered it, it glowed brightly a few times before quickly dimming. It's not because my cultivation is insufficient. Instead, it's the wrong method of activating it. If it were someone else, they would have long run out of ideas and would have sought the help of a dermic armament cultivator to solve the problem. However, Wang Baol was a dermic armament cultivator himself, and he was also a pro at refining 7th grade dermic armaments. Therefore, a glow flashed across his eyes. As he raised his right hand, a ball of fire appeared out of thin air. Wang Baol felt that the temperature wasn't high enough, and as he waved his right hand, a flash of lightning appeared from his palm and wriggled into the fireball. That seemed to have stimulated the fireball such that it immediately expanded. That wasn't all. The dark core inside Wang Baol's body shook, and his dark core cultivation surfaced as a result, causing a chilly aura to appear around the fireball's exterior. The two balls of fire, hot on the inside and cold on the outside, originally seemed to be going against each other, but the lightning connected them. With Wang Baol's cultivation suppressing them, the two were integrated with each other, and when he pointed at it, the ball of fire instantly enveloped the tricolored flying sword. The moment it enveloped the sword, Wang Baol quickly activated his hand seals. Inscriptions appeared out of thin air, and as the flying sword was being infiltrated by the fireballs, the inscriptions were inscribed on the tricolored flying sword. He had planned to refine the tricolored flying sword for a second time. It seemed to be a refinement process, but was actually a process to break it down. The inscriptions were like a key, constantly opening up and simplifying the mysteries of a system that was different from that of the Federation. As the mysteries were solved, the initial persistence of the tricolored flying sword was quickly overcome. It began disintegrating into numerous small parts, revealing thin black threads within it. These thin threads seemed to be formed from some sort of energy. They were like a linkage that joined all the parts together. That made Wang Baol's eyes glow. This was the first time he made contact with the structure of a non-Federation dermic treasure. His understanding of dermic armaments seemed to deepen through the process of breaking the foreign treasures apart. It was as if he had learned from a knowledgeable person. There are no inscriptions in their dermic treasures. Instead, they are composed of numerous tiny parts joined together by these peculiar energy threads that make the entire dermic treasure whole. Wang Baol created seals with both his hands at an even faster speed. After half an hour, having broken the tricolored flying sword apart completely into many smaller components, Wang Baol raised his left hand and gripped a stone the size of a fist from amongst the pile of components. This rock is the core of this dermic treasure, and also the source of the energy threads. Wang Baol looked at the stone in his hand. He didn't need to analyze it for long to recognize that it was a stellar source. It was different from the stellar source taken away by the artifact spirit, as it had been through a unique refinement process. Even as a dermic armament master, Wang Baol was unable to decipher the rock. However, having reached this step, it is still possible to control the extraterrestrial dermic armament, just that the force would be slightly smaller. After thinking about it, Wang Baol felt that rather than it being useless, he could control it in his own way, and it wouldn't go to waste. As for the way to do it, Wang Baol had already found a method when he was breaking it apart. He would inscribe inscriptions on the stellar source to assist him in controlling the treasure. It was similar to tying a thin string in the mechanisms of a wooden puppet's 4 limbs. The string would be controlled by Wang Baol. He may not be able to control this treasure, but he could control the strings and indirectly unleash part of the force of this extraterrestrial dermic armament. As for the ribbon and the scales, they were also treated similarly by Wang Baol. After several days, he had completed inscribing the inscriptions on them. He waved his hand, and the tricolored flying sword shone brightly, surrounding him with large numbers of flying swords that formed a sword formation. At the same time, a ribbon also circled him like those belonging to the legendary Neza one, looking extremely impressive. These 2 dermic treasures were so astonishingly powerful that they were similar to 8th grade dermic armaments. If I have a chance, I need to learn how to refine these extraterrestrial dermic treasures. Wang Baol looked satisfyingly at the flying sword beside him. He waved his hand and kept the flying sword and the ribbon, before turning his palm around, where the 3 scales were being held. It's a pity that the cracks are so severe that they can only be a single-use bomb. They should be relatively powerful. Wang Baol patted his tummy. Feeling satisfied, he began to think about whether he should leave, especially after he thought about the 5-generation Sky Clan's plot to convert the new city into a special zone. Wang Baol rolled his eyes, and his mind grew active. Previously, he would be extremely furious at that. However, everything was different now. To Wang Baol, the 5-generation Sky Clan's plot gave him an opportunity. However, there is still a problem. I have formed a dark core, but I learned the lightning art in Ethereal Dao College. Once my cultivation dissipates, the dark core will inevitably be revealed. Wang Baol rubbed his glabella before gritting his teeth and lowering his head to look at the pills. Maybe I can try to make a lightning core using the Lightning Dao first volume. This way, I will be a Lightning Dao core formation cultivator on the surface, but in reality, I will be different from others with 2 cores. Wang Baol cleared his throat, waving his raised right hand. With his power over the dark artifact, he sealed his surroundings and sat with his legs crossed. He gripped his right hand and took out the pills that the young boy said was capable of raising one's cultivation without any side effects. If nascent soul realm cultivators can raise their cultivation with this, the effect will definitely be greater for me if I eat it. After eating this, I won't be so bloated that I will explode, right? Wang Baol grabbed the pill bottle and took out 2 pills. The pills were purple-colored and were without any herbal fragrance, only having complex rune marks on them. Even though he didn't understand them, based on his experience, Wang Baol still felt that the pills were impressive. He was somewhat nervous. He felt that they were pills that belonged to nascent soul realm cultivators, and he had no idea if he, as a core formation realm cultivator, could digest them. What's the big deal? It's just a pill. If nascent soul realm cultivators can ingest them, so can I. After struggling internally for a brief moment, Wang Baol lowered his head to look at his own body, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. I'm a lucky person, and I definitely won't die from this. Furthermore, I'm still inside the dark artifact. What's more, the most important thing is, I am the slimmest and most handsome person in the Federation, and I can put my weight here. Nothing to fret about. With that thought, Wang Baol immediately began to break the pill apart forcefully. It's quite tough. Wang Baol stared and used more strength. He tore half of it out and tossed it into his mouth. As the pill entered his mouth, a sour and spicy sensation instantly filled Wang Baol's mouth. The sourness was like swallowing a large bowl of wild grapes in a single mouthful. All his sense of taste seemed to have been lost instantly, and all he could feel was a gushing feeling that charged towards his brain. Wang Baol couldn't control himself as his body stiffened, and his facial expression twisted as he widened his eyes. This is bad. However, before Wang Baol could adapt, the sourness disappeared, replaced by a spiciness that far exceeded that of the death pills he swallowed previously. The spiciness was like a bomb exploding in his mouth, the impact reverberating in his mind. Ah! Wang Baol wanted to scream, but couldn't produce any sound. He wanted to find himself some water, but even before he found it, activity exploded noisily in his mind again, such that he couldn't even scream. He held his throat tightly, jumping up from his original cross-legged position, and began running in all directions like a maniac. This continued for the next 10 minutes, after which, Wang Baol fell down with a loud bang and fainted. Before he lost consciousness, the only question in his mind was why he decided to seek death for himself. Despite having lost consciousness, his body continued convulsing without him feeling anything. His limbs behaved as if they had been electrocuted, raising and lowering by themselves even though Wang Baol had collapsed on the floor. This not only shocked the surrounding ferocious beasts, but also the 3 artifact spirits who appeared after sensing something was amiss. They surrounded Wang Baol, staring at his convulsing body with their mouths agape with shock, before looking at each other with a puzzled look. Our new owner didn't just die in this manner, did he? The young boy mumbled, a look of confusion in his eyes. The scene before him was too unbelievable and unexpected. The old state preceptor who was standing in a corner cleared his throat, looking approvingly at the young boy and patting his head hard with his right hand. Well done. The young boy was confused, as he didn't understand what the old state preceptor meant by that. However, he quickly realized what was going on and was immediately gripped with shock. He understood that Wang Baol had just eaten the pills that he claimed had no issues. The young boy was on the brink of tears. Seeing the old state preceptor approaching him, wanting to give him a pat, a look of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He was about to retaliate when the burly dark sampan artifact spirit spoke calmly. Enough, both of you. This has nothing to do with old or. Master himself was the one who wanted to break apart the pills before swallowing them. Usually, the external parts of the pills would have been processed such that, after being swallowed, the taste of the materials inside them wouldn't be experienced. However, Master is tough and strong, with an unusually high body weight, so nothing will happen to him. As the boat spirit spoke, a strong spirit chi suddenly emerged in waves from Wang Baol, who was still convulsing on the ground. Initially, the spirit chi flowed out of his stomach like a stream, but before long, it was like a voracious river churning in his body. By the time the boat spirit finished speaking, the spirit chi had become like the ocean, crashing vigorously. Spirit chi flowed out from Wang Baol's sweat pores, forming a spirit fog that spread in all directions. At the same time, the unconscious Wang Baol, being stimulated by the spirit chi, was momentarily awakened. Even though he was still in a state of confusion, he instinctively activated Lightning Dao, first volume. As he unleashed it, sounds of thunder emerged from within his body. The spirit chi seemed to be drawn by it, surging directly into Wang Baol's meridians and traveling throughout his entire body. Eventually, it seeped into the 3rd lotus seed head, whose petals had just opened up. After seeping into it, the spirit chi was like nourishment and a maturation agent to the petals that had yet to become a lotus. It caused the petals to bloom visibly, and in the process, arc-shaped lightning was produced and traveled swiftly within Wang Baol's body. The entire process continued for 6 hours. As the explosive waves of spirit chi gradually died down, Wang Baol's body returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes, looking confused. At the same time, an incredible pain spread throughout his body, and he uncontrollably groaned in discomfort. The 3 artifact spirits who were beside him initially had disappeared before he regained consciousness. As he screamed painfully, Wang Baol struggled to climb up. He shuddered when he recalled the scene just before losing consciousness. The sensation of sourness and spiciness frightened him. Right now, his first instinct was to give up, but at that moment he widened his eyes. He felt that the petal that was originally on the green lotus inside his body had become a lotus that was in the process of blooming. It's effective. Wang Baol was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly stood up and activated his cultivation. As he waved his hands, flashes of lightning transformed with a frightening sound. After gauging its force, Wang Baol concluded that his skills in exhibiting the lightning Dao cultivation technique as someone who had perfected Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation had improved. It was akin to a pseudo-core formation realm cultivator, without him needing to use the power of the dark core. This was the result of just half a pill. That made Wang Baol extremely happy. He gritted his teeth as he picked up the other half of the pill and swallowed it. Then, he immediately stiffened, gripping his throat and falling onto the floor as he screamed painfully. He convulsed as he lost consciousness, and the 3 artifact spirits reappeared as spectators then. He's godly. What a ruthless person. How strong. The 3 artifact spirits discussed amongst themselves. Seeing that Wang Baol wouldn't die from it, they disappeared before Wang Baol regained consciousness. In this manner, Wang Baol began his torturous cultivation process. It wasn't that he didn't want to swallow a pill whole. In reality, he felt that he should proceed in small steps. If he was too forceful, he might just kill himself in the process by accident. In reality, Wang Baol was correct to think this way. If he really swallowed the entire pill in one go, he might be able to survive, but he would definitely injure his body. Taking half of it at a time like he was doing allowed his body to absorb it. Even though it was painful, there would be no consequences. Therefore, after swallowing the 2 pills, the lightning in Wang Baol's body struck continuously. As the lotus flower went into full bloom and the lotus seed head appeared, a lightning core was produced from within the lotus seed head. A core formation aura that had a characteristic of lightning instantly emerged from Wang Baol's body. It spread in all directions, and the sound of his laughter reverberated amidst his excitement. Wang Baol didn't know if there were other people like himself who had managed to produce 2 cores. However, after trying it out, he realized that the 2 cores were like a transit point. As his spirit chi seeped into the lightning core lotus seed head, the lightning that was produced gave off a force that was similar to a core formation realm cultivator with a lightning characteristic. When it seeped into the dark core, everything was activated. The force that belonged to the dark core instantly spread. The 2 parts interacted with each other. Even though the process was still not smooth, it seemed that as long as the body got used to it and as he grew more familiar with it, Wang Baol could interchange his core formation power according to his preferences during battle. At the same time, there was also a change that surprised Wang Baol, and that was the high concentration of the spirit chi and meridians in his body. The meridians and spirit chi had been unleashed once previously when he achieved a breakthrough and reached the dark core stage. When the meridians spread, the spirit chi had also been boosted. Right now, what he did was similar to having spread and boosted his meridians and spirit chi twice. That made his combat powers exceed that of his peers significantly, despite him still being an early-stage core formation realm cultivator. After realizing this, Wang Baol was extremely delighted. In his happiness, he began putting away all the items and decided to leave the barrier. He was in high spirits, and as the 3 artifact spirits watched him with respect, he emerged out of the barrier and stepped into the underground passageway of the city. Wang Baol patted his tummy arrogantly, taking out his voice transmission ring to send a voice transmission to the Martian colony governor. However, the governor didn't pick up, so Wang Baol decided to leave a message. Governor, I, Wang Baol, didn't disappoint your expectations. After months of seclusion, I've reached a breakthrough in my cultivation without any difficulty. I've entered the core formation realm. Wang Baol didn't wait for the Martian colony governor to reply. He happily sent another voice transmission to the sect lord of the Ethereal Dao College. However, no one picked up his call. Wang Baol was already experienced with such matters, so he left a message. Sect lord, I, Wang Baol, didn't disappoint your expectations. After months of seclusion, I've reached a breakthrough in my cultivation without any difficulty. I've entered the core formation realm. Wang Baol was simply overcome with excitement. He hurriedly left the Federation president another message. He felt that his reaching the core formation realm was an important milestone. The entire Federation should be celebrating, and he should be receiving congratulatory gifts from important people. That was the only respectable way to treat a primary rank 3 noble. As Wang Baol was sending messages to the governor and the others, the governor was sitting inside her office in the Martian colony city. On her desk was a jade slip. It exuded a strange light that enveloped her entire person. The same thing was happening to the sect lord of the ethereal Tao College, as well as the other 3 sect lords of the other 3 Tao colleges. Similarly to the head senator and a few senators of the Senate, and even the representatives of the other political forces such as the 5-generation Sky Clan and the upper echelons of the military. The various important figures in the Federation were currently sitting in their respective offices, enveloped in the light of identical jade slips. That was why, even though they noticed Wang Baol's voice transmission, they didn't have the time to attend to it. This was because, at this moment, they were conducting a Federation summit via this unique jade slip. The location of this summit was the Federation capital on Earth, on the top floor of a towering building whose design was a combination of the sun, moon, and stars. Within this building was an enormous conference room. 9 statues stood on the sides of the conference room, each statue exuding an intense battle aura. Within the circle of statues was an enormous, oval-shaped, stone table. More than a dozen large chairs lined the table, and projected on each chair was an illusory figure. There was the Martian colony governor, the sect lords of the 4 Tao colleges, the representative of the Trillionaris Corporation, the head senator, as well as Lin Yu and 2 other senators. There were also 5 elders from the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Grand Elder from the Galactic Dusk sect, and the sect lord of the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect. A great proportion of the most important figures of the entire Federation were in this room. The Federation president had no projection. He was there in person, seated in the chair in the center of the table. Even though there was a difference in size between his person and the chair, the aura that he exuded formed a Dharma body that was the exact same size as the other attendees. His presence overpowered the rest. This was the 5th summit. It had been going on for an entire day and was about to reach its end. The main issues they discussed during the summit were the Mercury crisis and the whereabouts of the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. However, no matter how hard the Federation searched, they were unable to locate traces of these 3 extraterrestrial cultivators. There were many views about this, but no conclusion was reached. The intense defensive measures that the Federation had put in place and the activation of the array formations across the entire solar system was expending a great deal of energy. To the Federation, which was only in the dawn of its cultivation civilization, the longer they kept this up, the more challenges they would face maintaining the status quo. They finally reached a consensus as the summit neared its end. It was then that Federation President Duan Myuk. Everyone around him stopped their discussion and raised their heads to look at Duan Myuk. Senior Mo Gauzi has already searched the entire solar system, and the Federation array formation has been activated this whole time. Despite that, we haven't found any clues. Based on Senior Mo Gauzi's assessment, the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators have either perished or have left the solar system through means that are unknown to us. Duan Myuk said, his low voice ringing out in the conference room. The chances of them perishing are low, but it's still possible. After all, within this solar system exists things that we cannot comprehend, some strange, mysterious powers. The possibility of them having escaped the solar system is greater. If that is the case, that means that we might be facing greater threats in the future. Regardless, there's no reason to keep the solar system array formation activated. However, as a lesson from the Mercury crisis, the greater array formations for the respective planets should be activated fully at all times. As Duan Myuk said that, his expression remained unchanged. His thoughts were indiscernible. Those around him seemed deep in thought, but no one said a word. He glanced at everyone, then laughed suddenly. He knew that even if certain things remained unspoken, they would still be heard by those sat there. After all, they were all experienced strategists. It might seem that Duan Myuk was prepared to deactivate the greater array formation and lower the threat level. However, he had also secretly spoken to Senior Mo Gauzi, who had harbored goodwill all these years. They planned to use such a method to lure the 3 extraterrestrial cultivators out. They planned to wait for them to reappear. As a result, Mo Gauzi's search wouldn't end yet. However, Even though he believed that the Federation wouldn't have traitors who would betray the entire species, he still decided to be cautious and guard against the possibility of someone in their midst colluding with the extraterrestrial cultivators. He hadn't shared the full details of his plans. He had, in fact, secretly put in place greater preventive measures. Having spoken his piece, Duanmyuk was about to get up and end the summit. It was then that an extremely handsome, middle-aged man from the 5-generation Sky Clan laughed suddenly. Comrade Duanmyuk, since the important matters have been decided, and the solar system array formation will be deactivated, then it means that everything will be returning to normal. Should we then talk about the matter of promoting the city status of the new Martian city? The person who had spoken was the head of the Chun family in the 5-generation Sky Clan, Chun Mu's father. As soon as he said that, the other clan leaders in the 5-generation Sky Clan nodded. The head of the Zhua family especially said with a smile, "The new Martian city is an extremely important asset, but its current scale is unable to support the excavation of the divine armament. There are also unknown security issues regarding its defenses. I support the proposal to promote its status to a special regional city." After the 5-generation Sky Clan representatives spoke in succession, the Grand Elder from the Galactic Dusk sect also smiled faintly and nodded. The Galactic Dusk sect extends their support for this matter. Soon, the sect lord of the Plume Manifestation Khanate sect also touched his chin. He stared at the 5-generation Sky Clan, then at the 4 Tao colleges. He supported the proposal as well. The Trillionaris Corporation didn't speak, and the Senate was the same. Lin Yu had a slight frown on his forehead, narrowing his eyes as he glanced towards the Ethereal Tao College. The expression of the Ethereal Tao College sect lord seemed slightly strange in his eyes. He kept lowering his head as if he was reading something. As for the other 3 Tao colleges, the sect lord from the White Deer Tao College, especially, snorted but didn't say anything. The matter about promoting the status of the new Martian city had been set in stone. The various political forces had reached a consensus. They had divided the various posts in the special regional city amongst themselves as well. If not for the appearance of the extraterrestrial cultivators, this matter would have been a done deal. Even the governor of the Martian colony was expressionless. However, no one had noticed that she had lowered her head earlier. She seemed to have taken a look at her voice transmission ring. Finally, with the support of the great majority, the promotion of the new Martian city's status was decided. Duanmyuk didn't stop the motion. He simply concealed the faint devious look in his Dharma body's eyes. Since the matter of the special regional city has been decided, the next matter would be to decide the city lord of the new special regional city. The Martian colony governor, who hadn't said a single word earlier, suddenly spoke. The candidate must be level-headed and have a core formation realm cultivation. This is unfortunate for Wang Baol. He is a good kid, but he is not at the core formation realm. The Zhua family head from the 5-generation Sky Clan shook his head and sighed. We might be old, but we still have to support the Federation and give the next generation enough time to grow into their talents and powers. Especially Wang Baol, who has shown such potential. We cannot take up his precious time, which can be better spent on cultivation. As these people spoke hypocritical words, the sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College suddenly slammed his fist on the table and roared. Wang Baol has made undeniable and great contributions to the Federation and to Mars. He built the new Martian city from scratch. I propose that the Federation set a precedent and allow Wang Baol to become the city lord of the special regional city. There's no need for such agitation, sect lord of the Ethereal Tao College. I agree that Wang Baol is indeed exemplary, but rules are rules. How could we simply amend them like that? If Wang Baol's cultivation was at the core formation realm, I would support him as well, but the Martian special regional city is closely tied with the divine armament. This is no joking matter. Sect Lord, you shouldn't allow your personal feelings to affect decisions regarding the welfare of the Federation. The Chun family head of the 5-generation Sky Clan said coolly. The pitch of his voice wasn't high. However, the harshness of his tone rang clearly through his words. You? The Ethereal Tao College sect lord's face darkened and then paled, then darkened again as he tightened his fists. He had nothing to say to that. I can understand what the ethereal Dao College sect lord is feeling. Wang Baol is indeed the best candidate, but his cultivation doesn't meet the requirements. Besides, based on Federation laws, the city lord of a special regional city would have to join the Senate. He would also have to be at least a secondary rank 2 noble. One of the requirements of a secondary rank 2 noble is a core formation realm cultivation. The Grand Elder of the Galactic Dusk sect sitting at one side shook his head and sighed. That's the principle of the matter. The 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk sect, and the other supporters started to sigh. Those from the 5-generation Sky Clan were especially hypocritical in their expressions of pity. Just as they were about to declare that they had reached a consensus on whom the new city lord was to be, suddenly, the Martian city governor, who had been standing at one side, said coolly, with no expression on her face, "I just received news. As you've all agreed, the best person for the job, who unfortunately lacked sufficient cultivation, is Wang Baol. He just ended his seclusion. He has reached the core formation realm. He's reached the core formation realm." Those words were like a slight breeze passing by the ears of the group discussing the best and most suitable candidate to take over supervision of the Martian Special Regional City. It stirred gentle ripples, and the discussion about potential city lord candidates continued for a few more moments. Finally, the voices faded. The various important figures gradually froze, then abruptly turned towards the expressionless Martian colony governor. There was a moment when the entire hall descended into a deathly silence. It was during this silence that the ethereal Dao College sect lord coughed. The sound of his cough echoed in the quiet halls. His voice, which the rest found annoying then, drifted amongst the group. "I've also just received the news. Now that Wang Baol, whom everyone has agreed is the best choice for city lord of the special regional city, has reached the core formation realm, I thank all my fellow Taoists present for your recommending him to the post. I shouldn't be displaying such favoritism, but for the good of the Federation, and since everyone here approves of and believes so strongly in this disciple of my sect, as a sect lord, I naturally am not in a position to decline or refuse the recommendation. Esteemed President, on behalf of the Ethereal Dao College and the 4 great Dao Colleges, I recommend that Wang Baol take over as City Lord of the Martian Special Regional City. In addition, given his contributions to the Federation and to Mars, I believe he should be promoted to a secondary rank 2 noble," the Ethereal Dao College sect lord said suddenly. As his words rang out, a late-stage core formation realm cultivation erupted from his person. It was like a hurricane that spun inside the great halls. His words were filled with an overpowering aura that he hadn't had earlier. This was because he wasn't only speaking for the Ethereal Dao College but also the 4 great Dao Colleges. His words meant that the other 3 Dao Colleges couldn't refute him if the alliance of the 4 Dao Colleges was to remain strong. Regardless of their internal conflicts and infighting, they had to present a united front in such summits. Should there be any opposing voices amongst the 4 Dao Colleges, it would create a tremendous adverse impact on the 4 great Dao Colleges. There would even be a fracture in the alliance between the Ethereal Dao College and the other Dao Colleges. In addition, what the Ethereal Dao College sect lord had said was indeed true. Regardless of anything else, Wang Baol was a member of the 4 Dao Colleges. That was why the sect lords of the other 3 Dao Colleges, after staring at the Ethereal Dao College sect lord, didn't challenge his words. A strange feeling began to rise within them. The Ethereal Dao College sect lord at this moment was different from the familiar sect lord that they had known. He had changed. The sect lord of the White Deer Dao College was silent for a few moments. He might dislike Wang Baol, but he spoke immediately as well. "I, too, recommend Wang Baol to be promoted to a secondary rank 2 noble and take over as City Lord of the Special Regional City." His recommendation was followed by the recommendations of the other 2 Dao Colleges. Lin Yu smiled lightly and became the first senator to support the proposal. Witnessing Lin Yu's declaration of support, the remaining members of the Senate looked at one another, then at the head senator. There was no expression on the head senator's face. However, he glanced towards Lin Yu, then smiled slightly. He nodded and said, "This is a great outcome." The expressions on the representatives of the 5-generation Sky Clan, the Galactic Dusk sect, and the plume manifestation connate sect changed then. The head senator's words carried great weight, which was why they began to frown. The few clan leaders of the 5-generation Sky Clan felt an indescribable resentment surface within them. They were frustrated beyond measure. Wang Baol had picked the best time for his breakthrough to happen. They still had to maintain their reputation, so there was no way they could go back on what they had just said. They were thinking about how to address this matter, perhaps using another approach after first setting this matter aside for later discussion, when the representative from the Trillionaires Corporation suddenly laughed. He was an elder who hadn't participated in the discussion earlier. He was the younger brother of Master Jean, who was the head of the Trillionaires Corporation. The Trillionaires Corporation will increase its investments in the special regional city. As soon as he said that, the pressure on the 5-generation Sky Clan and gang grew. The Trillionaires Corporation might not have explicitly made a stand, but the fact that the elder hadn't mentioned increasing their investments earlier and had only done so now showed very clearly where they stood. There was no need to put that in words. The Martian colony governor didn't say anything. However, they knew that she need not say anything. Her position on the matter had been made clear the moment she had announced that Wang Baol had reached the core formation realm. This was the same with the military. They didn't state their position on the matter, but the seeming smiles on their faces seemed to hide deep, unfathomable meaning. The sudden turn of the tables caught the 5-generation Sky Clan by surprise. The final blow came from Federation President Duan Myuk. Duan Myuk didn't give the 5-generation Sky Clan a chance to speak and simply waved his hand. Credit must be rewarded, and an able man must be put to good use. I've said before that the Federation needs 100 Wang Bao less. Today I'm amending my statement. The Federation needs 10,000 Wang Bao less. Declare to the people of the Federation that Wang Baol will be given the title of a secondary rank too noble and promoted to the City Lord of the Martian Special Regional City. He will also join the Senate as its 18th senator. Federation President Duan Myuk announced decisively before he rose to his feet and ended the summit. The pupils of the various clan leaders of the 5-generation Sky Clan contracted. They sensed something was amiss. Duan Myuk had decided too quickly on the matter. They looked at one another, deep in thought. The other political forces also had considering looks on their faces, and they all carried their thoughts with them as they left. Their projected forms soon disappeared in the great conference halls. Finally, Duan Myuk rose to his feet and walked across the vast halls, towards the door. His back was akin to a sharp sword. With every step he took, the spirit energy exuding from his person rippled. It was as if he was holding his cultivation back. Soon, the time for a breakthrough is near. It's just a pity that I'm still one step behind the old guy. Duan Myuk shook his head and smiled. He had seen the considering looks in the eyes of those who had left, but he paid them no heed. He believed that they would soon find out. There were 3 reasons that Duan Myuk had made such a decisive decision. The first was that he had great expectations of Wang Baol, though not to the extent that he would give him a hand up. The second was that the current Federation needed a hero. After the Mercury tragedy, the people of the Federation hadn't yet recovered from their sorrow and worry. The Federation needed to reshape its image in the eyes of its people. It needed to have a hero that everyone knew. This hero would draw the attention of the people and rouse them into uniting. Wang Baol's image didn't really match what he had been looking for. He might come from a family background that would invite no complaints, and he might have climbed to the top step by step in the eyes of the people. However, he hadn't done enough to warrant Duan Myuk picking him in the end. If there had only been these 2 reasons, Duan Myuk might have delayed this matter and used it as a bargaining chip. He would wait for both sides to make their bids. Then, as he recalibrated the balanced relationships amongst the various political forces, he would reap as much as he could from this selection of the Martian Special Regional City's City Lord. However, with the addition of the 3rd reason, everything would change. The 3rd reason formed the basis for everything. With the 3rd reason, he had to reassess the importance of the first 2 reasons. Without the 3rd reason, nothing would have happened. This 3rd reason was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College, the former Federation President who had led the Federation in the way of founding the Cultivation era, the former most powerful person in the Federation, Li Xingwen, was about to achieve a breakthrough from the core formation realm and enter the nascent soul realm. The Ethereal Tao College might have been able to hide this from others, but they couldn't hide this from Duan-Myuk, who was also about to achieve his own breakthrough. He had long since felt, indistinctly, a fearsome presence within the Ethereal Tao College that was unnoticed by others, and that seemed about to rise towering into the skies. It was because of this that the Ethereal Tao College sect lord had a basis for his newfound confidence. It was the basis of the overpowering sense of authority exuding from his person. The construction of the teleportation array formation can be sped up, Duan-Myuk said softly as he walked into the distance. The summit ended, and the announcement of Wang Baol's appointment was made. Wang Baol, having returned to the new Martian city and realizing that nothing had changed since his disappearance, finally heard the news that he was waiting for. Wang Baol burst out into happy and loud laughter when he received the news. He was beyond excited. He could feel the distance separating him from the Federation president's office closing with every step he took. It had been such an unreachable goal, but now it was almost within reach. From now on, I'm going to start on my autobiography. When it's done, I'll use it to tell the future generations how the legendary Federation president Wang Baol relied on his own hard work and perseverance, worked diligently, step by step, without relying on anyone else, relying only on his own sweat and tears, to become the fated son of Lady Fortune. I've even thought of a name. It'll be called the President's Autobiography. Wang Baol laughed maniacally. He felt that he had reached a peak in his life. As Wang Baol basked in a joy that was beyond words, the media agencies across the entire Federation began simultaneously promoting Wang Baol like crazy. Every city on every Federation planet in the solar system flashed the poster of Wang Baol on all available projection screens immediately. An excited voice was accompanied by grand music as it declared Wang Baol's appointment, the youngest core formation realm cultivator in the whole of Federation history, the youngest secondary rank 2 noble who was a city lord, the youngest member of the Senate. All of a sudden, Wang Baol's name spread across the entire Federation. He became a household name. There was no one who didn't know his name. He became the new rising star of the Federation. As the various media outlets and the Spirit Internet continued to promote Wang Baol in every city on every planet of the entire Federation, stories about his childhood began to surface as those who knew the stories began sharing said stories. I'm the ex-husband of City Lord Wang Baol's elementary school teacher. I could tell since he was a young kid that he had the potential to be a hero. He studied hard in class and loved to help out the weaker female students. This is clearly the trait of the exemplary. He even actively got the other students together to lose weight. What a great kid. He did that to strengthen their bodies so that they might contribute to the prosperity of the Federation. I'm City Lord Wang Baol's good friend. I sat behind him in class for 3 years. He was an inspiration to me those 3 years. He had a great impact on my life. It was Wang Baol who taught me to never stop improving myself. This is all in the past, but City Lord Wang Baol once courted me. I didn't want to affect his future. That was why I silently wept as I turned him down. But now, I just want to say, Wang Baol, I'm here in Phoenix City waiting for you. All sorts of tidbits began to be revealed through the media outlets and drew great interest from the populace. Contradictory opinions surfaced as well. There were those who said that Wang Baol was a pervert. There were some who said that since he had been a kid, Wang Baol had enjoyed making friends with the powerful for his personal gains. There were also those who said that he had been a bully when he had been in school. Such news was drowned out by the sea of compliments when they first surfaced, hardly making a ripple. A host on the Spirit Internet also contributed greatly to this series of promotions. Old friends, do you still remember me, little Taoist? I graduated from the Ethereal Tao College and had a series of close interactions with the City Lord Wang Baol. I even reported many exclusive news stories then. Today, please stay tuned to my channel as I bring you into the inner world of City Lord Wang Baol, and as we get to know the City Lord, little Taoist, who had been a host at the Ethereal Tao College, seized this opportunity and returned to college again. He revisited many places on campus and, with great exaggeration, reported what could be seen as exclusive information about Wang Baiol's student life on campus. It was a hit. Such an explosive promotion fulfilled what the Federation set out to achieve, which was to distract the citizens' attention. The Mercury incident sank to the depths of the people's minds. It no longer hovered near the surface, before their eyes and at the top of their heads. Wang Baiol also found out through the spirit internet and countless voice transmissions that the Federation was carrying out widespread promotion regarding him. He became excited, spending most of his time every day logged on to the spirit internet and reading articles about himself. He would pat his tummy as he snacked, and his mood would soar to the heavens. Perhaps it was because he had been in too good a mood and had overeaten, or that he hadn't been exercising, or because Li Wanner's cultivation was nearing a breakthrough and she had gone into seclusion, resulting in her being unable to help him exercise. But Wang Baiol felt a change in sensation as he patted his tummy. Based on his rich experience in losing weight, he could tell that he had gained weight again. The thought of being fat was akin to being hit by a nascent soul realm cultivator with all his strength. Wang Baiol shuddered immediately. He wanted to throw aside the half-eaten drumstick in his hand. However, after some thought, he stood before the mirror and carefully examined himself and his figure, which still seemed somewhat slim. He was torn. This is my last drumstick today. After finishing it, I'll start to lose weight tomorrow. Wang Baiol gritted his teeth. It was as if he had a deep grudge against the drumstick. He finished it within 2 to 3 mouthfuls. After that, he sat down forcefully and took a deep breath, a look of determination in his eyes. As the most handsome man in the whole of the Federation, I have to maintain my image. Such stress. Wang Baiol lowered his head and stared at his tummy. He realized that he had let go of himself too much in the past few days. Even though the new city had risen to become a special regional city and his workload had increased considerably, he had experienced a few city expansions previously and had also resolved the problem of the beast tides from the catacombs. Everything was going according to plan. Jin Duoming and the others also received a promotion in their ranks and appointments, causing the level of their authority to grow. As long as everything went according to plan, he would be left with plenty of leisure time. I can't let myself relax. Wang Baiol rubbed at his forehead. He thought for a while, then decided to make a trip back to Earth. He had the intention when he had returned. However, because of Li Wanner's seclusion and the recent promotion in status for the city, Wang Baiol had decided to supervise the city administration for some time first. My lightning Dao is only at the foundation establishment realm level. I need to return to the Ethereal Dao College to select a new mystic art at the core formation realm. It's a pity that the mystic arts inside the Dark Dream all had something to do with Dark Qi. Even those that have nothing to do with Dark Qi can only be practiced when I reach the Spirit Immortal realm. They're looking down on the core formation realm. Wang Baiol sighed. Even though it was important to return to the college and pick up his next mystic art, if that had been the only matter, Wang Baiol wouldn't have needed to make a personal visit. He had been speaking to his parents via transmissions every now and then, but it had been some time since they had last met. That was why Wang Baiol was thinking about returning to Earth and visiting his parents, and he would make a trip to the college and pick up his next mystic art while he was there. He had another thing that he was considering as well. Wang Baiol was wondering if his parents should continue to stay in Phoenix City and if that was still appropriate. Even though it would be difficult for his aging parents to leave their hometown, with the rise in his cultivation and status, and with his increased knowledge and understanding of this world, Wang Baiol knew that while the Federation might appear to be safe, there were still possibilities of catastrophes like the Mercury incident happening again. Besides, even if the Federation administration seemed to be relatively stable, Wang Baiol knew that there were many who envied him, held a grudge against him, or had conflicting interests. Wang Baiol wasn't confident of the safety that the Phoenix City could provide. His heart wouldn't be set at ease even if the Ethereal Dao College sent people to protect his parents secretly. I'll discuss it with Mom. It'll be best if they could move to Ethereal City. It'll be safer for them that way. Wang Baiol made up his mind. He would return and discuss it with his mother. As for what his father thought, he wouldn't put too much weight on that. Based on his understanding, since the neighboring ants had started addressing him as Old Wang, His status in their family had fallen to an extreme low. Pity Dad. The world is harsh. Old Li, Old Lu, and Old Zhang next door are all fine, but once they mention Old Wang next door, Wang Baol shook his head and sighed. He submitted a request to the Martian colony governor, then gathered Kong Dao, Jin Duoming, Lin Tianhao, and the others for instruction. Soon, that day in the evening, his subordinates saw him off as he boarded a celestial cruiser that belonged to the Martian Special Regional City and left the planet. As an important secondary rank too noble, every move that Wang Baol made needed to be reported to the Federation. The Federation immediately got hold of his calendar. The Martian military even arranged for a protection detail of 4 cruisers to accompany him on this trip. The 4 cruisers circled the main cruiser as they dashed through space. As they passed the moon, 3 cruisers that belonged to the lunar base joined the fleet under Federation orders. 8 cruisers sped towards Earth. As they continued to approach, Wang Baol, standing inside the main cruiser, first kicked the donkey that was licking the floorboard with a contemplative look, as if it wanted to take a bit out of the floor, then gazed outside the window. As the blue planet approached, thoughts of home and homesickness began to show in his eyes. He recalled when he had first left many years ago. He had only just reached the Foundation establishment realm and had only been a secondary rank 5 noble. He had carried his dreams aboard a cruiser to Mars, entered the education sector, and braved countless trials to arrive at where he was now. Now he was a secondary rank 2 noble. His cultivation had achieved a breakthrough, and he had entered the core formation realm. His status and rank of now and many years ago seemed worlds apart. I'm going home. Wang Baol took a deep breath. The cruiser that he was in was surrounded by 7 other escorting cruisers as they raced towards Earth. Soon, they entered the Earth's Great Array Formation and were pulled in, entering the atmosphere before speeding towards the spaceport in the Federation capital. The Federation had made arrangements for a reception party for him at the Skyport, a grand reception with over 100 people. They looked, smiling, as the cruisers landed. The rumbling roars of the engines resounded in the port. The first to get out were the 100-odd combat cultivators who had been inside the 7 escort cruisers and had guarded Wang Baol during the journey to Earth. They raced out of the cruisers and secured the area. After ensuring that everything was safe and secure, the doors of the main cruiser opened gradually. As soon as it opened, Wang Baol, who had just smoothened his attire and put on a serious expression, slowly walked out. The donkey followed behind him, clearly excited, kept looking around, as everything on Earth was new to its eyes. City Lord Wang, welcome back to Earth. As soon as Wang Baol appeared, those in the reception party immediately bowed and greeted Wang Baol. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a cultivation at the core formation realm. There was warmth in his smile as he cupped his fists and saluted Wang Baol. Even though Wang Baol didn't know the other man's exact rank and office, he had been working in the Federation administration for such a long time. He was long used to the social etiquette required of him at such events. After stepping off the cruiser, he first stood and returned a bow to those who had greeted him. Then, he cupped his fists and saluted the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. The leading middle-aged man saw his reciprocal bow and smiled lightly. He had heard Wang Baol's name many times. Now that he was finally meeting him, he could tell from this small detail that Wang Baol was someone who knew how to conduct himself and play the crowd. He liked such people. Even though they were more complicated, they suited the current Federation climate. As a smile surfaced on Wang Baol's face, he too laughed aloud. He took a few quick steps forward and approached Wang Baol. Wang Baol got to know who he was after a brief cordial exchange. He was also a secondary rank 2 noble. However, unlike Wang Baol, who had been sent into space as an ambassador to colonize new lands, he was the head secretary of the Federation President's office. He was akin to the capital city's chief minister and the loyal subordinate to the Federation President. His reception was an expression of the Federation President's attitude towards Wang Baol. After realizing who he was, Wang Baol also realized what his presence meant. His smile widened as they chatted merrily. After clarifying why Wang Baol was heading towards Phoenix City, the middle-aged man immediately made arrangements for a cruiser to send him over. Even though we are tasked with protecting the whole of humanity and the Federation, we are still cultivators at heart. We are unable to travel through space, that's why we use cruisers. But now that I'm back on my home planet, there's no need for cruisers. I'll simply fly there. Wang Baol smiled as he turned down the offer tactfully. The middle-aged man gave his answer some thought and didn't insist further. Wang Baol instructed the combat cultivators who had escorted him back to Earth to await further orders in the capital city. He then bade farewell to the head secretary. With a single step and a wave of his hand, a flying sword flew out from his storage bracelet. He lifted one foot and got onto the flying sword before it dashed through the sky like a sudden rainbow arc and sped into the heavens. The reception party gazed from the grounds beneath as Wang Baol stood on his flying sword. With the wind in his face, his hair stirred. Despite his rotund figure, he still appeared as if he were an immortal wandering the lands, ethereal and without a tinge of the earthly desires and needs that ruled the ordinary folk. In that manner, he disappeared gradually into the distance. We cultivators should be just like that. The head secretary of the Federation president's office smiled and said. His words resounded in the air, and envy colored everyone's eyes when they heard what he had said. After all, only a core formation realm cultivator could travel the skies via long-distance flight. A foundation establishment realm cultivator might be able to do the same for short distances, but once the journey lengthened, they would find it difficult to sustain such a mode of travel. I wonder when we'll get to be just like City Lord Wang Baol, traveling between cities on a flying sword. The crowd sighed and slowly dispersed. As for Wang Baol, he was currently on his flying sword and had just left the parameters of the capital city, speeding towards Phoenix City. His mood was merry, and his spirits high. He hadn't chosen to travel on a cruiser because he felt that, as he was already a core formation realm cultivator, it would be beneath his status to still take the cruiser. Core formation realm cultivators should be flying. That's the only method that befits their status. Wang Baol was brimming with happiness and pleasure. He increased his speed against the incoming winds. He stirred a series of rumbling as he shot through the air, causing the beasts on land to freeze as they listened to the thunderous booms resounding above their heads. The core formation realm cultivation that Wang Baol exuded drove the ancient martial realm and true breath realm beasts cowering, too frightened to lift their heads from the ground. When he passed some of the smaller cities, the people in the cities also heard the loud thundering in the sky. When they looked up, they saw an indistinct figure dashing across the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Gasps rose to the air. In the Federation, it was common to see a cultivator at the ancient martial realm. True breath realm cultivators were also regular sightings. One might even cross paths with a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Core formation realm cultivators, though, were all important figures and numbered in the few. Rarely could anyone see one in person. Wang Baol's flight via flying sword naturally drew too much attention during his journey back home. Even though there were many who didn't know Wang Baol's actual level of cultivation and didn't get a clear look of him, the Foundation establishment realm cultivators inside the cities could still clearly sense the overpowering authority that exuded from the fleeting figure passing over their cities. It was a power that made them quake in their boots. A core formation realm cultivator. There's a core formation realm senior flying past on his sword. Gasps of shock resounded in the air. As Wang Baol flew faster and faster, like a lightning bolt snaking through the air, he even managed to glimpse a few long-distance passenger cruisers as he passed them by. As he overtook them, he would catch the shocked looks in the passengers' eyes. News began to appear on the Spirit Internet and even on some media outlets. It didn't take too long before Wang Baol began to regret his decision. He had imagined a flight via flying sword being an incredibly enjoyable experience. However, when he finally did it, especially over such a long distance, Wang Baol got to know what it meant to have violent winds lashing him in the face and what it meant to feel extreme, piercing cold. The faster he flew, the stronger the winds got, and the stronger the resistance became. The idea of having the wind in one's face might seem somewhat poetic, but after a while, the winds became a chill that pierced deep into one's bones. If he were to activate his cultivation now as a protective barrier, he would be expending even more spirit chi. Wang Baol muttered to himself, then decided to give up halfway on the plan to fly the entire way home. Compared to showing off his abilities, he felt that comfort was of greater priority. He corrected his earlier mistaken views that had arisen due to his just reaching the core formation realm and becoming a secondary rank too noble, and hurriedly pulled out his cruiser. Sat comfortably inside, he pulled out a bag of snacks and began snacking as he steered the cruiser towards Phoenix City. While there was a considerable distance separating Phoenix City and the capital city, with the augmentation of Wang Baol's cultivation, the cruiser's speed increased considerably. The entire journey took but 2 hours, and Phoenix City soon came within sight. There were hundreds of people waiting for him outside the city, but Wang Baol wasn't surprised to see that. Having read the high officials' autobiographies, he knew that as a secondary rank too noble, and having just returned to the Phoenix City, the city lord would have to receive him personally. If not, it would mean that something had gone wrong somewhere. When Wang Baol's cruiser landed outside Phoenix City, he was warmly received by the city officials, who were led by Lu Daobin's father. Lu Daobin's father was leading the reception party because he had been promoted to the city lord of Phoenix City. Naturally, this had a lot to do with Lu Daobin, who was Wang Baol's trusted subordinate, and Lu Daobin's appointment on Mars. After a round of warm reception, Lu Daobin's father, aware that Wang Baol had returned to reunite with his parents, didn't take up too much of Wang Baol's time. He had ensured that the reception was brief while sufficiently expressing their attitude regarding Wang Baol's return. Wang Baol was pleased as well, as he was also unwilling to spend too much time here. His heart was already looking forward to home, and he quickly withdrew from the group and headed home. The area that his home was located had changed, and it was no longer the same as what he had remembered. There were many more unfamiliar faces around him, most of them at the True Breath realm, though he saw 3 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. They appeared from around a corner, dressed in the robes of the Ethereal Dao College. They cupped their fists and saluted Wang Baol. They were the disciples charged with protecting Wang Baol's family by the Ethereal Dao College. There were also city guards surrounding the residential area, which was clearly very well protected. Wang Baol nodded. He cupped his fists and saluted the guards before walking towards his home. As soon as he approached, he could hear his father's voice, and the unhappiness in it, resounding inside their house. "What's wrong with me receiving my own son? That little Lu, he's too fixated on formalities. The moment I expressed my intention of receiving my own son, he had a look of panic on his face. He went on about how they can do it, and how he was worried that Baol might come to the wrong conclusions if I went. Stop that. He has a difficult job as well. Besides, you're only the head of an archaeology team. For a city lord to show you so much respect whenever he sees you, what else do you want?" The voice of Wang Baol's mother rang out as well. The tone of voice seemed normal, but as soon as she spoke, his father didn't say another word. Wang Baol's face split into a wide grin when he heard his parents' conversation. At that moment, he forgot that he was a secondary rank too noble, that he was the city lord of a special regional city, and that he was a core formation realm cultivator. He had returned to who he had been as he pushed the door open and shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." As the door was flung open, the first thing that appeared before Wang Baol was a couch. His father sat on the couch, his arms crossed, while his mother wore an apron and had just placed a plate of pig's trotters on the dining table. They turned their heads and saw Wang Baol at the door. "You little rascal. Why did you greet your mom before your dad?" Wang Baol's father was delighted at the sight of his son. He was about to get to his feet when he sensed that something was wrong. He straightened his face and asked as he glared. However, as soon as he glared at Wang Baol's mother immediately glared at him. "Quick! Get the food in the pot out." Wang Baol's mother ignored her husband and walked in front of Wang Baol, pinched his round face with pain in her eyes. "Baol, is the food on Mars not to your taste? Look how thin you've gotten. Your old mother almost didn't recognize you." Wang Baol watched as his mother came up to him and was about to pinch his cheeks. He sucked in a deep breath of air in fear and hastily suppressed the cultivation inside his body. He relaxed the muscles on his face so that his mother wouldn't receive any backlash from pinching his cheeks. It was somewhat challenging, but he was truly worried that his current cultivation and physical body might cause harm to his parents. Fortunately, Wang Bao's reflexes were quick. As his cultivation was suppressed and the muscles on his face relaxed, his mother pinched his cheeks without noticing anything amiss. The aching and pain in her eyes sent warmth unfurling inside Wang Bao. This was a warmth that couldn't be felt on Mars. Even when he had his friends with him, the feeling he had then wouldn't be able to compare with this current heat. He grinned and patted his tummy. "Mom, look, there's so much meat on this tummy. Don't worry, I won't lose weight." "Your tummy's grown smaller." Wang Bao's mother sighed. She pulled Wang Bao onto the couch and began to interrogate him about his life on Mars, asking for all the details. Love filled her eyes, and Wang Bao felt a great warmth and began to relax. "A girlfriend?" "Of course. Mom, let me tell you, I have so many girlfriends. Too many, in fact. They're so troublesome. Someone to take care of me? Mom, I'm a secondary rank too noble now. There are plenty of people waiting to kiss my ass and do things for me. I even have my own guards. Don't worry." "Ah, Mom. I realized when I arrived that you look younger now. Where did you get these clothes from? They look really fashionable." Wang Bao unleashed his skills at changing the topic and instantly shifted his mother's attention away. He saw how effective it was and began to pile on more compliments. In the end, Wang Bao's mother laughed and scoldingly smacked Wang Bao on the head. The love in her eyes brightened. She didn't even spare a glance at her husband, who had been taking the dishes out from the kitchen. Wang Bao could only sigh and feel sympathy for his father. Soon, all the dishes were placed on the dining table. The family of three finally sat down together to have their first reunion meal after years of separation. Wang Bao led the conversation, and the atmosphere was warmed by his mother's endless laughter, which was punctuated by the dissatisfied snorts from his father. The topic of conversation soon turned from Wang Bao to grandchildren. Wang Bao's mother seemed anxious about this particular topic. "Bao, you say you have so many girlfriends. Why didn't you bring one home this round? You should settle down quickly. No, you follow me tomorrow, I'm bringing you matchmaking. I think Deputy City Lord Su's daughter is quite a good match. She's especially friendly whenever I see her and seems the sort to bear sons." Wang Bao was stunned when he heard that. He had always thought matchmaking to be such an embarrassing thing, especially for someone like him. He was the most handsome person in the entire Federation. What need did he have for matchmaking? Nonsense! Before Wang Bao could speak, his father placed his chopsticks down and lifted his jaw. He said solemnly, "Bao is a senator now, and the city lord of a special regional city. How can we joke around with his marriage? Old Wang, you've become quite impressive. You dare to raise your voice at me now? A mere leader of an archaeology team who's basking in the glory of my son. How dare you pretend to be a somebody in front of me?" Wang Bao's mother was always kind and loving to Wang Bao, but when speaking to her husband, she was extremely stern and fierce. At present, her eyes were popping out as she glared. Wang Bao's father shuddered and dared not talk back, only lowering his head and muttering, "That's my son too. Shut up and eat." Wang Bao's eyes squinted as he smiled at the sight. He was overcome with emotion. Suddenly, he felt as if he had changed. In the past, he hadn't had any special feelings when he visited home. This time, though, he could feel a reluctance to leave them when the time came. He suddenly wondered if he had been too busy working towards his ambition and had neglected the old folks at home. He did frequently speak to his parents. He had also gotten people to send over pills to them quite a few times. Even though his parents lacked the talents for cultivation, with the aid of these pills, they had managed to reach the peak of the ancient martial realm. To a certain degree, this could also increase their lifespan. But Wang Bao was suddenly very afraid. He feared the cruel passing of time as he continued his cultivation. One day, perhaps he might enter seclusion, only to leave it and find the entire world changed, and the people he had known gone. "Little Missy, are there pills or rare natural ingredients in this world that can increase the lifespan of an ordinary person?" Wang Baol asked quietly in his head. Since little Missy had said she was going to return to slumber in the dark artifact, she hadn't said a single word. When Wang Baol had first left the dark artifact and tried reaching out to her, she hadn't responded. Now, though, little Missy's voice echoed softly in his head. It was colored with slight sorrow and nostalgia, as well as a certain empathy. Yes. Wang Baol breathed in deeply. He smiled. As long as they existed, he would find a way to get his hands on them. This would make his worries go away. He looked at his parents, then said as he laughed, "Mom, why don't we move? Let's move next to the Ethereal Tao College in Ethereal City." Wang Baol's father heard that and was about to say something when Wang Baol's mother snorted. He hurriedly lowered his head and continued eating rice. He followed exactly what his wife had said and only ate rice, not even touching the other dishes. "Baol, I plan to discuss this with you even if you didn't raise this matter. It no longer feels as comfortable staying in Phoenix City. Moving away sounds like a good idea." Wang Baol's mother thought for a while, then nodded her agreement. She didn't ask the exact reason, as she was already aware. Her son was so exemplary and held such a high-ranking post. As parents, there were times such as this when all they needed to do was not cause their children any trouble. Since their son said they should move, then they would move. She also considered the matter of matchmaking. There would be more potential daughters-in-law to choose from in such a big city such as Ethereal City. She would have so many more options as compared to Phoenix City. They finished a heartwarming dinner. Night descended. Wang Baol returned to his small bedroom and lay on his small bed, gazing at the moon outside. He smiled and didn't meditate or train, simply allowing himself to relax and shut his eyes. Then he dreamed, something he hadn't done for a very long time. Time passed. On the 5th day, after his parents had dealt with everything, the entire family boarded Wang Baol's cruiser and moved away. Despite how reluctant Lu Daobin's father was to see them go, he knew that with Wang Baol's current status and cultivation, it was no longer appropriate for his parents to continue living in the city. Setting aside all other concerns, their safety would pose a problem. Phoenix City was, after all, a small city. Couldn't compare with Ethereal City, which was next to the Ethereal Tao College. It was nearly a stronghold and almost impenetrable. Because of Wang Baol's status, his parents would receive a great deal of protection in Ethereal City. They wouldn't experience any hardship for the rest of their lives. Having understood that, Wang Baol's old parents pushed down the reluctance they felt at leaving. They boarded the cruiser with their son as they were sent off by a crowd of people. The cruiser rose and sped, roaring towards Ethereal City. Wang Baol allowed the cruiser to fly at a leisurely pace. On the one hand, this was to ensure that his parents wouldn't experience any discomfort during the journey. On the other, while his father was part of an archaeology team and often left the city and ventured outside, his mother had never traveled to such far places in her entire life. Wang Baol intended to make use of this chance to bring his parents around for a tour. With Wang Baol's cultivation and status, while not entirely invincible, he still had the ability to protect his parents from coming to harm on Earth. The sorrow of departure dissipated from the elderly couple's hearts as the scenery of this Earth flashed across their eyes. They flew over mountain ranges and landed on a peak laden with snow. They melted the snow and brewed tea, stared at the layers of clouds in the heavens, and gazed at the blue lakes beneath the snow mountains. They moved past patches of forests. They saw birds and sniffed flowers in the deepest parts of the thick forests. They watched as what should have been vicious, fearsome beasts turn into obedient little puppies, showing their bellies and seeking their favor. They leaped over vast deserts and drank from the clear waters in the oasis within the deserts. The cruiser led the family of 3 speeding under the blue skies, weaving through clouds, and flying over mountains and forests. A life that belonged to a cultivator was unveiled, fractionally, before Wang Baol's parents. "Mom, when I was a kid, I said that I would bring you and Dad to travel the world." Wang Baol looked at his parents' happy, smiling faces, and watched as they took photos of every place they had visited. He stood on the cruiser, happiness filling his heart. This was a bliss that surpassed the happiness of being promoted to a secondary rank too noble. This was the first time Wang Baol had brought his parents on such a long trip after he had come of age. They went over mountains and crossed rivers. They traveled through forests and crossed the vast deserts. It didn't matter if it was a dangerous place filled with ferocious beasts, a barren, deserted land, or somewhere with atrocious weather that no ordinary human dared venture. Excluding the few forbidden areas on Earth, with Wang Baol's current core formation realm cultivation, he would be able to bring his parents along and travel through the places without any difficulty. The nascent soul realm was the highest cultivation realm that had been attained by anyone in the present Federation. Having entered the core formation realm, one would be identified as one of the most powerful cultivators in the Federation. Besides, after being promoted to the secondary rank 2 noble, Wang Baol was able to access confidential information that only secondary rank 2 nobles and above were privy to. He read some documents about the Great Earth Array formation. The documents stated clearly that secondary rank 2 nobles and above had limited access to the Great Earth Array formation. Even though the access was considerably limited, to even hold such access rights would ensure that few who were of lower ranks would dare to offend and cause him trouble. The trouble-free vacation went on for more than a month, and Wang Baol could feel that his parents were beginning to tire, not physically but mentally. That was when he ended the vacation and brought them to Ethereal City. Ethereal City surpassed Phoenix City vastly. It was a grand spectacle that stood on the Great Lands. The size of the city and its population, as well as the number of powerful cultivators in the city and what it signified to Earth, placed Ethereal City comfortably in the top 5 of the 17 main cities on Earth. With the Ethereal Dao College right next to the city, its defenses were strengthened considerably as well. Furthermore, it sat in the center of the Federation's southwestern region, and its influence and power blanketed the entire region like a wide web. It was akin to the leading power in the southwestern region. That was why huge hordes of cultivators and ordinary folk came to Ethereal City every day. They either transited here, came seeking work, or to do business. As a result, the city was constantly bustling with life and noise. In the day, it was crowded with vehicles and pedestrians, while at night, it shone and dazzled with neon lights. Consequently, the price of things in Ethereal City was higher than those in Phoenix City. Land, especially, was extremely valuable as there was a greater demand than supply. After all, Ethereal City was the regional city of the southwestern region. It had been the center of economic and political activity through both eras of peace and unrest. Many rich and wealthy people gathered in Ethereal City, and countless resources and wealth unknown to the public had also been invested or placed inside the city. No one walking on the streets of Ethereal City should be underestimated, as a seemingly dull-looking character might surprisingly be hiding hordes of wealth. This was a common occurrence. The various superiorities gave Ethereal City residents a sense of superiority when facing outsiders. Additionally, Ethereal City's status and wealth often shocked the majority of visitors who were visiting the city for the first time. Awed by the majesty and grandeur of the great city, they couldn't help feeling inferior. Wang Baol's parents were ordinary folk who had lived their entire lives in Phoenix City. Even though Wang Baol's father had been to Ethereal City in the past for work, this trip was different. They were going to settle down here. As the cruiser approached the city, he began to feel a myriad of emotions, and Wang Baol's mother felt the same. This city is too big. It's not as nice as our Phoenix City. It's too big and there are too many people. People won't be as friendly. Baol, I heard that the folks in these great cities often ostracize outsiders. Such thoughts hadn't passed Wang Baol's mother's mind during their journey here. However, as they approached, she was clearly feeling slightly hesitant, so she began to nag. Wang Baol stood patiently by his mother's side with a smile on his face. After comforting her, she finally seemed to calm down slightly. It was clear that she still had many concerns, though. It didn't matter that she knew how amazing her son was, or that she didn't know what exactly she was worried about. She simply felt that everything happening now was surreal and unbelievable. Wang Baol understood how she felt. After some thought, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Yu when the cruiser approached Ethereal City's aerial port. Lin Yu was in his residence, looking at the ancient tree before him when he received Wang Baol's voice transmission. He had a spirit stone in his hand. He wasn't cultivating though, only thinking about some matters concerning the Senate. He had a habit. He liked to touch the smooth surface of a spirit stone while he was thinking. This was something he had cultivated during the Beast War. Lin Yu set his thoughts aside after receiving Wang Bao's voice transmission. He turned his voice transmission ring on, looked at it, then laughed. He had high expectations of Wang Bao, and Lin Tianhao was working extremely well with Wang Bao now. Besides, Lin Yu and Wang Bao currently shared a similar status. He placed great importance on Wang Bao's moving his family to his city, so he immediately made arrangements. As a result, when Wang Bao's cruiser landed in Ethereal City's aerial port, he saw Lin Yu and his escorts waiting there to personally welcome his arrival. As soon as Wang Bao got out, he immediately cupped his fists and saluted Lin Yu as a junior would his senior. Lin Yu simply laughed, stepped forward, and gave Wang Bao a pat. They shared few meetings with each other but had been communicating quite frequently. They didn't feel awkward or unfamiliar with each other at all as they chatted merrily. Lin Yu was also extremely cordial to Wang Bao's parents. After learning that the man before them was the city lord of Ethereal City, Wang Bao's parents instinctively felt slightly nervous. Lin Yu sensed their nervousness. His smiles were kind, and he behaved like an ordinary person, like a neighbor who was friendly and not disinclined towards the occasional teasing. Brother Wang, Lady Wang, after settling down, please help me say a few good words to your son, Bao. It's really quite embarrassing, but my only son, that useless child, is now working for Bao. Wang Bao's parents burst out into laughter as soon as they heard that. They knew that Lin Yu was joking. He was trying to put them at ease. At the same time, he was trying to remind them that Wang Bao was no longer just a typical, ordinary person. He was trying to strengthen their faith in him. Wang Bao was extremely touched by the scene, and he bowed towards Lin Yu again. Lin Yu had made comprehensive arrangements. After receiving Wang Bao's family, he brought them to the inner city area near the city lord's residences. He lent a considerably sized house to Wang Bao. It was a loan in principle but a gift in practice. The residence's land area was vast. It had a lawn and gardens as well as 3 pavilions. The place was elegantly decorated and quiet. Such quiet spots in the bustling city were worth a fortune. In addition, it was situated in the inner city area, and this set Wang Bao's heart at ease with regard to any safety and defense concerns. Lin Yu had also made arrangements for servants. However, Wang Bao's parents weren't used to having servants. After Wang Bao tactfully turned down the offer, Lin Yu took his leave. Even after Lin Yu left with his men, Wang Bao's parents continued to stare at the huge residence. They felt as if they were in a dream. Pride for their son unfurled in their hearts once again. Lin Yu had made further arrangements. A few days later, after a discussion with Wang Bao's family, the city's archaeology department welcomed an additional supervisor. It was Wang Bao's father. A new position with considerable authority was created concurrently in the city's education department. The person appointed to the post was Wang Bao's mother. Lin Yu believed that the best way to assimilate into a new city wasn't to go around announcing who Wang Bao was and having countless hordes of sycophants gathering around the family. It was to create a place for Wang Bao's parents within the ethereal city's administrative system. This would allow them to form their own social circles. There was no need to flaunt or intentionally hide who they were. Let nature run its course. After all, regardless of what happened, and regardless of any trouble that Wang Bao's parents might encounter, as long as it was something Wang Bao and Lin Yu could resolve, it wasn't an insurmountable problem. The elderly couple started work in their new workplaces. They got familiar with their new environment and began to have something to fill their time with. Gradually, the family settled down in Ethereal City. Wang Bao's father concentrated on work. In comparison, Wang Bao's mother had prioritized Wang Bao's marriage. She spent most of her time assessing potential partners for her son. Wang Bao started to consider whether he should make a trip back to Ethereal Dao College now. He had to get his new core formation realm cultivation technique and settle some other matters. A few days later, Wang Bao left his house in the morning. He transformed into an arc of rainbow and raced towards the ethereal Tao College. Wang Baol was one of the most exemplary figures amongst the disciples who had ever graduated from Ethereal Tao College. If he had informed the college officially of his return, the college would have prepared a grand ceremony to welcome his return. He might have been interested in having that when he had just been promoted to secondary rank to noble. Now, after some time had passed, such interest had wavered. In fact, he thought it troublesome instead. That was why he didn't notify the college officially about his return. He had only sent the sect lord a voice transmission before he dashed off and stepped into the college campus. Wang Baol paused in midair when he passed the Lower Academy Island. He lowered his head and glanced at the students in the Lower Academy Island, spending a slightly longer time looking at those from the Dermic Armament faculty. He couldn't help but laugh as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. Then, he turned and once again sped towards the Upper Academy Island. The Upper Academy Island's array formation didn't stop Wang Baol from entering. He was a disciple of the Ethereal Tao College, after all. After passing the array formation without difficulty, Wang Baol didn't immediately look for the sect lord. His head turned abruptly towards the Alchemy Pavilion's mountain peak, suspended in mid-air. Besides getting a new cultivation technique, there was another important thing that he had planned to do when he returned to the college. It was something that he had felt unhappy about while he was on Mars, and had thought about getting done one day. It was about Bunny's seclusion. She's probably turned into an old bunny, staying in seclusion all that time. The Alchemy Pavilion must be doing this on purpose. They know about me and Bunny. That's why they're targeting Bunny. Wang Baol snorted. He had made up his mind. He was going to get an explanation out of Bunny's master. That old fellow must be the reason Bunny was always away in seclusion. Wang Baol was extremely displeased. As soon as he dashed out from the array formation, he headed straight for the Alchemy Pavilion. Even though he was moving extremely quickly, there were still a few out of the many disciples on the Upper Academy Island who saw the fleeting figure of Wang Baol. Others might not have been so visible, but Wang Baol was famous now. Besides, he was extremely easy to recognize. Someone soon gasped. I think I just saw eldest senior brother Wang Baol. I saw him too. It should be senior brother Wang. But why isn't he headed for the Dermic Armament Pavilion but towards the Alchemy Pavilion? Heavens! Our eldest senior brother is back? Gasps rang out in the air, and someone even posted excitedly about it on the Spirit Internet. There was no doubt that Wang Baol had become a legend in the eyes of the disciples of the Ethereal Tao College, and increasingly more disciples began to address him as eldest senior brother. More people on the Upper Academy Island realized what was going on, and more disciples began appearing in the open, trying excitedly to locate Wang Baol. Wang Baol had arrived outside the Alchemy Pavilion and was about to break in when the Alchemy Pavilion's array formation unleashed its power in an attempt to stop him. Every pavilion on the Upper Academy Island had its own separate array formation. Unless permission was granted, those who didn't belong to said pavilion wouldn't be allowed to enter. The array formation simply served as an obstruction though, not having the ability to attack. These were college disciples, after all. The array formation proved a great obstacle to a true breath realm cultivator. Even a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator would find it a challenge. But to a core formation realm cultivator, it was practically non-existent. As soon as Wang Baol entered the array formation and it was activated, a tremendous boom sounded. Wang Baol snorted. The Alchemy Pavilion's array formation began to distort. It was unable to hold Wang Baol back, and he marched straight into the pavilion. As he took a forceful step in, alarms began to ring. They resounded throughout the entire Alchemy Pavilion, shocking its disciples and elders. There's an intruder in the Alchemy Pavilion. He wasn't stopped by the array formations. Who is it? What guts? Daring to barge into the Upper Academy Island. Alarmed, hordes of disciples rushed out of their cave abodes. A few Foundation Establishment realm elders flew out furiously as well. They intended to punish the intruder. However, the disciples were soon stunned to see a familiar figure step out from the warped and distorted array formation. Eldest senior brother Baol? It's eldest senior brother Wang Baol. The Alchemy Pavilion's disciples gasped. They immediately forgot the fact that he had barged in and bowed at Wang Baol eagerly. Awe and adoration shone in their eyes. There were a few disciples who had entered the Alchemy Pavilion after Wang Baol had graduated who were equally excited but still ventured to ask the person next to them uncertainly. What are we going to do about eldest senior brother barging through our array formation? He was answered by those standing beside him, who looked at him with contempt in their eyes. They reprimanded him as they corrected what he had said. Have you turned stupid from refining too many pills? How is eldest senior brother entering the Alchemy Pavilion a break-in? He's entering his own house. He just didn't knock first. That sounded surprisingly reasonable. The newly admitted disciples immediately sensed that they were the ones who had misunderstood the situation. They agreed instantly and stopped thinking about the supposed intrusion. The few Foundation Establishment Realm elders were at a loss. Their heads throbbed, but they said nothing about Wang Baol breaking in by force. Instead, they cupped their fists and saluted Wang Baol. Wang Baol was pleased to find his junior brothers so understanding. He stood in mid-air, cupped his fists, and saluted the disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion around him. My fellow junior brothers and sisters, I understand that my sudden appearance might have interrupted your cultivation. I hope you don't mind. Wang Baol's voice was warm as it rang in the air. The disciples around him became even more excited and began speaking amongst themselves. Senior brother Baol is simply too friendly. He's a prodigy but still speaks so kindly to us. I heard he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Senior brother Baol, I love you. This is because senior brother Baol treats all of us like his junior brothers and sisters. He only shows his fearsome side to outsiders. We're family. That's right. Senior brother Baol, we don't mind. Besides, you're not being rude. It's like coming back home. You just didn't knock first. Anyway, who knocks on every door in their own house? I've long found that array formation a sore sight. Senior brother Baol's done a great job. More and more disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion appeared amidst the growing cheers, and soon, the entire pavilion was in an uproar. The liveliness and cheer drew the attention of the disciples of other pavilions who were passing by. Upon the sight, they stopped and gathered outside, trying to catch what was going on inside. After cupping his fists and saluting everyone, Wang Baol took a deep breath and spoke again. Fellow disciples, there is a reason why I'm here today. When I was still a student on the Lower Academy Island, I had a close female friend called Bunny. No, that's not right. Her name is Xianxia. Since she became the disciple of an immoral master, she was forced into seclusion. We have not seen each other's face for years. Tell me, isn't this completely unreasonable? Wang Baol's words rang out loudly in the air, and because the disciples around him adored him, they naturally sided with him. They began to grow unhappy after this matter, and a few disciples turned and started yelling at the Alchemy Pavilion. Hand over senior sister Xiaoya. The disciples of the Alchemy Pavilion were all up in arms and ready to revolt. The sight of it cheered Wang Baol up as well. He felt that they were all his wonderful junior brothers and sisters. He turned towards the Alchemy Pavilion's mountain peak and shouted, "Old man, you better hand over my bunny right this moment. I'm gonna count to 3. If you don't hand her over, I'll fight my way up." Wang Baol's voice was like thunder. It boomed and resounded in the air. On the mountain peak, a group of elders were fretting and staring at an old man who was pacing in front of them and sighing. This old man was Zhou Xiaoya's master. He had been one of the 4 elders of the Alchemy Pavilion. Now, he was the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. Grand Elder, please say something. Yes, this Wang Baol is at the core formation realm now. He fought his way through. He's a rare, vicious character. Grand Elder, you are at fault too. Xiaoya, that girl, might be quite gifted, but you shouldn't be tearing a couple apart. Why did you force her into seclusion? She's forever in seclusion. Even I can't stand this anymore. The other elders began to protest fervently. Wang Baol had already started counting down outside. 3, 2. As he counted, the Alchemy Pavilion's Grand Elder stomped his foot. He hollered at the elders gathered around him. "You can't blame this on me. I'm doing as the Grand Supreme Elder asked. What else can I do?" When the Grand Elder said that Wang Baol had just counted to 3, he took a step forward. Lightning crashed, and thunder boomed, shaking the heavens and earth. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing straight for the mountain peak. It appeared that he was about to break in. It was then that the voice of an old man rang out between the heavens and earth. It formed an invisible barrier that was like a seal, and it fell all around Wang Baol and caged him in. "Little fatty, let's see you try and break through this barrier. I'll give you an answer if you manage to do that." Wang Baol would have glared if someone else had said that. He hated it when anyone called him fat and felt that he needed to correct the person's aesthetics by punching this person who had no idea what he or she was talking about. After all, he was the slimmest and most handsome person in the entire Federation. But if the person saying this was an old man who was both strong-boned and had an ethereal air to him, who had a sharp, intelligent glint in his eyes while giving off an impression of having a rather bad temper, then Wang Baol felt that it wouldn't be that embarrassing if he played the coward once in a while. After all, no matter how great the old man was at pretending to be peaceful, Wang Baol could still distinctly sense the fearsome temper hidden deep inside him and the scorching heat he was exuding. In addition, Wang Baol saw that the Grand Elder and elders of the Alchemy Pavilion cupped their fists and saluted the old man respectfully when he had appeared. He even saw the Sect Lord and Deputy Sect Lords, as well as the other Grand Elders, appear in mid-air. They cupped their fists and saluted the old man as well. Wang Baol immediately realized who he was. He was the former Federation President, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College, Li Xingwen. He doesn't really look like the statue in the capital city. Wang Baol blinked as he stared at the barrier around him. The Grand Supreme Elder was a short distance away from him, hovering in mid-air. He couldn't really sense the Grand Supreme Elder's exact level of cultivation through the barrier. However, he could vaguely sense an awesome spirit energy exuding from the old man. It was as terrifying as a hurricane. "I'm just here to find Bunny. How is the Grand Supreme Elder involved in this? And he's sealed me in. Is he trying to test how powerful I am?" Wang Baol sighed. His fighting spirit was roused though. He wanted to test too the difference in power between himself and a perfected core formation realm cultivator. At that thought, and due to the anticipatory and encouraging looks given by the Sect Lord and the Grand Elder of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baol took a deep breath. A flare of lightning erupted in his eyes. The light exploded and transformed into countless lightning bolts that wandered all over Wang Baol. Countless lightning bolts appeared in the air around him as well, and their crackling sounds resounded in the air. The seal that had been invisible to the eye began to show its form under the electrical disturbance. It looked like a translucent box. "Since you want to test me, then I'll show you everything I've got." Decisiveness flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. He trusted the Ethereal Tao College. It was his sect. That was why he didn't only intend to activate his lightning core, but was also going to activate his dark core lotus. He was going to unleash the full power of his dual cores. His external lightning core, his internal dark core, and the power of his physical form were all activated at the same moment. From afar, one could see a black light shining in Wang Baol's eyes. A chill seemed to be spreading out from his person at the same time, and beyond this chill were bolts of lightning crashing and thundering. A strong, powerful spirit energy continued to grow stronger and more powerful inside him, and cracks began to appear on the translucent box. He hadn't even attacked yet, but the box was already showing signs of not being able to withstand his power. Shock flashed across everyone's eyes as they witnessed the sight. The Sect Lord, the Deputy Sect Lords, and the respective Grand Elders, especially, widened their eyes. Their faces were colored with incredulity. Even the Grand Supreme Elder seemed slightly surprised. His eyes began to shine brightly, colored with approval and joy. "Interesting. Seems like an early-stage core formation realm seal isn't sufficient to assess your actual strength. In that case, we'll strengthen it." As he said that, Li Xingwen's right hand formed a series of hand seals. Then he pointed at the box. Instantly, the box-shaped seal shone. It seemed to grow sturdier, and the earlier cracks sealed shut immediately. Almost as soon as the box's cracks were healed close, Wang Bail raised his head abruptly, letting loose a low roar that sounded like thunder. He could feel his body, which used to have a constitution that surpassed his cultivation, struggling to support the full activation of both his cores. He had no time to worry now, though. He raised his right hand and tightened it into a fist. He didn't unleash any divine power or pretty trick. He simply held it before the barrier in front of him and punched. This single punch encapsulated the supernova technique. It unleashed the full power of Wang Bail's physical form as well as the full, dual-core cultivation of his dark core and lightning core. It could be said to be the strongest and most powerful punch that Wang Bail was capable of without using any mystic art. An aura seemed to form around Wang Bail as he unleashed the punch. It was an aura that spoke of relentless advance, that promised to blow everything in his path to pieces. It was similar to when he had been in the mystic lunar realm, what he had unleashed then during those life-or-death situations. He had killed his way to survival and hadn't spared a single glance at those he had left dead. It was similar to when he had been in the fight for the New Mars region in that last battle when he had been faced with countless beast tides. He had stood alone amongst the monsters, as everything had fallen apart around him. He had advanced fearlessly. His experiences over the years seemed to merge and fuse together at this moment, during the Grand Supreme Elder's test. They flowed into his fist, which unleashed a punch that carried his will. Wang Bail yelled. His punch landed, and the strengthened seal that could hold a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator shuddered and warped violently, unable to withstand the attack. It cracked and broke upon the fist's impact, shattering into pieces. From afar, it seemed as if Wang Bail's punch had broken through a mirror as countless semi-transparent shards were flung into the air. An incredible wave of spirit energy, like a furious tidal wave, surged outward. It rumbled and roared, rousing strong winds in the air. The scene sent the sect lord, the deputy sect lords, and the grand elders reeling back in shock. They stared at Wang Bail with incredulity and shock. It was clear that, in their minds, they saw Wang Bail as someone who had just reached the core formation realm. He had not yet even began to practice any core formation realm techniques. As a core formation realm cultivator, this should be when he was at his weakest. But, at what should have been considered his weakest moment, Wang Bail had unleashed a strength that had stunned everyone. One could imagine how much more powerful he would become after he had grown accustomed to his current cultivation and was in possession of a core formation realm technique. Amidst the crowd's shocked stares, Wang Bail walked out of the surging energy waves. His long hair was loose and flowing in the wind, and lightning bolts snaked around his body. He was like a god of war, standing in a pool of lightning, in mid-air. He lifted his face skyward and looked up at Grand Supreme Elder Li Xingwen. He could feel the beginnings of self-satisfaction surfacing inside him. He was about to say something when he froze suddenly, his eyes widening. His senses had been muted when he had been inside the box-shaped seal. Now that he had freed himself, when he looked at the Grand Supreme Elder again, he could immediately sense an awesome, terrifying spirit energy exuding from the Grand Supreme Elder. It was completely different from that of a core formation realm cultivator. Wang Bail wasn't unfamiliar with such a spirit energy. It was identical to the spirit energies of the three extraterrestrial cultivator, the spirit energy of a nascent soul realm cultivator. It seemed incomplete at the moment and appeared to still be growing rapidly. However, he was definitely not mistaken. He could indistinctly sense the Grand Supreme Elder's core dissolving and reforming inside his body. He was going to ascend to the nascent soul realm any day now. Wang Bail blinked. His courage shriveled instantly, and he immediately put on an expression of complete obedience and respect, cupping his fists and saluting the Grand Supreme Elder. Your disciple Wang Bail greets the Grand Supreme Elder. I don't know why, but I felt an immediate familial closeness when I saw you, esteemed Grand Supreme Elder. It's almost as if I'm reminded of my grandfather. Baal wishes grandfather Grand Supreme Elder long life and everlasting fortune. Everyone had a strange look on their faces when they heard what Wang Baal said. Grand Supreme Elder Li Xingwen simply had what seemed like a smile on his face. He clearly saw through Wang Baal's earlier aborted attempt at showing off. He might not know exactly what Wang Baal had planned to say, but they were likely arrogant words of a brash and overconfident youth. Of course, he knew why Wang Baal had swallowed those words back down and shown his belly instead. However, he was growing increasingly fond of this Wang Baal. The kid had made some accomplishments while he had been in the college, which was why he had found the kid all right. Then, he had battled with his own disciple, which was when he realized he wasn't bad and had thought about having him as his own disciple. It hadn't been an intense desire at the time. When he had been truly stirred was during the Mystic Lunar Realm incident, which had been when he began to see Wang Baal with new eyes. Else, he wouldn't have acted on Wang Baal's behalf and captured the core formation realm elder of the Galactic Dusk sect alive. He had been monitoring Wang Baal since his deployment to Mars, watching him grow in strength and advance to his current position. Wang Baal's exemplary performance during this brief period won his overwhelming approval. The outcome of his test today made him happier still. He liked Wang Baal's personality. This kid has many secrets. I believe he only revealed them because he's back with us. Based on his crafty character, he would have kept a tight lid on his secrets when he was outside. That's why. And Wang Baal would have glared if someone else had said that. He hated it when anyone called him fat and felt that he needed to correct the person's aesthetics by punching this person who had no idea what he or she was talking about. After all, he was the slimmest and most handsome person in the entire Federation. But if the person saying this was an old man who was both strong-boned and had an ethereal air to him, who had a sharp, intelligent glint in his eyes while giving off an impression of having a rather bad temper, then Wang Baal felt that it wouldn't be that embarrassing if he played the coward once in a while. After all, no matter how great the old man was at pretending to be peaceful, Wang Baal could still distinctly sense the fearsome temper hidden deep inside him and the scorching heat he was exuding. In addition, Wang Baal saw that the Grand Elder and Elders of the Alchemy Pavilion cupped their fists and saluted the old man respectfully when he had appeared. He even saw the Sect Lord and Deputy Sect Lords, as well as the other Grand Elders, appear in mid-air. They cupped their fists and saluted the old man as well. Wang Baal immediately realized who he was. He was the former Federation President, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Ethereal Tao College, Li Xingwen. He doesn't really look like the statue in the capital city. Wang Baal blinked as he stared at the barrier around him. The Grand Supreme Elder was a short distance away from him, hovering in mid-air. He couldn't really sense the Grand Supreme Elder's exact level of cultivation through the barrier. However, he could vaguely sense an awesome spirit energy exuding from the old man. It was as terrifying as a hurricane. "I'm just here to find Bunny. How is the Grand Supreme Elder involved in this? And he's sealed me in. Is he trying to test how powerful I am?" Wang Baal sighed. His fighting spirit was roused though. He wanted to test too the difference in power between himself and a perfected core formation realm cultivator. At that thought, and due to the anticipatory and encouraging looks given by the Sect Lord and the Grand Elder of the Dermic Armament Pavilion, Wang Baal took a deep breath. A flare of lightning erupted in his eyes. The light exploded and transformed into countless lightning bolts that wandered all over Wang Baal. Countless lightning bolts appeared in the air around him as well, and their crackling sounds resounded in the air. The seal that had been invisible to the eye began to show its form under the electrical disturbance. It looked like a translucent box. "Since you want to test me, then I'll show you everything I've got." Decisiveness flashed across Wang Baal's eyes. He trusted the Ethereal Tao College. It was his sect. That was why he didn't only intend to activate his lightning core, but was also going to activate his dark core lotus. He was going to unleash the full power of his dual cores. His external lightning core, his internal dark core, and the power of his physical form were all activated at the same moment. From afar, one could see a black light shining in Wang Baal's eyes. A chill seemed to be spreading out from his person at the same time, and beyond this chill were bolts of lightning crashing and thundering. A strong, powerful spirit energy continued to grow stronger and more powerful inside him, and cracks began to appear on the translucent box. He hadn't even attacked yet, but the box was already showing signs of not being able to withstand his power. Shock flashed across everyone's eyes as they witnessed the sight. The sect lord, the deputy sect lords, and the respective grand elders, especially, widened their eyes. Their faces were colored with incredulity. Even the grand supreme elder seemed slightly surprised. His eyes began to shine brightly, colored with approval and joy. Interesting. Seems like an early-stage core formation realm seal isn't sufficient to assess your actual strength. In that case, we'll strengthen it. As he said that, Li Xingwen's right hand formed a series of hand seals. Then he pointed at the box. Instantly, the box-shaped seal shone. It seemed to grow sturdier, and the earlier cracks sealed shut immediately. Almost as soon as the box's cracks were healed close, Wang Bail raised his head abruptly, letting loose a low roar that sounded like thunder. He could feel his body, which used to have a constitution that surpassed his cultivation, struggling to support the full activation of both his cores. He had no time to worry now, though. He raised his right hand and tightened it into a fist. He didn't unleash any divine power or pretty trick. He simply held it before the barrier in front of him and punched. This single punch encapsulated the supernova technique. It unleashed the full power of Wang Bail's physical form as well as the full, dual-core cultivation of his dark core and lightning core. It could be said to be the strongest and most powerful punch that Wang Bail was capable of without using any mystic art. An aura seemed to form around Wang Bail as he unleashed the punch. It was an aura that spoke of relentless advance, that promised to blow everything in his path to pieces. It was similar to when he had been in the mystic lunar realm, what he had unleashed then during those life-or-death situations. He had killed his way to survival and hadn't spared a single glance at those he had left dead. It was similar to when he had been in the fight for the New Mars region in that last battle when he had been faced with countless beast tides. He had stood alone amongst the monsters, as everything had fallen apart around him. He had advanced fearlessly. His experiences over the years seemed to merge and fuse together at this moment, during the Grand Supreme Elder's test. They flowed into his fist, which unleashed a punch that carried his will. Wang Bail yelled. His punch landed, and the strengthened seal that could hold a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator shuddered and warped violently, unable to withstand the attack. It cracked and broke upon the fist's impact, shattering into pieces. From afar, it seemed as if Wang Bail's punch had broken through a mirror as countless semi-transparent shards were flung into the air. An incredible wave of spirit energy, like a furious tidal wave, surged outward. It rumbled and roared, rousing strong winds in the air. The scene sent the sect lord, the deputy sect lords, and the grand elders reeling back in shock. They stared at Wang Bail with incredulity and shock. It was clear that, in their minds, they saw Wang Bail as someone who had just reached the core formation realm. He had not yet even began to practice any core formation realm techniques. As a core formation realm cultivator, this should be when he was at his weakest. But, at what should have been considered his weakest moment, Wang Bail had unleashed a strength that had stunned everyone. One could imagine how much more powerful he would become after he had grown accustomed to his current cultivation and was in possession of a core formation realm technique. Amidst the crowd's shocked stares, Wang Bail walked out of the surging energy waves. His long hair was loose and flowing in the wind, and lightning bolts snaked around his body. He was like a god of war, standing in a pool of lightning, in mid-air. He lifted his face skyward and looked up at Grand Supreme Elder Li Xingwen. He could feel the beginnings of self-satisfaction surfacing inside him. He was about to say something when he froze suddenly, his eyes widening. His senses had been muted when he had been inside the box-shaped seal. Now that he had freed himself, when he looked at the Grand Supreme Elder again, he could immediately sense an awesome, terrifying spirit energy exuding from the Grand Supreme Elder. It was completely different from that of a core formation realm cultivator. Wang Baol wasn't unfamiliar with such a spirit energy. It was identical to the spirit energies of the three extraterrestrial cultivator, the spirit energy of a nascent soul realm cultivator. It seemed incomplete at the moment and appeared to still be growing rapidly. However, he was definitely not mistaken. He could indistinctly sense the Grand Supreme Elder's core dissolving and reforming inside his body. He was going to ascend to the nascent soul realm any day now. Wang Baol blinked. His courage shriveled instantly, and he immediately put on an expression of complete obedience and respect, cupping his fists and saluting the Grand Supreme Elder. Your disciple Wang Baol greets the Grand Supreme Elder. I don't know why, but I felt an immediate familial closeness when I saw you, esteemed Grand Supreme Elder. It's almost as if I'm reminded of my grandfather. Baol wishes grandfather Grand Supreme Elder long life and everlasting fortune. Everyone had a strange look on their faces when they heard what Wang Baol said. Grand Supreme Elder Li Xingwen simply had what seemed like a smile on his face. He clearly saw through Wang Baol's earlier aborted attempt at showing off. He might not know exactly what Wang Baol had planned to say, but they were likely arrogant words of a brash and overconfident youth. Of course, he knew why Wang Baol had swallowed those words back down and shown his belly instead. However, he was growing increasingly fond of this Wang Baol. The kid had made some accomplishments while he had been in the college, which was why he had found the kid all right. Then, he had battled with his own disciple, which was when he realized he wasn't bad and had thought about having him as his own disciple. It hadn't been an intense desire at the time. When he had been truly stirred was during the Mystic Lunar Realm incident, which had been when he began to see Wang Baol with new eyes. Else, he wouldn't have acted on Wang Baol's behalf and captured the core formation realm elder of the Galactic Dusk sect alive. He had been monitoring Wang Baol since his deployment to Mars, watching him grow in strength and advance to his current position. Wang Baol's exemplary performance during this brief period won his overwhelming approval. The outcome of his test today made him happier still. He liked Wang Baol's personality. This kid has many secrets. I believe he only revealed them because he's back with us. Based on his crafty character, he would have kept a tight lid on his secrets when he was outside. That's why. Nothing that's happened today can be leaked to the outside world. I need you to handle this. Of course, it's not a problem even if there's a leak. I'd like to know who dares mess around with my people in the Ethereal Tao College when I'm around. Li Xingwen instructed the sect lord next to him, his tone extremely arrogant. The sect lord agreed respectfully. Then, Li Xingwen turned and looked at Wang Baol again, his eyes filled with unconcealed approval and praise. You rascal, follow me. Having said that, Li Xingwen turned and marched straight into the halls of the Alchemy Pavilion. Nothing that's happened today can be leaked to the outside world. I need you to handle this. Of course, it's not a problem even if there's a leak. I'd like to know who dares mess around with my people in the Ethereal Tao College when I'm around. Li Xingwen instructed the sect lord next to him, his tone extremely arrogant. The sect lord agreed respectfully. Then, Li Xingwen turned and looked at Wang Baol again, his eyes filled with unconcealed approval and praise. You rascal, follow me. Having said that, Li Xingwen turned and marched straight into the halls of the Alchemy Pavilion. Wang Baol answered obediently and hurriedly followed closely behind the Grand Supreme Elder, entering the great halls of the Alchemy Pavilion. There was no one there. After the Grand Supreme Elder stepped into the halls, he turned and looked at Wang Baol. He still had that smile that wasn't quite a smile on his face. Wang Baol's hair began to stand, and he tried to put on a more docile smile. He blinked and attempted to show what he thought was his adorable side. The Grand Supreme Elder remained silent but continued to smile. Wang Baol began to grow nervous. He felt that the Grand Supreme Elder was like an old fox. He couldn't tell what the other was thinking and wondered if he should switch tactics. At that thought, Wang Baol smiled openly and scratched his head. He tried to appear thick-headed and continued to trade stares with the Grand Supreme Elder. Baol, your cultivation is quite impressive. The Grand Supreme Elder observed how Wang Baol switched personalities within a short span of time before he placed his hands behind his back and spoke coolly. Your humble disciple's current achievements are partly due to my own blood, sweat, and tears, but most importantly, it is due to the grooming and teachings of the sect. Wang Baol took a deep breath immediately when he heard that and put on the face of a loyal subject. You can stop the bootlicking. It's true that our teachings are useful, but we've groomed and taught so many people. I don't see everyone with your achievements. Li Xingwen was secretly pleased with Wang Baol's attitude. However, he knew that Wang Baol's current accomplishments had more to do with the opportunities he had come across. Baol, I would have gotten you to make a trip down to the college even if you hadn't done so. There are some things that you have a right to decide for yourself now, with your current cultivation. Li Xingwen eyed Wang Baol and spoke slowly. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Wang Baol saw the expression on the Grand Supreme Elder's face. His eyes narrowed slightly and didn't speak. The Federation Seedlings initiative was of extreme importance. No one was supposed to be allowed to drop out of it. However, neither Duan Myuk or I expect you to have a breakthrough in your cultivation and step into the core formation realm before the initiative was rolled out. Because of that, you now have the right to choose. Are you going to continue to participate in the Federation Seedlings initiative? Or are you going to drop out? Li Xingwen didn't continue speaking. He waited, instead, for Wang Baol's reply. A frown began to appear on Wang Baol's forehead. He couldn't make heads or tails of what the Grand Supreme Elder was saying. The information he had was incomplete, so he found it difficult to answer the other. It was clear that the Grand Supreme Elder had done this deliberately. Is it another trial? Wang Baol secretly sighed as he rubbed at his forehead. He started to analyze what was going on by first recalling what he had read and found out about the Federation Seedlings initiative. Based on what he had learned then, the Federation Seedlings initiative was part of the overall Operation Sword Sunday. It was meant to support the latter. Everything was meant to prepare for the Federation's eventual landing on the ancient greenish-bronze sword. When seen in that light, the message in Li Xingwen's words became clear. Since the Federation Seedlings initiative has to do with the ancient greenish-bronze sword landing, does dropping out of the initiative mean that I give up my chances of entering the ancient greenish-bronze sword? Wang Baol pondered. He believed that there must be risks involved in Operation Sword Sun. That was why the Grand Supreme Elder had asked him that question. Li Xingwen waited patiently as Wang Baol deliberated. When he saw a discreet look of realization appear in Wang Baol's eyes, he smiled lightly. You've thought it through? How dangerous is it? Wang Baol didn't answer the question, asking a question of his own instead. There was a strange light in his eyes when he looked at the Grand Supreme Elder. Li Xingwen once again showed his approval of Wang Baol when he heard Wang Baol's reply and saw the light in his eyes. He enjoyed speaking to intelligent people, and he liked this straightforward young person. So he said slowly, "Are you afraid of death? Is there anything in it for me?" The approval in Li Xingwen's eyes intensified when he heard Wang Baol's question. He burst out into laughter as he lifted his right hand and pointed his finger at Wang Baol repeatedly. Finally, he swept his sleeve aside. There's plenty. It can advance your cultivation tremendously. Can gift you with countless unimaginable opportunities. It can let you come into contact with a cultivation civilization that is different from that of the Federation. Can allow you to trace the origins of the Federation's cultivation civilization. In addition, if you manage to accomplish something, it can give you a promotion in Noble. Becoming the future Federation president will become something within the realm of possibility. Li Xingwen hadn't planned to include the last part of his speech, but he saw how unmoved Wang Baol had been the whole time. That was why he had added the last part about becoming the Federation president. As he expected, the look on Wang Baol's face began to shift after he said the last few sentences, his eyes glowing with an intense light. Everything your humble disciple has been given by the sect. As long as the sect requires it of me, I will climb mountains and cross oceans without any complaints. Wang Baol smacked his chest and declared loudly. He appeared completely selfless, as if he was doing everything for the sect. Li Xingwen was rendered speechless at Wang Baol's ability to make such proclamations, regardless of the occasion. Dumbstruck, he laughed. All right, In that case, you will continue to be a part of the Federation Seedlings initiative. I believe you will soon find out the reason that this initiative was developed, so I'll not say too much at this juncture. As for Xianxia, there's no need for you to be angry at the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. Xianxia's proficiency at refining standard pills is mediocre, but her soul has certain unique elements. That's why she has displayed great results when refining the enlightenment pills that are unique to my bloodline. Because of that, I've taught her a cultivation technique. It emphasizes gaining enlightenment, which is why she needs to be away in seclusion for long periods of time. Once she's gained enlightenment, I'll take her in as my personal disciple. Li Xingwen explained Zhou Xiaoya's situation. It might have been fine if he hadn't done so, but once he had, Wang Baol immediately sucked in his breath. Enlightenment. Wang Baol held no goodwill towards the Dao Enlightenment faculty. He had thought those from that faculty were all nut jobs when he had been on the Lower Academy Island. From what the Grand Supreme Elder had just told him, Bunny had somehow indirectly become one of the Dao Enlightenment faculty. Why? Do you have complaints? Li Xingwen glared. Wang Baol sighed as he felt Li Xingwen's terrifying cultivation. He replied resentfully, "Such a fine girl in her youth, who's been misled and is now wasting her life away in a secret chamber in seclusion. Even if she's to achieve enlightenment like Li Wuchen, she's still not going to be able to put up much of a fight." Rubbish. My Dao Enlightenment faculty is invincible. Just you wait. Once Zhou Xiaoya gains enlightenment, she'll crush you like an ant. Li Xingwen snorted. Even though he didn't think that was really possible, he had to stand up for the Dao Enlightenment faculty after seeing the dismissive attitude Wang Baol had towards it. As long as you're happy, but a person shouldn't be in seclusion all the time. Shouldn't there be some sort of work-life balance? Wang Baol sighed and looked at the Grand Supreme Elder. Fine, fine. I'll make some arrangements later and give Zhou Xiaoya a few days off. Li Xingwen coughed. He did feel that he might have been too harsh and cruel. To have a girl in the prime of her youth locked away in seclusion every day. He agreed with a wave of his hand. With that, Li Xingwen prepared to end the conversation and leave. Wait, dear grandfather Grand Supreme Elder, there's still something else. I mean, I'm already at the core formation realm, but I still don't have an equivalent cultivation technique. Does the esteemed Grand Supreme Elder, my dear grandfather, have some amazing cultivation technique that you can share with me? Wang Baol said hastily, his eyes shining with anticipation. I've already gotten someone to prepare the full set of core formation realm cultivation techniques that the Ethereal Dao College has. Go look for little Zhao, he'll explain to you in detail. Also, you should remain in the college during this period. Don't return to Mars first. Stay for another 2 weeks. I'm going to create an opportunity for the disciples of our sect. Li Xingwen laughed arrogantly before he strolled out of the halls and vanished. Wang Baol blinked. He could vaguely guess what the Grand Supreme Elder was referring to. He was slightly excited and looked forward to it. Then, he wondered about the little Zhao that the Grand Supreme Elder had spoken of. After a great deal of thinking, he still couldn't figure out who this person was. Curious, Wang Baol pulled out his voice transmission ring and sent a voice transmission to the Sect Lord of the Ethereal Dao College. Sect Lord, the Grand Supreme Elder told me to find little Zhao for my mystic art. Who is that? I thought about it for a day, but no one comes to mind. There was dead silence on the other side of the voice transmission ring. Then, a long moment later, the Sect Lord's ghostly voice drifted over. My last name is Zhao. Wang Baol felt slightly embarrassed as he held onto his voice transmission ring. After muttering a few words, he left the great halls of the Alchemy Pavilion hurriedly and headed for the Sect Lord's pavilion located on the mountain peak of the Upper Academy Island. When he arrived, he saw the Sect Lord deep in meditation. He observed the look on the Sect Lord's face. He wisely didn't mention the name Little Zhao, and instead, sat beside the Sect Lord. He began to ask about the matter of his core formation realm cultivation technique. Baol, the Ethereal Dao College has 79 complete cultivation techniques for the core formation realm cultivator. They are divided into grades A to D accordingly. There are 7 grade as 19 grade BS, The sect lord gave Wang Baol a look, then pulled out a jade slip and handed it over. Wang Baol's eyes brightened as he took it hastily and began reading. The jade slip didn't document the detailed cultivation process of the various techniques, but briefly listed the pros and cons of each technique. It had information on complete techniques and incomplete techniques with missing information. After a while, Wang Baol began to frown slightly. The 79 complete techniques seemed extremely ordinary. Even the 7 grade A techniques didn't seem very impressive. They couldn't compare with his dark art, nor could they compare with the Lightning Dao, first volume. There were 2 that seemed all right, but the first, The Way of the Mist, seemed to focus more on speed and the ethereal. It was the principal cultivation technique of the Ethereal Dao College, and was the technique that a majority of the core formation realm elders practiced. It didn't seem to suit Wang Baol though. Firstly, his was a lightning core. Secondly, he had developed his unique fighting style since he had begun his cultivation. It was an overpowering style that was at odds with the inherent essence of the Way of the Mist. The other technique was the Art of Enlightenment that had partly been created by the Grand Supreme Elder. Wang Baol immediately disregarded it after a glance. He had no intention of becoming one of the Dao Enlightenment faculty. As a result, he was faced with a challenge in his choice. There were a few good options amongst the incomplete techniques, but they were missing information and wouldn't be the most ideal choice. The techniques that Wang Baol had read about in the Dark Dream had all been related to the Dark Art. Those that had nothing to do with the Dark Art were all techniques meant for the Spirit Immortal realm and beyond. Wang Baol began to frown. Sect Lord, I practiced the Lightning Dao, first volume, when I was at the Foundation Establishment realm. Isn't there a Lightning Dao, second volume? Wang Baol didn't continue with his second question. If there had not been one, why had they allowed him to practice the first chapter? The Lightning Dao was acquired from a shard found within the college's lightning domain. Of course, we have the second chapter. The expression on the sect lord's face remained unchanged. He pulled out another jade slip from his storage bracelet and handed it over to Wang Baol. Inside the jade slip was the Lightning Dao second volume. Wang Baol read through it, and doubt appeared on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sect lord. Since they did have the Lightning Dao second volume, and it seemed like a pretty impressive technique, he didn't understand why the sect lord hadn't given this to him at first. The sect lord could sense Wang Baol's doubts. He shook his head and sighed. Baol, we originally planned for you to master the Lightning Dao first volume, and then, when you reached the core formation realm, you could have continued with the Lightning Dao second volume. Even though we don't have the last chapter, we believed that, should you one day reach the nascent soul realm, it wouldn't be difficult for you to relearn another technique. However, no one expected that you would reach the core formation realm so quickly and show such power. That's why, even though the Lightning Dao second volume is a powerful technique, it isn't the best one for you. In fact, it might even affect and hinder the progress of your cultivation and your fighting capabilities. That was why I hesitated and didn't immediately hand this to you. Wang Baol had a contemplative look on his face after he listened to what the sect lord said. He placed the jade slip containing the Lightning Dao second volume down and turned towards the sect lord. He must have discussed this with the Grand Supreme Elder before speaking to him. They must have come to a decision regarding his cultivation technique. The cultivation techniques of the Ethereal Dao College can be considered the best in the Federation. But that's only in the Federation. Based on our assessment, if we are to compare them with the techniques of the great cultivation civilizations, they might be seen as obsolete and outdated. The techniques with true value are the incomplete ones. But it is difficult to unleash their true worth. The sect lord smiled when he saw that Wang Baol remained calm and wasn't flustered or agitated. However, as one of the Federation seedlings, in the near future, you might have the chance to acquire a cultivation technique that surpasses those found in the Federation. At that juncture, the sect lord lifted his right hand and pointed vaguely at the sky. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes immediately and lifted his head. Outside, in the sky, piercing through the midday sun, was the soul-shaking ancient greenish-bronze sword. A clearer picture began to form in Wang Baol's mind as he consolidated what the sect lord was talking about with what the Grand Supreme Elder had said earlier. This meant that the Federation Seedlings Initiative was about to formally commence. Operation Sword Sun and the endeavor to land on the ancient greenish-bronze sword was about to be rolled out as well. The Federation had been able to advance to a cultivation civilization just from acquiring the shards of the ancient greenish-bronze sword's hilt. The resources and cultivation techniques that could be found on the ancient greenish-bronze sword itself would present unimaginable opportunities for any cultivator of the Federation. You can hold on to the Lightning Dao, second volume first. If possible, I'd still wish for you to practice a technique that befits a true prodigy. At least you won't lose out to the young ones from the countless civilizations in the universe, the sect lord said earnestly. He stared at Wang Baol hopefully. There were some things that he wasn't saying, and that the Grand Supreme Elder hadn't said as well. Regardless, the whole Ethereal Dao College had reached the same consensus. Wang Baol was going to be the rising hope of the Ethereal Dao College. He was going to follow in Li Xingwen's footsteps and become one of the future pillars of the Ethereal Dao College. Wang Baol might not have known about this common understanding that the upper echelons had arrived at, but he had been able to get an inkling of what was happening during this visit. After some careful consideration, he kept the Lightning Dao, second volume, and bade the sect lord farewell. Just as he was about to leave, the sect lord said casually, "Baol, I'm not sure if the Grand Supreme Elder has told you this, but don't return to Mars first. Stay in the sect. This is because he is reaching a breakthrough. He will be the first person on Earth to attain a breakthrough from the core formation realm and enter the nascent soul realm. When that happens, representatives from all the political forces will be here. Based on his assessment, at the moment of his breakthrough, an alarming amount of spirit chi will be drawn to him. This will be an opportunity for all our disciples, especially for those of us at the core formation realm. This is a chance for us to draw lessons from the experience and gain enlightenment." Wang Baol's pupils contracted when he heard that. He wasn't surprised to hear that the Grand Supreme Elder was approaching a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had already seen signs of that. But he had been surprised when the sect lord said that he would be the first person to enter the nascent soul realm. The first? Wang Baol asked immediately. He distinctly remembered what had happened after the Mercury tragedy. Even though he had been away in seclusion, he had tuned in to the Federation President's speech and had heard about the nascent soul realm elder who had been searching the solar system for the extraterrestrial cultivators. That's right, the first Earthling. The sect lord gave Wang Baol a meaningful look. It was as if he had certain concerns about divulging more details while on Earth. He didn't elaborate. The hints he was giving were extremely explicit. Wang Baol wouldn't have been able to become a secondary rank too noble in such a short period of time if he couldn't even discern the implicit message. Almost instantly, his eyes flashed. He came to an answer that didn't really surprise him that much. This nascent soul realm cultivator might have come from the ancient green bronze sword. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he pondered. After a moment, he cupped his fists and saluted the sect lord. Then he turned and left. Wang Baol took a walk in the campus after leaving the pavilion. He had a faint smile on his face and would greet his junior brothers and sisters as he passed them by. Any other time he might have teased them a little as well, but he had something on his mind today. He might not have learned much during this trip back, but he was still able to gather quite a number of clues. This nascent soul realm cultivator from the ancient green bronze sword probably harbors no ill will towards us. Else, with the Federation's current capabilities, it would be difficult for us to fight back against him. Still very interesting, though. There was no news after the Federation announced the Federation Seedlings Initiative. Now, just after there's been a breakthrough in Master Zhao's anti-spirit bomb research and when the Grand Supreme Elder is about to attain a breakthrough in his cultivation, only now do they have the intention of activating the Federation Seedlings Initiative. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He might have some clues, but it would be challenging to pin down exactly what was going on if he thought this through normally. However, if he used what he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies, then suddenly, everything seemed to make much more sense. As Wang Baol continued to immerse in his thoughts, He suddenly heard a roar filled with excitement and agitation rumbling from a distance away. Countless gasps of awe and surprise rang out and interrupted Wang Baol's thoughts. Wang Baol recognized the familiar roar. He lifted his head and immediately saw a giant winged diamond ape bursting out from the clouds in the sky and charging towards him. "Diame!" Wang Baol laughed out loud, seeming happily surprised. He took a step and leaped into the air, flying towards the diamond ape.